Part 2 of Havoc Peaks, A Havoc in Wyoming Story by Millie Copper.
Chapter 24, September 10th. The thermometer is beeping when I return from the kitchen with a fresh glass of water for Bart. His hand is moving to remove it from his mouth. "I'll get it," I say. He does a hurry-up motion. "Impatient this morning? You must be feeling better." I frown as I look at the thermometer. It's down a little from last night, 101.8. I guess that's an improvement since you were 102.6 when we started the antibiotics, but I'd hoped we'd see a quicker decrease. Too bad I'm not a fish. I'd probably be fully healed by now. No kidding. Are you getting hungry? Liam snared a rabbit last night and has it stewing. There's a can of oysters we found in the back of the cabinet you could have while we're waiting for the rabbit. Smoked oysters? Yes. What do you think? I could try one or two. Give our boy some, and you eat some too. We'll share them, I say with a nod. I hate oysters, but these days it no longer matters. We eat what's available. After those days of near starvation, I'm thankful for anything. I divide the tin of oysters into thirds, making sure to drizzle the small amount of oil as close to equally as possible over each plate. Liam, who's poring over the atlas again, gladly accepts his portion. "How long do you think until the rabbit is ready?" he asks, glancing at Bart's watch. "Give it a couple of hours at least. The meat should be falling off the bone." "Okay. How's Grandpa?" "Ornery, and maybe a little better." "Do you think we can leave tomorrow?" "His fever's down a little. If it continues to decrease, he should be up for traveling." "The FEMA camp should only take a day to get to." "Yes, he'll probably be well enough tomorrow." In the bedroom, Bart's staring off into space. "Here it is," I say. "Upscale cuisine from a tin?" He gives me a small smile. "Did you get enough for you and Liam?" "Sure, it's fine. The rabbit will be ready in a bit, so think of this as an appetizer." We eat in silence. I make a point of holding my breath each time I take a bite. It helps. Barely. When we're finished, I quickly take the dishes out of the room, which already reeks of oily fish, and give them a rinse. I'll wash them better later when I take the time to heat up water. Once I'm back in the bedroom and seated, Bart says, "We should come up with a plan." "A plan for what?" "How long I should take antibiotics that should be saved in case our boy needs them." Tears instantly fill my eyes and I swallow hard. "As long until you're well, or until the doctors at the FEMA camp can treat you properly." He gives a slight shake of his head. "I've had, 3 doses? Is that right?" "Yes." "Doesn't seem to be much change. How many more doses do you have?" I think in my head. "There's an unopened container with 60 packets. I think there's around 20 remaining in the opened one." He looks up at the ceiling. "You're giving me 3 packets a day. Let's finish out today and tomorrow. If the fever isn't gone and my leg's not looking better by the next day, we stop." "Why would we do that?" I cringe as I remember the look of his leg this morning when I changed the dressing. The dark skin is spreading, and the putrid smell seems to have increased. Because at that point, I'd say it's a lost cause. There will be little doubt I have blood poisoning. You need to save the antibiotics in case Liam or you need them. If I would have paid attention. He gives another shake of his head. "Remember this, Clarice. Any cut or wound is nothing to be trifled with." "They're already working. Your fever is less than it was, and tomorrow you should be well enough we can go and get you help." He gives a slight tilt of his head. "Maybe so. I'm going to rest now. Wake me up when the rabbit's ready." While Bart sleeps, I have Liam switch with me. I need to spend some time out of the room, out of the house even. I make sure Liam knows I'll be outside and that I'm going to walk down to the road to see if anything has changed. This morning, as soon as it was light, I went down and swept the road to remove the tire marks. I only went as far as I thought was needed to keep anyone on the pavement from seeing the tracks. I should have done it last night, but with the excitement of finding the antibiotics, it slipped my mind. I really don't think there will be anything to see at the pavement, but it gives me an excuse to get out and about. It's cooler today than it has been, and the hooded sweatshirt I picked up from Levi's closet feels a little light. I pull up the hood for extra warmth. I choose to walk in the trees instead of down the driveway. It just feels smarter to stay concealed. I almost laugh at how I'm always so concerned about being seen. There was a time, which feels like years ago, decades even, when I sought out people. The girl from town probably thought I was strange, how I kept calling to her and not letting her leave. I'll admit, even though it was a risk, it felt good to hear another person's voice. On the days I worked at my office in Alto, I'd make a point of popping in on other friends at their offices or having lunch with Mark, that dirty, rotten scoundrel. I can't believe I ever found him appealing. I sure wouldn't want to be stuck with him now. I can't imagine he has the wherewithal to make it through the things we've experienced. I let out a long breath. What a fool I was. My eyes sting as I remember how my marriage was dissolving, the ways I went out of my way to be cruel to Ben. Oh, I know he wasn't always sunshine and roses toward me, but we were both at fault for the difficulties. Now, I'd give almost anything to have more time with my husband, to try and make amends and bring back what we had. There were a few times when we were on the dirt bikes when things started to feel like they used to, when the love seemed to be returning. But he was taken from me. I miss Ben. I miss people in general. It's just Bart, Liam, and me. When we see others, they are something to fear. I think I'd even enjoy Leanne and her Bible-thumping family. Even Molly, with her weird ways, will be a treat. At least I still have family, and I'm not completely alone. I don't know if I could handle that. After I reach the road, I carefully step out from the tree line and look up and down it. I'm just about to return to the house when something catches my eye. Movement, where the road dips and turns. I keep my eyes focused on the spot. After a few seconds, I decide it was either nothing or maybe a bird flitting around. Taking my time, I make my way back to the house. Other than sitting by Bart's side or keeping watch, there's limited things to do here. At least at Amelia and Levi's house, there was the dehydrating to keep me busy. My 2 little chickens are spending their time in the garage. Maybe I'll bring them outside for some fresh air. After finding a second jacket in one of the closets, I check in with Liam, telling him I'll be outside with the hens. Isabel was shorter than me, but wore the same general size. I've tried a few of her things, and as expected, the pants all fit wrong, but the tops work. I add a thick winter sweater under the slightly oversized hoodie. As soon as I step into the garage, Little Brown Hen and Poofhead come running. Liam has set up a nice space for them, having brought in several evergreen boughs to make a bed. We've been feeding them weeds and greens from the forest and the spent garden, along with taking them outside several times a day to find their own nibbles. Liam and I were both disappointed to find there was nothing left of the garden. My guess is, when overwhelmed with the grief of losing their daughter, Isabel and Jeff shut down. We've also found oatmeal and a few other whole grains for them in the kitchen that we're saving for when we start our trip again. I'm impressed with how tame my chickens are and their ability to stay close, even returning to us when we call them by name. Bart said his mom's chickens would do the same thing. They learned their names and knew when to come running. That may be, but I'm sure my two little chickens are the smartest of the species. Today, I'm going to take them into the garden and let my girls have a feast. They follow behind me like little dogs, walking in their crazy, almost prehistorical way. I so wish I would have realized the pleasure of chickens sooner. Ben and I could have been raising them at home. While roosters weren't allowed in our new development because of HOA rules, we could have had up to 6 hens. I'm halfway toward the garden at the backside of the parking space when I hear, "Hey there." I immediately drop to a knee, fumbling to remove the pistol from the holster on my ankle. "Whoa," the female voice says. "It's me, Destiny. We met yesterday." With my heart pounding in my ears, I give a nod. I'm still on a knee and have the pistol in hand, but keep it pointed toward the ground. "What are you doing here?" I ask, then narrow my eyes. "Did you follow me?" She answers with a one-shoulder shrug. "Only to the car. When I saw you driving the Frog, I figured I'd find you here. Where's Isabel and Jeff?" I shake my head. "Dead." "Dead? Did you kill them?" she calmly asks, not at all scared. "Of course not. We found them. They'd taken their own lives." She gives a nod. "I heard Ava died. I guess I'm not surprised. Did you bury them?" She glances around the area, possibly looking for a fresh grave. "We found them up the road at a little picnic spot or something. They'd already dug the hole next to where they'd placed their daughter." She gives a sad smile. "Sounds like them. They were always extremely helpful." "How'd you find their house?" "She left a note and a map." "Really?" Destiny shakes her head. I nod. "Why'd you follow me?" "Oh, well, at first I was simply curious why you were in town, and why you didn't ask me for food. You only wanted medicine, but with as skinny as you are, you should have asked for food." I look down at my body. With the layers on my upper half, I don't look that skinny, and I've put on a little weight from the worst of it, even though my legs still look like toothpicks. Yesterday, I was wearing these same pants with the hoodie. I guess I can see how she might think I need food. I needed to find help for my father-in-law. Did you come here alone?" "Yeah. I brought you a few things, stuff my mom had." "You did? Why would you do that?" She gives her standard shrug in response. "I couldn't sleep because I was thinking about how you look." I widen my eyes at her. She hurries on with, "I figured your dad must be in pretty bad shape if you were only concerned about him. So," she lifts her hands, "here I am." What about the others? Do they know?" "We need to leave here. Bart's in no shape to travel, but if she's here, then the rest of her town could easily show up." I didn't say anything, but I should hurry back. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised my dad or one of the others hasn't made a trip out here at least to check on Jeff and Isabel. So, do you want me to look at your dad? Or should I just give you the stuff I brought? Do you have any medical experience? Nope, not for humans, but I had sheep and rabbits for 4-H. It's over an hour to the nearest vet, so we did most of the stuff on our own. Your town had a doctor, but not a veterinarian? Yeah. Weird, huh? Dr. Jewell was over 70. He'd retired from actual practice in some city. This was his retirement job. His office was just a room off his house. My mom used to say he was like the old country doc on Little House on the Prairie. She was surprised he didn't take chickens in exchange for treatment. She glances at my chickens as she says this. I hope she isn't hinting she wants one of my girls in exchange for the things she's brought. I quickly think about what I can give her in trade. Nothing. I have nothing to offer except to tell her that as soon as we leave, she can get her people up here to clear out the rest of the goods. Before Dr. Jewell showed up, it was just my mom. She used to be a nurse before she switched to natural medicine. She really did help people in exchange for livestock sometimes. So, do you want me to take a look at him? I run through the trouble with that in my head. She could be a Trojan horse, trying to get in our house and then the rest of her people will attack. But why bother? They could easily attack now, unless she was sent as an advance scout to determine our numbers. Yeah, that would make sense. Or maybe she's truly just being nice. A few months ago, that would have been the norm. Has society changed so much no one is helpful? I give her a nod. Yeah, if you don't mind. That's why I'm here. I bend over to scoop up Little Brown. As I turn for Poofhead, I see Destiny already has her. My eyes go wide as fear overtakes me. Destiny pays no attention and starts walking toward the house. The chickens stay in the garage, I say. At the garage door, I gently set Little Brown down and reach for Poof. Destiny hands her over, then asks, Will you stay the winter here? No, we'll leave just as soon as my father-in-law can travel. We have friends in Wyoming. She nods. You'll take the frog? I give her a quizzical look. The VW bug, that's what Isabel called it, the frog. The note we found said we could have it, I say defensively. That will help you get where you're going if you can find fuel. Chapter 25. September 10th. As we reach the door, I say, We'll need to be quiet. My husband and his friends are all upstairs sleeping. A lie, of course. But if she was sent as a scout, it's best they think there's more of us than just a sick old man, a skinny woman, and a teenage boy. Inside, I ask, Have you been here before? Yeah, but not since my mom died. She and Isabel were friends. He's in the downstairs bedroom. My son is in with him. At the bedroom door, I say quietly, Liam. Yeah, Mom. Come out here, please. At the doorway, he looks over my shoulder. I watch as he visibly stiffens. It's okay, I say, touching his arm. This is Destiny. I met her in town the other day. What's she doing here inside the house? Shh, keep your voice down. I don't want to wake your dad and the others. He narrows his eyes as I turn to Destiny. Night watch, you know? She answers with a noncommittal shrug. Liam, you go ahead and do your stuff in the living room. My eyes drill into his as I attempt to convey my desire for him to keep watch and keep quiet about Ben, or anyone else, not being here. He gives me a solemn nod as he leaves the room. I motion for Destiny to follow me in. As soon as she enters the room, she puts her hand to her nose. Is it that bad? I take a tentative sniff, not noticing anything different. At Bart's bed, I give his shoulder a gentle shake. Dad? He opens his eyes with a start. Is something wrong? This is Destiny. I met her in town. The one who told you about the fish medicine. I give a nod before turning to her. We found fish antibiotics. We wouldn't have known to look for them if you wouldn't have mentioned the livestock antibiotics. Okay, that's good. Can I see the problem? Bart? She used to have sheep and rabbits. She thought she could maybe help with your leg. Huh. Isn't there a TV commercial about that? He asks, his mustache twitching slightly. Where a guy sleeps in some hotel and says he can deliver a baby? Infection is infection, Destiny says. And I already know you have a bad one. I can smell it. My rabbit lost a foot to infection, and it smelled better than yours. Bart tugs at his beard as he gives her a wry smile. Come on in, then. I'm not a rabbit, but I suppose you might as well take a look. She gives a nod and then walks to the dresser, having already spotted the pitcher of water and plastic tub we keep for washing up. Once her back is turned, Bart makes a motion to me, which I take as him asking, "What's she doing here?" I give a slight shrug and shake of my head. He mouths, "Be careful." To Destiny, he says, "Seems kind of strange of you to show this interest. How'd you get out here anyway?" Walked, she answers with a shrug. After cleaning her hands, she squirts them with sanitizer. This commercial stuff isn't very good for you. I should have thought to bring you some of my mom's sanitizer. Her recipe, anyway? I make it now. Of course, things like this won't be around much longer. Soon, we'll be back to using homemade lye soap. My grandma made her own soap, Bart says. Made her own lye, too. That stuff was caustic. My mom made soap, too. I watched her a few times, but have yet to try it on my own. I suppose that'll change at some point. Does your dad know how to make it? I ask. She gives me a strange look, and tears fill her eyes. Then a mask seems to fall over her face. No, he never helped. I'm ready. I meet Bart's eyes, and he gives a slight nod. As I lift back the blanket, the odor from the wound increases substantially. It's probably no stronger than the last time I looked at it, but with Destiny pointing it out, I'm more attuned to it. The gauze wrap is yellow with a tinge of pink. It bleeds slightly, but mainly releases pus. This skin is dying, Destiny says, pointing at the dark areas above and below the bandage. Or it's probably already dead. Do you usually cut the gauze off? Yes, I reply, handing her the scissors. We're running low on it. I think I have enough for 1 or 2 more bandages, then I'm going to use a sheet I found in the closet. When did you last change this? Earlier, about 4 hours ago. She nods as she cuts away the wound covering. As soon as it's clear, she lets out a sigh and looks at Bart. It's not good. Yeah, he nods. I don't think the antibiotics are cutting it. No, she agrees. I think... She bites her lip. I think your leg needs to come off. I gasp, but Bart gives a solemn nod. That may have helped a day or 2 ago, but now I think it's too late. Bart and Destiny share a look. The antibiotics are helping, I say. His fever has dropped. Bart gives a slight shake of his head. Not enough. How's the pain? Destiny asks. Depends. Sometimes it burns like it's on fire. Are you having any trouble breathing? I feel short of breath sometimes, even just laying here. I'll check some of my mom's books. Maybe there will be something useful. How often are you taking the antibiotics? She motions to the jar on the table with the fish on it. 3 times a day, I answer. Strength? 250 milligrams per dose. Okay, I'll figure out if it's the correct dose. Maybe that'll make a difference. It looks like you've already cleaned it. I can see the edges here, but... She shakes her head. Like I said, I think the infection has spread up the leg. It's probably systemic by now. I don't think topical treatments will work, and probably not either of the oils I brought. She looks at Bart. You need to be in a hospital on strong antibiotics. He nods. Yep, that's about the size of it. As soon as he's able to travel, we're taking him to the FEMA camp. A look of horror crosses her face. You don't want to go there, she says quietly. If your doctor is there, then we most certainly do. Bart needs a doctor. He needs real medicine, not oils and fish antibiotics. She shakes her head. It's not a place anyone should go. So what do you suggest? I snap. The things I brought, I don't think they'll work. We'd just be wasting them. I'll go home and check my mom's books, see if the fish antibiotics at the right dose might help. I'll try to be back before dark. If I can, is it okay if I stay here tonight? Won't your people have a problem with that? I ask. No, she looks me in the eyes. Will yours? I flare my eyes. She knows. She knows about my subterfuge. As I said, they'll be on watch, spread out in the woods. Of course, she smirks. You can stay here, Bart says, waving his hand like he's swatting at a fly. I give him a hard look. It's okay, Clarice. Don't you think if she meant us harm, it would have already happened? I shake my head as Destiny rebandages the leg, then says she'll be back as quickly as she can. After she leaves, I motion for Liam to go back into Bart's bedroom with me. Why did you let the emo in here? Liam asks. What's an emo? Bart asks. I'll tell you later. I shake my head. I don't know why I let her in, but she's probably not a threat. Probably, Liam repeats, but she might be. That little girl? Bart asks with a scoff. She's got good in her. What if she was sent here by the others? Mom said they have a small group of people still living in town. I thought of that, I say, and my first instinct was we should leave. But after the way she was with Bart, I lift my hands in surrender. I think he's right. We should trust her. And she seems to have more knowledge than the rest of us, though I don't agree with her that the fish medicine isn't working. She's right about that, Bart says. As I start to argue, he stops me. Let it go for now, Clarice. Let's see if she has any new information when she returns. How many people did she say are still in her town? She didn't say. Just that some of them stayed behind, and the rest went to the FEMA camp. That's interesting. What do you mean, Grandpa? Not sure. Just seems interesting. I'm ready to get some more sleep. A few hours later, Liam calls out from where he's watching at the living room window. Mom, here she comes. There's another one with her. Another girl. Rushing to the living room, I put my hand to my forehead. I should have known. It's another girl who looks several years younger than Destiny, and not at all goth, or emo, as Liam said. She's in blue jeans and a puffy pink coat. Both are wearing backpacks and carrying crossbody bags, not a huge duffel like we have, but more like a large purse. You have the rifle? I ask. He points to where it's sitting on the coffee table next to him. I'm not shooting them, Mom. Not unless I have to. Obviously, I just want you to be ready. She may have brought more than just the one. I'll keep watching. I'm at the door before Destiny reaches the porch. Opening it a crack, I say, Who's your friend? This is Leslie. Destiny jerks her thumb toward the girl who appears to be around Liam's age. And this, she turns so I can see her back, is Wyatt. You have a baby? The young infant, with a shock of black hair, is sound asleep in the backpack Destiny's wearing. Not mine. I glance at the younger girl, who quickly says, Not mine either. He belongs to a couple in town. Okay, so why'd you bring your friends? Leslie looks at her feet, but Destiny meets me in the eyes, almost challenging. Our people have night watch too, so it just made sense for me to bring them along. Oh, really? How's your dad? Any disorientation? Disorientation? You know, is he confused? I know the word, I snap. I'm just not sure what it has to do with his leg. May we come in? Destiny asks. Instead of stepping out of the way and ushering them inside, I stand steady. Are your people a threat to us? Leslie's eyes dart up as she vigorously shakes her head. Destiny puts a hand on Leslie's shoulder before saying, No more of a threat than your people are to us. I tilt my head and cross my arms. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Just that there isn't anything for you to worry about, other than your dad. I don't have good news. My father-in-law, I correct. Though I do call him Dad. I step completely outside and pull the door shut. In a low voice, I say, After you left, he said he thought we should have amputated. He's said it before, then he follows with how it's too late now. And the confusion you asked about, it's happened a few times and seems to be getting worse. I think he has septicemia. The fish antibiotics probably aren't enough. We'll increase the dosage, I say firmly. I don't think it will help. Maybe if we had IV antibiotics and had already removed his leg. You read this in your mom's books? I ask, skeptically. You think you can amputate after reading it in a book? I may not have the training she had, but I know how to read. But no, we can't amputate. Spin around, Leslie. As soon as Leslie does, Destiny unzips the backpack and pulls out a large book. You can read it for yourself if you don't believe me. She thrusts it in my direction. It's starting to get chilly with the wind. May we come in? Not a word about this, I say as I lift the book up, to Liam or Bart. Not until I read it. Then I'll talk to Bart and we'll decide how to proceed. She nods. The confusion will get worse. You should talk to him soon. I brought some medicine to keep him comfortable. No, I hold up my hand. No talking like that. Chapter 26, September 11th. With my eyes shining, I look up and say, So that's it. I've read everything about cellulitis, gangrene, and sepsis. Those are the things Destiny thinks we're dealing with. I think she's right, but I shrug. I don't really know. If you're up to it, we need to leave today and find the FEMA camp. Bart chews on the tip of his mustache before saying, I don't think cellulitis is an issue now. I think it's gone beyond that. And the FEMA camp, I'm not at all interested in dying in a place like that. I start to object as he raises his hand, and I'm even less interested in dying on the way there. It's not terribly far. We can get there within a day. He gives a slight chuckle. I doubt it. No, I'll stay here. It won't be too long now. I'm well into the second phase you mentioned. I'm having the abdominal pain and not going to the bathroom. I haven't urinated since yesterday and don't feel the need to. And there's some confusion, you know. I give a small nod. It started innocently enough. Liam has been writing down some of the things Bart remembers from his childhood. the foraging and hunting his family used to do to keep from starving to death, the cheap meals his mom relied on, and any other tips. He'll often repeat himself, or he'll wake up from sleeping and think Liam was Ben. Or he'll forget we've been on the road for months. He's asked for the light to be turned on several times. Nothing big, just little bits of confusion or loss of memory. But it's happening more often. I never even realized it was an issue until Destiny asked about it last night. "Won't be long until I go into the shock phase," Bart says. "I like the girl's idea of trying to keep me comfortable. We need to stop with the antibiotics. Save them in case you need them." "No, we stick with them for now." He ignores me and says, "After I pass, you and Liam need to take those kids and get to Wyoming." "Take those kids?" I ask, my tear-filled eyes drilling into him. "They're all alone. She's been doing a good job caring for them, but they can't stay here. Take them with you to Molly. She'll be happy to take them in, too." I shake my head. The confusion's returned. They have their own families. They'll probably be going home shortly. "How about you read to me for a bit?" Bart asks, changing the subject. I clear my throat. "Sure." I put my wrist to my eye to stop the tears. I've been crying all night since I read the chapter on gangrene and sepsis. I knew before then, but reading about it made it all clear. Bart's right. Keeping him comfortable in this bed is best for him. I hate it. I hate all of it. Losing my husband and now my father-in-law, who has been a dad to me for over 20 years, is heartbreaking. I reach for the fiction book on the TV tray. "From the Bible," Bart says. I close my eyes. Okay, if that's what you want. I open his Bible to the first page and read the inscription. "To my beloved, you make my soul sing. You put a sparkle on everything. You fill my world with joy. I thank God for giving you to me. All my love, Jessa." The slight corniness of it causes me to smile. Jessa was exceedingly kind, a friend to everyone. She was also very quirky. She'd say and do things which were, to me, strange. Bart, who has his own weird ways, would often drive her crazy. The buying of the handguns was one thing, buying more shop tools also. Money was often a point of contention between them, but her love for him, even when she was chastising him, was always evident. As was her love for Ben, and even me too. She would have adored Liam. "How about reading from the Gospel of John?" Bart says, interrupting my reminiscing. "It's in the second half of the Bible, the New Testament. It's a little more than halfway. Open it up and tell me where you are." Bart's had me read from the Bible a couple of times since we've been here. Even so, I'm terribly unfamiliar with it, so he has to give me guidance on where to find what it is he'd like me to read. I try and gauge a little more than halfway through. Jonah is on one side, Micah on the other, I say. Still Old Testament. Jonah's a good one. You should read it sometime. It's about a guy who's running from God and ends up in a whale. "Yeah, sounds lovely," I say with a smirk. Bart ignores my snark. "It's a good one. You're almost there. Flip through a few pages at a time until you see a page saying the New Testament or the Book of Matthew." Okay, here it is. John is the fourth book in the New Testament, so keep going. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and then the Gospel of John. Chapter 3 is where I'd like you to read. Bart has settled back on his bed and now has his eyes closed. It takes me just a minute to find what he wants. I start reading about a Pharisee named Nicodemus who is talking with Jesus. Jesus is telling the man about being born again. The wind blows wherever it pleases. You hear its sound, but you cannot tell where it comes from or where it is going. So, it is with everyone born of the Spirit. That's an important part, Bart says, interrupting my reading. Oh? Yes, we can't really see the wind or predict everything about it. Just like the Spirit and His work isn't something we can completely understand. He's at work now, here in this room. I give a slight shake of my head and then continue reading. Shortly after, Bart interrupts again. Read it again. Which part? Start with, "No one has gone to heaven," then continue to where you are now. I find the spot he wants. No one has ever gone into heaven except the one who came from heaven, the Son of Man. Just as Moses lifted up the snake in the wilderness, so the Son of Man must be lifted up, that everyone who believes may have eternal life in him. That's what Jesus would call himself, the Son of Man, Bart says. It was one way he claimed he was the Messiah and would save the world. Now the next verse, you have to read it very slowly. It's one of the most important verses in the Bible. I stifle a sigh and an eye roll. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. For God did not send his Son into the world to condemn the world, but to save the world through him. You know this part, right? Sure, Bart. Of course I've heard these verses before. The preacher who was trying to convert my mom said them. Even my mom would talk about it. I know you get hung up on thinking your dad didn't go to heaven. No, I say tersely. I don't get hung up on that at all. I think it is. It's asinine to even consider my dad wouldn't be ushered into heaven, provided there even is a heaven. Heaven would be lucky to have a man like him. But instead, you Christians say since he didn't what? Since he didn't believe in God, he's perished? And according to you, perished means he's gone to hell, right? Do you know he didn't believe? Bart's no longer lying with his eyes closed, but rather looking directly at me, his eyes boring into mine. I know my dad believed in things he could prove. He was a science teacher. He dealt with facts, not fiction. And your thing before about the wind, they know a lot about the wind. That's true, but they don't know everything about it. I deal in facts, too. As a machinist, we have tolerances and must be exact. We can't guess or estimate our math if we want to make our tolerances. I like facts and figures. I also know there's enough facts for me to believe Jesus was sent to earth to save us from ourselves, to save me, to save you and Liam. Did your dad choose to ignore these facts? He gives a shrug. I don't know. I wasn't with him when he passed. Neither were you. Do you know what his final thoughts were? Ben told me your mom said he'd made friends with a local pastor, right? They were friendly, but I don't know if they were friends. He'd still... I bite my lip. He'd sometimes make fun of the things the pastor would say. Not in a mean way, but, well, he thought some of it was odd. Sure, Bart shrugs. But you don't know if the things they'd spoken of may have got your dad thinking, may have had him considering things. Let's get back to reading. I want you to read something from the Gospel of Luke. Bart, I say with considerable patience, I'm happy to read to you, but I'm not interested in a sermon. Humor me, he says, twitching his mustache. Where's Luke? I ask through gritted teeth. Right before John. I can't remember the exact chapter. It's toward the end of the book, during Jesus' crucifixion. My Bible has headings, so you should be able to find it. Shaking my head, I turn back several pages. Seeing the heading Jesus Arrested, I scan down the page and over to the next until I find the crucifixion. Okay, I found the section. Go ahead. Start reading. I read about how Jesus was led away and how the women followed and wailed, how he told them not to weep for him, but for themselves and their children. Some of the stuff I'm reading doesn't even make much sense, but I keep going until I get to the part of Jesus and 2 criminals being crucified. Okay, this is the part, Bart says. Jesus is going to say, "Forgive them, Father, for they don't know what they are doing." Something like that, I say, then read the actual passage. Do you want me to stop now? Oh no, not yet. As I read, a picture is painted of the horrific scene. People were watching and cheering for his death. They were mocking and teasing. They were celebrating his crucifixion. I feel tears brimming my eyes as I imagine the lack of humanity. One of the criminals who hung there hurled insults at him. "Aren't you the Messiah? Save yourself and us." But the other criminal rebuked him. Now we're getting to the good part, Bart says, his eyes shining. This is important, Clarice. I want you to not only read it, but to hear it. I give a nod before continuing. Don't you fear God, he said, since you are under the same sentence? We are punished justly, for we are getting what our deeds deserve. But this man has done nothing wrong. Then he said, Jesus, remember me when you come into your kingdom. Jesus answered him, Truly I tell you, today you will be with me in paradise. See? Bart says excitedly. I shake my head. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to see. The thief. He didn't know the Christ, but hanging there he called out to him, and Jesus responded by saying, You'll be with me in paradise, in the kingdom of God. Okay, and this is important because of your dad. How do you know he wasn't like the thief? How do you know he didn't call out to Jesus in his final days, in his final moments? How do you know the things he and his pastor friend were talking about weren't working on his heart? How do you know he didn't believe Jesus was his Lord and Savior? You hold this grudge against Christians, believing we have sentenced your father to hell for eternity. But you fail to remember, God gives each of us free will. We each have a choice to follow Jesus or not. And you may think you know what your dad's choice was, but you don't. Not really. And you hold a grudge against your mom because you think she made a choice your dad wouldn't have agreed with. When she accepted Christ before her death, you think she was unfaithful to her spouse. That's not true. I don't know for certain what she did. I just suspect it. And I think she was weak. When faced with death, she looked to some fairy tale savior. Or she looked at the facts presented to her and made a choice using those facts. I take a deep breath. I don't want to read any more of this rubbish. You can think whatever you want, Bart, but you don't get to try and strong-arm me into following your fantasy. Free will, Clarice. I can't strong-arm you into anything. You'll either come to Christ freely on your own, or you won't. But one thing I do know, there's never any guarantees. There never was before. But in this new world, he gives a shrug. Life is fleeting. If your mom did accept Christ before she died, she's basking in the glory of heaven. Your dad may be there too. So now you're blackmailing me? Unless I accept Christ, I'll never see them again? I suppose Ben is there too? I'm not blackmailing you. I'm stating a fact. There's one way to get to heaven, and that's by accepting Christ. But Ben, no, he'll be waiting for you in Wyoming when you get there. I shake my head. That's another fairy tale you choose to believe. Ben's dead. He returns my headshake with one of his own. Think on what we've talked about, Clarice. Soon, I'll be with my beloved Jessa again, and I won't be here to share these truths with you. The truth of Jesus. How he is your Savior. I slam the Bible onto the TV tray and stand up so quickly the chair topples over. I don't even bother to write it before storming out of the room. Chapter 27, September 12th. Destiny, Leslie, and Wyatt are still here. Yesterday morning, when my husband and the rest of our supposed group didn't return from night watch, it was not addressed. I had a plan to tell her they were already in the master bedroom sleeping since she and her group took over Ava's room for the night, had they asked. They didn't. As the day went on and both of them took turns sitting with Bart, it became apparent they had no desire to go back to town. I'm glad they took turns with Bart, allowing me to avoid my own turn. Instead, I played with baby Wyatt and spent time with my chickens, purposely avoiding thinking about the reading, the conversation, or Bart's dying. Wyatt is around 5 months old. The girls don't know his exact date of birth, but he's at the age where he's smiling and trying to laugh. Like me, he loves watching the chickens. When Liam told Leslie we had baby formula, her eyes lit up and she asked if we could spare some for Wyatt. He greedily sucked down the small bottle she made. When I asked Leslie if his parents would be missing him, she gave a shake of her head, followed by a shrug, saying, "You should talk to Destiny." I corner Destiny when she's leaving Bart's room. She lifts a finger to her lips and ushers me down the hallway toward the half-bath. Once we're safely away, she says, "His confusion is increasing, and so is his discomfort. The herbs aren't helping much for pain. I'll need to switch to the narcotics. I know you wanted to continue with the antibiotics, but at this point, you're just throwing them away." Bart and I agreed we'd continue them through today then. Then he wants to stop. Your choice, of course, but one more dose isn't going to help him, where it might make a difference if your son were to get sick. I'm sticking with the plan. She gives me a solemn nod. It's hard to let go. I bite my lip, attempting to keep the tears at bay. It's not fair, I say quietly as the tears run down my face. No, it doesn't seem fair, not at all. You should go in and sit with him. He should be with people who love him. That's the best gift you can give him now. I stay with Bart and keep watch from the bedroom while Liam sleeps. Instead of waking him at 2 a.m. for his watch shift, as we agreed, I stay up the entire night. Bart's in and out. Sometimes he's completely lucid and himself. Other times, he's riddled with confusion. As the sun rises on a new day, Bart turns to me and says, "No more fish pills. Liam or the baby might need them." I slide into the chair next to him, reaching for his hand. "You're sure?" "Yeah, they're not doing any good. I can feel myself fading away." I pull his hand close to me, leaning into it as I cry. "It's okay, Melissa. Don't cry, baby girl," he says. "Daddy's here." His confusion and calling me Melissa causes me to cry harder. "I'm sorry, Bart. I'm so sorry we couldn't help you." "The wallet. It has photos you might want. There's some money, but we know it's no good now." Maybe someday it'll be useful. Tell Ben, when you see him, tell him how proud I've always been." Unable to speak, I give a nod. After many minutes, Bart's asleep again. A noise at the door causes me to look up. "Do you want me to sit with him so you can get some sleep?" Destiny asks me. "Why are you here? Why did you bring Leslie and Wyatt here?" "I wanted to bring you the information and the medicine to help with your dad's passing." "He's my father-in-law, my husband's dad, not mine." "Yes, but you love him like he's yours, and he loves you. He told me about Melissa and Jessa yesterday. He told me how Melissa would be a lot like you, strong yet loving. He says sometimes you get too strong and come off wrong, but he knows your heart. He said you don't want to go to Wyoming, but you know it's best for Liam." I answer with a nod. There's no longer a time for caring about what I want or don't want. I know that now. But you didn't answer my question. Why are you here? And how is it your people are okay with you being here? Being with strangers? "I think you know," she says quietly. "Just like I know your husband isn't sleeping upstairs during the daytime and watching in the woods at night." "Your dad left you to go to the FEMA camp?" "Of course not," she says, her face aghast. "They killed my dad, Leslie's and Wyatt's parents too, so they could take our vehicles." "What?" I say in a gasp. "Why would they do that?" She moves from the door to the second bed, sitting on the edge. "There was a community meeting. Someone had come through town and told us about the camp. Most of the town wanted to go. With the small convenience store emptied of food, everyone was scared. A few people were killing elk and deer, but many thought it wouldn't be enough. Dr. Jewell said we could make it through the winter on wild game, and if we grew gardens in the spring, we'd probably be okay. But the FEMA camp was a huge draw. So it was decided anyone who wanted to go would, and those who wanted to stay could stay." Okay, sounds reasonable. Seemed like it would be, until someone pointed out the need for running vehicles. There were a few. You know how small-town folks tend to hold on to things, so there's old cars and trucks city folk would never be caught dead driving. My dad had a pickup. Leslie's parents had a Ford Pinto. That thing was awful. Wyatt's parents had a beautiful 1966 Mustang. We were among the group of a dozen families who decided not to go. A lady who used to be friends with my mom said they should be forced to give up their cars for the good of the community. It got ugly after that. Wyatt's parents were killed first. We don't know who did it. They took the baby to Dr. Jewell's place, leaving him on the doorstep. My dad was shot, but not killed. Long range when he was outside of our house. Those cowards. She pauses to make sure I'm following along. I give a nod, which she returns before saying, "Like Bart, he suffered for days. Dr. Jewell gave me the medicine to help relieve his pain. What I had left is what I've brought for Bart." I feel my mouth hanging open and my head shaking. "You don't know who did it? There was no justice for killing Wyatt's parents and your dad?" "None," she says with a shake of her head. She continues in a monotone voice. "Dr. Jewell came over one day with the baby and Leslie. She was a mess. Her parents were missing. My dad was in his final hours of life when Dr. Jewell made me take Leslie and Wyatt and go into hiding. I said my goodbyes, gathered up some clothes and things of my mom's that I didn't want to lose, and we left. We stayed in the woods in an old cabin. After several days, I snuck back into town. The town was empty. My dad was still in his bed, dead. All the families that planned to stay were dead, murdered. I found Leslie's folks, too. They'd been tied up before being executed. Our neighbors did it. I stare at her for many moments before saying, "I'm so sorry, Destiny." Yeah, before they left, they cleaned out the town, taking things of value, or what they thought would have value. It was good they left my mom's books. I guess they figured since they had Dr. Jewel, an actual physician, they didn't need books and garbage from a former nurse and naturopath. So, that's why we're here. We don't have any reason to stay in town. I'm kicking myself for not thinking of coming out here before seeing you in town. And I can't believe no one remembered the frog or the business Jeff had. That's kind of a miracle. I guess it is, I say, nodding. We'll leave what we can for you. There are some things we want to take along as I don't know the right thing to say, but to give to the people who will house us. We don't want to show up empty-handed. She furrows her brow. I was hoping maybe you could at least take Wyatt with you. Leslie, too. I can't. She shakes her head. I can't take care of them. She drops her eyes to the floor. Did you tell Bart about this? I ask quietly. Many of the things he said now make sense. No, but he seemed to know. He told me we were smart to come here. I leave the room, making my way to the living room where Liam is sitting on the couch, where he's started sleeping each night. Hey, you're awake, I say, plopping down next to him. Yeah, I was going into Grandpa's room when I heard you and Destiny talking. They need to come with us. No, Liam, I say quietly. We can't leave them here. She's right. She can't take care of them. How would they get food? We'll leave things for them. There's water here. They'll be fine. You can't be serious, Mom. They won't be fine. My responsibility is to you and you alone, I say in a low voice. Do you not remember we were starving just a few short weeks ago? You could have died. They've lost everyone, Mom, and if we don't take them with us, they will die. Either we all go or I stay here with them. Fine. Then we spend the winter here. That works for me. I jump to my feet. I'd much rather be here than go to Molly Caldwell's house begging for a handout. Open-mouthed, he shakes his head and quickly averts his eyes. I stomp up the stairs to the master bedroom. I spend several minutes pacing the room, having a complete conversation with myself before I start getting ready for bed. After days of limited sleep and being up all night, I'm physically exhausted. I change into sweatpants and a t-shirt belonging to Isabel. The sweats are too short, but at least they aren't the awful elastic around the ankle kind, so they're comfortable. I cinch in the waist, using the drawstring so they don't fall off. My hair, which I've been able to spend a little more time on here, thanks to a wide selection of hair care products in the bathroom, is no longer a rat's nest. I've been wearing it in braids to keep it tame. I take them out and give it a good brushing. I should re-braid it before I rest, but decide to leave it loose. I flip and flop in the bed, trying to get comfortable. I was cruel to Liam. What kind of mom talks like that to her son? Especially when her son was being kind and loving. Especially when her son is right. Destiny and the others can't stay here for the winter for the same reasons we can't stay here, or couldn't stay at Levi and Amelia's, or even in our own home. It's too dangerous. Even with the addition of Destiny and Leslie to help keep watch, we can't do it. With losing Bart, I heave out a sigh. Bart's been the one keeping us going. Not only has he been more devoted to night watch, but he's also the only one of us who can accurately shoot. If it would have been me shooting at those guys when Liam fell and hurt his ankle, I'm not sure it would have ended well for us. I'm not sure I could have kept Liam safe. How can I protect 3 more people? And Bart knows things. The memories and knowledge from his childhood kept us from fully starving. Liam can do the traps and snares. He's taken them over while we've been here. And in addition to rabbits, he's caught squirrels and birds too. But foraging for the different berries was all Bart. Even though Liam has been writing down the things Bart shares about his childhood, it's not enough. No, without Bart, I'm not sure even Liam and I can make it to Molly's. No way we can take 3 more. Maybe we should go to the FEMA camp. I could leave them there. Someone would take care of them. At some point, I must have faded off. I wake slightly confused to my name being said. Not Clarice, but Mom. I say, turning toward the door. Mom. Liam has his head poking into the room. Grandpa's asking for you. Destiny says she thinks he's... He scrunches up his face and shakes his head. He's crying. I'll be right there. He gives me a nod and closes the door. I pile my hair on top of my head and secure it with a large tie. I close my eyes and suck in a deep breath. Not yet, I say aloud. I'm not ready to lose Bart. I need to tell him I'm sorry about storming out. Even though I may not believe the same as he does, I shouldn't have reacted the way I did. Are you sure you don't believe? I swivel my head toward the door. It's closed. My heart is pounding as I look for the voice. I give a small, nervous laugh and shake my head. It's nothing. My imagination. A shiver runs through my body. It sounded real. Downstairs, Liam is in the chair by Bart's bed. A second chair has been brought in from the kitchen. I slide into it, reaching for Liam's hand. He's holding on to Bart, who is sleeping. His breathing sounds labored and irregular. I give Liam's hand a squeeze. He wakes up for short times, but he's more confused. We were talking earlier, and he wasn't too bad. But now... Liam shakes his head. Has Destiny given him the painkillers? He wouldn't take any, said he isn't in pain, and we should keep it in case we need it. He did take more acetaminophen, though. But even with it, his fever has increased. I give a nod. The acetaminophen hasn't helped with the fever much at all. The fish drugs were bringing it down slightly, but since we've stopped those, I expected it to increase. Bart's eyes shoot open and he turns his head to look at us. You have to keep going, he says. Staying here isn't an option. Don't get any harebrained ideas about the camp either. What those town people did, you don't want to be around them. Stick with the plan. Ben will be at Molly's. He closes his eyes and lets out a loud, raspy breath. Chapter 28, September 14th. Let me take over for a little while. No, Mom. I want to do this for Grandpa. You can make sure he's ready. Liam quickly drops his eyes and clears his throat. Bart was a huge part of Liam's life. With the bond they had, I can see why my son wants to do this last thing for his grandpa. Digging his grave is his final show of respect and love. All right, Liam. Rest as often as you need to and keep drinking water. I'll take care of everything else. Back inside Isabel and Jeff's house, I find a sheet in the linen closet. I know I saw a spool of thread and a few needles somewhere when we first arrived and were poking around. Rummaging through a drawer in the master bedroom, I find the sewing supplies. As I'm walking down the stairs, I realize the best thing to do is to wrap the fitted sheet that's already underneath Bart around him, and then stitch it closed. Liam will have to help me move him from the room to the grave. I wish Ben were here. "Can I help you?" Leslie asks. "I know how to sew." I give her a tight smile. "Thanks, but I want to do it." She gives a nod. "Does Liam need help?" "He's determined." I close my eyes and give a small shake of my head. "I understand," Leslie says. "Destiny thinks it's going to snow today." "Really? It's already warm outside, warmer than it's been in days. I can't imagine it'll snow." The clouds look like snow, and sometimes it does that. It's warm in the morning, and then the temperature plummets. "It's only September." She answers with a shrug. "Let me know if you need help. And then, when it's time, we'd like to be with you." While getting Bart's body ready, I go through his wallet, the well-worn leather smooth from years of use. There's several $100s in various denominations in the main section, his driver's license and a few credit cards, then a plastic photo holder, the old kind that lets the pictures flop out. I spend many minutes looking at each one. There's a very old photo from his and Jessa's wedding, along with a picture of the two of them holding a baby. Since the baby is in a dress, it must be Melissa rather than Ben. The three of them look so happy. There's a later picture of them with Ben. While they still look happy, there's a sadness in Jessa's eyes that isn't there in the other picture. I find a school photo of Ben. He must be 8 or 9 and has the worst haircut ever, something resembling a bowl cut, but the back of his hair is standing up. I can't help but laugh and wonder why Bart kept this picture in his wallet. Then there's a wedding picture of me and Ben, and a second one of us that includes Bart and Jessa. One of Liam's baby pictures is next, along with several of his school photos. There's a photograph of the three of them, Bart, Ben, and Liam when he was 10, that I took with my digital camera. Bart liked it so much he asked if I'd make a print for him. Because he wanted wallet-sized, I couldn't just get a single print because it came 4 to a sheet. I gave him the one and shoved the other 3 in a drawer at home. I'm fairly certain that was the last time I developed a physical print. All the rest of our photos are digital. Will we ever have access to them again? I pull the wallet close to my chest. This is all we have left of Ben and Bart. After completing Bart's burial shroud, I go outside to check on Liam. Seeing me, he says, "Just finishing up? Do you think it's deep enough?" Standing in the grave, only his nose and above is showing. Sprouting up over the last year, my son is now taller than my 5'10" and just shorter than his dad's height of 6'1". "It's good," I say. "I have your grandpa ready." There's a short ladder in the garage. Can you grab it for me so I can get out? I didn't think of getting out until I couldn't. While I'm retrieving the ladder, I also grab the utility cart to help move Bart to his final resting place. He died right at daylight this morning, with Liam and me each holding a hand. Yesterday, he was barely lucid, but this morning when he woke up, his eyes were bright. He looked at Liam and gave him a smile that broke my heart. He turned to me and said, "Won't be long now. Can you open the curtains so I can see the new day?" Destiny was quick to take care of that for him. He gave her a nod and said, "You're an asset. I'm glad Clarice will have help." He then turned to Liam, saying, "I want you to have my Bible. It was the last gift your grandma gave me, and I know she'd want you to have it. My watch, too, of course." He tapped the wristwatch Liam has taken to wearing. Liam answered with a nod. "Clarice," Bart said, his voice catching. He put his hand to his heart before moving it to his mouth and kissing his fingers, then sent them in my direction. He turned his head toward the window. He was smiling when he died. The last few days he'd talked about seeing Jessa and Melissa again. I hope he got his wish. Moving Bart isn't easy. He's tall, like his son and grandson, but has lost considerable weight in the time since we've left our homes. His death was about 6 hours ago, and he's started to stiffen. I wish again that Ben were here, not only to help us, but to be able to say goodbye to his dad. Of course, Ben is also dead, and if there is an afterlife, he and his dad are once again together. Destiny helps Liam and me get Bart into the grave. Leslie, holding Wyatt, is also there. Once he's positioned, Liam says, "Let me go get Grandpa's Bible. He told me what I should read." Liam returns after a couple of minutes. "Grandpa said we should remember that, even though we're sad he died, he's happy, and with my grandma and Aunt Melissa. He had me bookmark this verse so I could find it." Liam clears his throat before starting. There is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens. A time to be born and a time to die. A time to plant and a time to uproot. A time to kill and a time to heal. A time to tear down and a time to build. A time to weep and a time to laugh. A time to mourn and a time to dance. He looks at me and says, "Grandpa is dancing. You know how he always talked about taking Grandma dancing. He said he thinks in heaven they are surrounded by happiness and laughter. There's no weeping or mourning. They'll dance for Jesus and bask in his glory." I think it sounds pretty amazing. Tears stream down my face as I give a nod. I do hope Bart is right, that he is with Jessa and Melissa again, and they're all healthy and whole. "I've made a decision," Liam says, his voice increasing an octave on the final word. "Like Grandpa, I've chosen to accept Jesus as my Lord and Savior. Someday, I'll also join them in heaven." I close my eyes at his pronouncement. Biting my lip, I give a nod. "Amen," Leslie says. "Does anyone else want to say anything?" Liam asks. "Mom?" I shake my head and wipe my eyes. I don't have much to say other than thank you, Bart. Thank you for getting us this far. Thank you for keeping Liam and I safe more than once. My voice squeaks as I try and talk through my tears. I don't know how we'll make it without you, but we will. I will get Liam, I say as I take a deep breath and meet Destiny's eyes, and the others to Wyoming. Destiny gives me a solemn nod before mouthing, "Thank you." Covering Bart with the dirt takes only a short while. This time, Liam allows Leslie and I to help while Destiny holds Wyatt. After we're finished, a shiver runs through me. I'm slightly damp from sweat, and the wind has picked up. There's a definite chill in the air. I turn to Destiny. "Leslie said you think it might snow?" "I do," she says, cuddling Wyatt closer and kissing the top of his head. "It's only September." "Right, late September." "Late September?" I look to Liam. We kinda lost track of time," he says to Destiny. "We think it's September 14th. Destiny looks to Leslie, who shakes her head before saying, "It's the 23rd. I have a small calendar in my pack so I can keep track." I give a nod. "Liam, can you make sure to update our calendar? That means your birthday is the day after tomorrow." He shakes his head. I give him a small smile. Almost 14. The revelation of his birthday being so soon does little to affect him. I understand. It's not like we'll be having a party or doing anything overly special. With a nod, he says, "I'll change the calendar, And Grandpa's Bible has a place to record his date of death. Grandma and Melissa are already in there. I'll put the correct date in for him. We're eating lunch, rabbit stew, when it starts to snow. With a shake of his head and a small smile, Liam says, I guess you were right, Destiny. How long do you think it'll keep snowing? Today at least. Maybe overnight. I'll need to go into town once it stops. Are there things you want to bring along? If we have room. But I need to. She looks at Leslie, then quietly says, We weren't able to bury them. I moved everyone to a small house on the edge of town. With the snow, I think it will be safe to... She clears her throat. We need to burn the house. Leslie has tears running down her cheeks as she says, I want to go with you. I know, Destiny nods. If it stops snowing overnight, we can take care of it first thing in the morning. How will you get it to burn? Liam asks. Liam, I say with a gasp. Well, he answers, with the snow, won't it be harder? It's true, Destiny says. We've already filled the inside of the house with dry twigs and wood, plus some furniture and clothing that seemed flammable. And we found a partial jug of kerosene, several containers of lighter fluid for grilling, and a couple partial bottles of rancid oil. I'll light it with road flares. Liam nods. That sounds like a solid plan. Maybe, Destiny answers. We just want to do what we can for them. It's not right how they were just left. As she says it, I realize my thoughts of dumping them off at the FEMA camp were very wrong. For her town to do what they did, there's no way I could put them through seeing any of them again. Is there anything here that will help with your plan? Not that I can think of. I know Jeff has the gas cans in the shed with the lawnmower, but we'll need them for the car. I nod. I've already emptied those into the bug. We'll need to take the empties for finding fuel along the way. How difficult will it be? Destiny asks. Easy, Liam says quickly. We used to have dirt bikes and were able to keep them going. Just punch a hole in the gas tank of an abandoned car and there you go. It might not be as easy now, I say, trying to keep any worry out of my voice. It's been several months. Others may have started doing the same thing. We'll just have to see. Do you think we'll be walking again? He asks me with wide eyes. I think there's a chance. Let's spend the afternoon figuring out the backpacks. We already had one packed for Bart. Let's check it and make sure it'll work for either Destiny or Leslie. And make sure they can carry both yours and mine. We'll take turns carrying Wyatt along with the duffel bag. Everyone else will carry a backpack. Liam shakes his head. I sure hope we don't have to walk again. No, that's not right. I pray we don't have to walk again. Chapter 29, September 24th. Even though it's later in September than Liam and I thought, it still seems much too early for snow. Especially almost 24 hours of snow. Big, fat flakes keep falling. It'll stop for a while, and I'll think it's over. Then it starts up again. Finally, the sun comes out, and Destiny declares the snow is finished. I nervously offer to drive Destiny and Leslie into town. With the snow on the ground, I'm not entirely convinced the little bug will even make it out of the driveway. It probably won't be too bad once we reach the pavement, Destiny says. The ground underneath might still be warm enough the snow didn't stick. You think? I ask. With a shrug, she says, I'll walk down and check if you want. Also, they have good tires on the Frog. That'll help. Destiny walks down to the road and returns shortly after, saying there's still a skiff of snow, but it's already starting to melt off the blacktop. With a nervous sigh, I agree we'll give it a go. Reluctantly, Liam stays with Wyatt. He tries to make a good argument for going along, but him keeping Wyatt while I attempt to navigate the roads is helpful to me. Destiny was right. Once we get out of the yard and down the gravel driveway, there aren't any real issues. The house they chose to use as their funeral pyre is well away from other homes, and even has the vegetation cleared around it. "Did you do this?" I ask, motioning to the snow-covered yard. Destiny nods. "We wanted to make sure the fire wouldn't spread. They didn't have any trees, just a few shrubs, so it was fairly easy. We added those to the inside of the house as part of the tinder. It's been a while, so it should all be dried out by now." While Destiny is very matter-of-fact about the situation, Leslie has a much more difficult time. She is tearful and staring at the ground. "Are you ready?" Destiny asks. Leslie gives a small shrug. "I wish we could have buried them." "I know, but there were too many. You saw how long it took Liam to dig Bart's grave. We'd still be digging." "How many?" I ask quietly. 35. I close my eyes. I'm so sorry. I can't even... I'm sorry. "So, you're ready?" Destiny asks Leslie again. "Do you want to say anything?" Leslie starts to shake her head, then stops. "I like what Liam read for Bart, a season for everything. My parents liked to dance, and they loved being together. And I know they're happy I'm okay. I was with my friend when they went missing. I wish when Dr. Jewel brought Wyatt and me to Destiny and told us to hide that we could have also got my friend and her little brother. Instead, they're here too, along with their parents." She stops speaking as her tears overcome her. Destiny, who already has an arm around Leslie's shoulder, pulls her close. I swallow hard. The 35 dead included children. I should have realized it, but I assumed since Wyatt had been spared, so would other children. What happened in this town to make them turn on each other in such a way they would murder children? "Goodbye, Dad," Destiny says, her voice strong and clear. "I know you're with Mom and your friends you lost when you were in the service. Thanks for teaching me things. I know sometimes I thought it was stupid. But now I'll be able to help Clarice and the people we are going to stay with." I wonder about the things her dad taught her. Will they help us reach Wyoming? Now, of course, is not the time to ask. After a couple minutes of silence, Destiny asks Leslie if she wants to say anything else. With a shake of her head, Leslie says, "I can't do the fire part." "It's okay. Clarice, can you help me?" I have a knot in my stomach as I agree I will. "Okay, let me get the kerosene and stuff spread around." "Did you want me to do it?" I ask. "No," she answers harshly. She clears her throat and, in a much kinder voice, says, "Thank you, but this is something I must do on my own." "Where is it? Can I help you carry it?" "Inside the house. I figured with the smell, no one would be going in there messing with things. You know, if someone happened upon our town." She gives Leslie another squeeze before slipping away and going inside. Even from several feet away, the smell is intense when she opens the door. She moves to the front window, opening it a few inches. After a moment, she's at another window to the right of the door. It's several minutes before she returns. "The brush looks really dry. I think it should flame up well." She hands me 3 road flares, keeping 3 for herself. "I'll go around the back. Do you want to do the front? Toss one in the door and the 2 open windows." I'll toss one in the back door and a window on each end of the house. I wish we had a couple more, but this should do." Not waiting for me to respond, she walks around the house, her boots crunching through the snow. As she leaves, Leslie says, "I'll take one. The one for the back room." She points to the small window to the right of the door. "My mom and dad are in this bedroom. I didn't help move them. Destiny did it all, but she told me where she put them." "Do you know how to light the flare?" I ask. She nods as I hand it to her, and she quickly moves to the window. I step to the front door, watching as she lights her flare. She mouths something that may be "I love you" and chucks it in. I fire up the door flare, toss it inside, then move to the living room window. As soon as it's in, I turn to see Destiny standing with Leslie several yards from the house, their arms around each other. I join them as the flames become visible in the back bedroom. "Let's step back a little farther," I say. It's only a few minutes until the house is fully engulfed. Even though we're well dressed for the cold and the fire is beginning to put off its own heat, I find myself shivering. There's a new, terrible smell filling the air. I pull the scarf wrapped around my neck up to cover my mouth and nose. I should have thought about this and brought the vapor rub for under our noses. When it's obvious the fire will do its job, Destiny turns to me and says, "Should we grab the things Leslie and I have salvaged? We can take it all and decide what will fit in the car for the trip." She directs me to her house. As we load the car, I'm shocked at the items they'd found. "The houses were pretty much emptied out," Leslie says. "But when we went through them again, we discovered they were kind of picky about some stuff. They didn't take partial bags or bottles of food or other items, like cooking oil. Some of the cooking oil was rancid, which we used for the fire, but we kept the stuff that still smelled fine." "You should have said something about these a few days ago," I say, mildly chastising them as I practically drool over a partial bag of pinto beans. Our meals would have been much more interesting, and we certainly could have used the fat. "We didn't know what you'd decide," Destiny answers. "If you wouldn't take us with you, we'd need these things." I stifle a sigh. I can't fault her. I wasn't overly kind to them while I was figuring out exactly what it was they wanted from us. "You should have been honest with me from the beginning." "Like you were with us?" I thought your people would attack." "So did I," she says, standing tall. "Okay, fine." I lift a hand in surrender. "Point taken. Let's get everything loaded. We might need to make a second trip. I have no idea how we'll get all of this in the little bug." "We could tie it on top," Leslie says. I stare at her for a moment, trying to think how that would work. "You know," she says, motioning to the roof with her hands, "put it all in a big bag or something and then just wrap some rope through the windows." "Would it work?" Destiny asks me. "Maybe. I don't know, but I like the idea. And there's several tarps in Jeff's garage." "This is about it," Destiny says, exiting the house with a shotgun. I'm beaming as I say, "That's a great find." "This was my dad's. He had it hidden in our shed." "Do you have ammo for it?" "Of course. It wouldn't have done any good to hide the shotgun without hiding shells, too." She's right, and I feel kind of dumb for asking. "Did he hide any other guns?" "He did, but not as well. I checked the other places I knew about, and they were all empty. I should have taken them when we fled." "At least you have the pistol," Leslie says. Destiny gives Leslie a dirty look, causing her to cower before Destiny stomps off. "What's this?" I ask. Ignoring me, she calls back over her shoulder. I'm going to take a look and make sure there's nothing else we can't live without. Okay, so Destiny has a gun. She's back in a few minutes saying, "That's it, except for fuel. They took most of it, but my dad had a 5-gallon can hidden with the shotgun." "Let's put it in the car," I say. "Did the other people take the fuel from the cars the EMP wiped out?" "Most of the cars were pretty low since we had a problem with getting gas, thanks to the cyber attacks and everything else. Let's see if we can get enough to fill the car. Remember how Liam mentioned we punched holes in the gas tanks to fill the dirt bikes?" "We didn't know to try that," Leslie says. "There's plenty of dead cars." It takes us about 20 minutes to empty enough gas tanks to fill up the bug. We've crammed everything in the car, filling up the storage space under the hood and the back seat. Leslie and Destiny share the passenger's seat for the drive back. As soon as we're out of town, I ask, "What's this about a gun?" Leslie's head drops to look at her lap. I see Destiny elbow her lightly before saying, "I have a right to protect myself." "Absolutely. I'm not trying to bust your chops about this, but if we're traveling together, it's something I should be aware of. Do you know how to use it?" "Wouldn't do much good if I didn't," she scoffs. I can't help but smile at her mild hostility. She puts on a tough front for sure. "So, that's a yes?" "Of course it's a yes." I choose to let it slide for the moment. When we're back at the house, I'll confirm her knowledge. The snow has completely melted from the pavement, allowing for a quick and easy drive. We quickly unload, piling everything in the living room. There are several things I'm sure we'll end up leaving behind, but it'll be good to sort it all and then decide based on our space. I look through the treasures and pick out things to make for a late lunch. There were partial containers of cornmeal, flour, and baking powder, which I turn into pancakes. The addition of an egg from Little Brown, along with a huge dollop of oil, help make them light and fluffy, even though the liquid I use is water. They are so good. After eating, I make a second, even larger batch so we can take them on the road. I also put beans in water to start cooking them, then we begin to attack the pile. We sort things into piles based on category. While the food pile is incredibly interesting, the small self-defense pile is where we start. The shotgun has 4 boxes of shells, but 2 of the boxes, which are double-aught buck used for self-defense, have only 5 rounds per box. The third box is 25 rounds for hunting waterfowl, and the last is the same number for shooting clay pigeons or things like grouse. I didn't know any of this, but Destiny makes a point of showing us. She also makes a point of teaching us how the shotgun works. It has a 5-round magazine and is pump action. Before the sun sets, we take a few minutes in the backyard. Leslie, who was already trained on it before they found us, holds Wyatt. While we don't fire any shots, we load and unload it several times, making sure we know how to work the pump. "This is a 12 gauge, Destiny says. It has some kick to it when you shoot, so you want to make sure to pull it snug against your shoulder. Now each of you get to reload it and work the pump again." After she finally decides we could handle the gun, I say, "Liam and I have the rifle you've seen. I want to make sure both of you know how to work it. It's a lever action. Liam's really good with it. He'll show you how it works." We go through the same process of loading and unloading, then move on to dry firing. When everyone is comfortable with the rifle, I say, "And we have 2 handguns. I have a subcompact 9mm, and Liam's carrying a revolver." "Destiny, what's your pistol?" She flares her nostrils and gives me a side eye before muttering, "It's a Walther 380. So, just a little one? Liam asks. She swings her head in his direction. It was my mom's, and it'll do the job. I rest my hand on Liam's shoulder before asking, You said you know how to use it? That's right. My dad was in the military. When he retired and we moved here, he made sure we knew how to handle weapons. What branch of the military was your dad in? Liam asks. He's a Marine. He was a Marine. And he taught you Marine stuff? Liam asks. He taught her lots of things, Leslie says, and when the lights went out, he taught our entire town things so we could all survive. It wasn't right for them to turn on him, to turn on our families like they did. If we would have all stuck together, Destiny's dad could have got us through this. They knew they had to kill him, Destiny says quietly. I know how to use her gun too, Leslie says. Destiny showed me. How much ammo do you have? I ask. Destiny shakes her head. Not enough. 2 full magazines and a partial box. They took the rest when they found my dad's stashes. Okay. It's a short drive to Molly's, so we'll be okay. Humph, Liam snorts. I choose to ignore his response as I say, Let me show you my pistol. After familiarizing them with the SIG, we look at the revolver left behind by Jeff and Isabel. Then Destiny somewhat reluctantly shows us her pistol too. I'm not going to lie, it's a beauty. Almost too pretty to shoot. It has a strange trigger, though. It's a double action, single action, Destiny says, which means it has a longer, heavier trigger pull on the first shot. After the first shot, the hammer stays back in the cocked position, so when you squeeze the trigger again, it has a lighter single-action pull. Makes sense? I shake my head while Liam shrugs. Yeah, it'll make sense if you use it. Just remember, the first shot is harder. After that, it gets easier. My dad said it was some fancy idea to help prevent negligent discharges. We go through dry firing each of the pistols. Liam and I have each dry fired the SIG many times, but never Jeff and Isabel's revolver. And Destiny was right about her pistol. It is hard to pull the trigger, but not much more difficult than the revolver. The nice thing about the revolver is we can pull the hammer back if needed. As the sun sets, we go back inside the house. Liam brings 2 small tarps and a skein of rope from the garage to use for Leslie's idea of tying things to the roof. To keep things contained within the tarps, we use the rest of the backpacks from Jeff's business shed. What are these? Liam asks, holding up 2 large metal platforms with cleats and laces. They seem like something I should recognize, but I don't. I give a shake of my head as Leslie answers, Snowshoes. Snowshoes, Liam repeats. For walking in snow? More like walking on snow, Destiny says. They help keep you from sinking. We should stop in town and see about finding some for you two. She turns to Leslie. How many pairs did we find? I think there's some in the garage, Liam says, bouncing up from his seat on the ground. Leslie and Destiny discuss how they should have thought about grabbing snowshoes when we were in town. I play with baby Wyatt, making faces at him, trying to make him laugh. After a few minutes, Liam returns with similar-looking items, these made of plastic. Those will work? Destiny said. They're not as good as these, but they'll do. I'm kind of surprised they don't have better ones. Isabel and Jeff did a lot of hiking. Maybe they were only fair-weather hikers. Did you find winter clothes? Leslie asks. We found coats and puffy pants. There was... Liam swallows hard before continuing. There were a pair of insulated bibs that would have fit my grandpa. Leslie nods. It's probably going to snow again. She looks to Destiny for confirmation. It may, Destiny agrees. It's cool enough that we should plan on it. Winter clothes and boots take up lots of space, but they're needed. Mom and I each have a coat and pants in the duffel bag. I have snow boots, too. Do you have snow boots? Leslie asks me. I haven't found any in my size, I answer, shaking my head. I wish you would have said something earlier when we were in town, Destiny says. Those hiking boots you're wearing might be fine for walking, but they won't keep your feet warm. I was fine today, I tell her. I'm wearing 2 pairs of wool socks. It wasn't cold today, Leslie says. I blink my eyes several times, thinking how to respond. While it wasn't freezing today, it was cold. Cold enough I needed my coat zipped up and my scarf pulled tight. How much colder can it get? In September, Leslie asks. I give a slight nod. Below freezing. In another month it'll be below 0. My eyes go wide. Could be below 0, Destiny corrects. Sometimes it's nice into November. We just never know. Maybe your friends will have boots for you. Wyoming gets even colder than we do. Parts of it, anyway. We each have 2 pairs of boots, Leslie says. That way, you don't have to wear the same pair every day. They get wet and need to dry out. Like Liam, I'm hoping, almost to the point of praying, we don't end up on foot again. With the car, we'll be able to make it to Molly's place within a day or so. Destiny knows how to drive a Standard, so she and I will switch off. Liam says he's more than happy to learn, and I'll likely take him up on it. With winter already giving us a teaser, I can't imagine what it may be like if we end up walking. You think you might know where I can find snow boots? I ask Destiny. What size? Women's 10. Yeah, I have a few ideas. Do you have warm clothes for Wyatt? Liam asks. He has a snowsuit. Will it be enough? I found a box of baby clothes in the garage. There's some kind of quilted sack thing he'll probably fit into. That might be a good idea, I say. It's well after dark before we finish loading the car, including tying the tarps on top. As we go back inside, Liam asks, How do you want to arrange watch tonight? I'll take the final watch, I say. That way I can make sure we're ready to leave and can wake everyone up. You don't think it'll make it hard on you, with needing to drive? Destiny asks. The 3 of us can handle it tonight. You'll be driving too, I remind her. It's almost 9. You take first watch until 11, then Liam can have 11 to 1. Leslie, 1 to 3. I'll finish it off. I want to start waking everyone up before 6. Chapter 30. September 25th. I tossed and turned before falling asleep, making it exceedingly difficult to get out of bed when Leslie woke me. Since then, I've done my usual night watch of walking from window to window. In addition to walking, I turn more of the flour into flat, hard biscuits. Okay, probably not actual biscuits. I use water, flour, and salt to make a thick dough, and then roll it out, cooking them in the skillet over low heat until they're dry and crispy. Liam said one of the things Bart mentioned was hardtack, a cross between a cracker and biscuit. His mom would make them for his dad to take along when he was working away from home. Bart wasn't completely sure, but the recipe he remembered had only the 3 ingredients, his mom often substituting cornmeal or another milled grain for the flour. As I walk and cook, I think of several small items to tuck in with us, all things that will not only be helpful for us, but also to buy our way into Molly's place. I wake Liam up first, ruffling his hair and telling him happy birthday. While there won't be any real celebration, I do have something special planned food-wise. There are a few dehydrated desserts from Jeff's store. One is a just-add cold water cheesecake. When we stop for lunch today, we'll have that. Now, it's almost sunrise, our designated time to leave. As Destiny finishes getting Wyatt ready, Liam and I take a final walk to Bart's grave to say our last goodbyes. There's still patches of snow from where the sun didn't reach it yesterday. I wonder how the roads will be today. Hopefully, the pavement will be warm enough it will have melted off, like it has here. Destiny says we'll have several higher elevations to travel through that may have snow. Liam found a box of car chains with "Frog" written on them. We're bringing them along. Having lived in Oregon my entire life, I've never put chains on. The few times we've needed them, Ben took care of it. Destiny assures me she can help, that it'll be fine. Do you think, after this is over, we'll be able to visit his grave again? Liam asks. I'm sure we'll be able to, I answer. Destiny and Leslie might want to return to here too. When will it be over, Mom? I wish I knew. I pull him close to me, spending several minutes like this before I ask, You ready, birthday boy? Seeing the well-loaded car in the daylight almost makes me laugh. It's so jam-packed, it could be some kind of sad meme. In addition to the two knobby, bulging tarps, there's two small fuel cans between the two tarp packages, secured with several bungee cords to keep them upright. We'll stop in town and punch out a few more tanks to fill them. Destiny wants to add the larger can of her dad's, but I'm not sure adding more weight to the top of the car is smart. Instead, we'll stop whenever we see a car and get what we can. One of the things brought from the stash of goods was a car seat for Wyatt. Destiny already has him buckled into the back seat. At some point, Isabel and Jeff must have retrofitted seatbelts in this car. In a vehicle this age, I expected only lap belts, if any. But both front seats and the two spots behind the front seats in the back all have shoulder belts. The middle back has a lap belt. Wyatt is in the middle, with Destiny behind the driver's seat, and Leslie behind the passengers, holding my little chickens in a box on her lap. Things we need easy access to are inside the car. Day packs for each of us with essentials in case of an emergency, along with other items. The loaded and ready-to-carry backpacks are under the hood. While we had originally wanted to bring the wagon, with so many of us in the car, there was no way it'd fit. Liam found a red, plastic, 3-person toboggan, which we tucked into the trunk first. Liam insists, if we end up on foot again, we'll be thankful we have it. Destiny thought it was a great idea and said she knows where there's a saucer-style sled in town. We left room for it under the hood. We ready? I ask. Everyone agrees we are, and I pull out of the driveway. I can't help but look to the edge of the forest where we've left Bart. I try and ignore the tears as they escape. Even though Liam and I had said we'd take the main roads and get to Molly's as quick as possible, Destiny brought us back to our senses. After she heard our story of losing Ben, it felt good to finally come clean about that lie. And then losing our dirt bikes, combined with what they experienced in their own town, she insisted we stick to back roads. Liam privately told me he thought she was right. It's just not worth the risk, especially since our car is so loaded and we might be a target. After filling the fuel cans in town, Destiny again suggests taking the larger can of her dad's. I think if we put it directly in the middle, it'll be fine, she says. Do we have any more bungee cords? I ask Liam. No, that's it. I have a few zip ties, Destiny says. They're still at my house. What if we zip tie it in place? I'll bring extras so we can reattach it. You said it might be hard to get fuel after this much time since the EMP. 5 gallons will get us quite a ways farther. I do some quick calculating in my head. I have no idea how many miles per gallon an older car like this will get. It's small, and I think they were marketed as commuter cars. But still, 15? 20? 5 gallons could take us another 75 to 100 miles. She's right. It's worth the risk. Connected to the gas cans is an empty plastic coffee container with a small hole at the top to thread a bungee through, along with a plastic water jug with the top cut off. These are for collecting the fuel as it drips out. We discovered early on in our fuel draining that one collection container wasn't enough. While most cars were stranded along the road after running out of fuel, occasionally they'd still have more than we expected. When we were on the dirt bikes, we used soda bottles with the tops cut down. With the larger fuel tank, more sizable containers make sense. Liam found these in the garage, along with a funnel. All of them seem to work well, but I can already see it's a pain having everything tied to the roof like this. We tap 4 cars to fill the can to 80%. What Ben has told me in the past is a safe amount since gas expands. While the filling isn't difficult, attaching it to the center takes more time than I care to admit. That much fuel is heavy, and getting it up there takes all my strength. While Liam and I mess with it, Destiny goes in search of boots for me and the saucer sled she and Liam had discussed. "Hey," she says when she returns, "there were 2 of the sleds, a green and a red. They fit inside each other so they won't take up any more space." "Good find. And you found boots?" I motion to the 4 boots she's balancing on the sleds like a platter. "Yeah, here's 2 different options. These are a women's size 10, and these are a men's 8.5. The women's boots are an actual snow boot, and incredibly warm with a zipper up the front. While they fit, they're slightly tight with my 2 pairs of thick socks. They'll do, but let me check the other pair. "Those look new," Liam says. "They were still in the box," Destiny answers. "Why would the owner leave them?" he asks. She tilts her head slightly and then lets out a sigh. "He's one of the ones they killed. I don't know why someone from town didn't take them. Maybe since it wasn't cold when they left, they weren't thinking about winter. Most of the winter stuff was left behind." "They need camp shoes too," Leslie says. "Good idea," Destiny replies. "What are camp shoes?" Liam asks. "When we hike, we wear our hiking shoes," Leslie says patiently. "Then, when we stop for the day, we change into something light and comfortable." "We're not going to be hiking," Liam says firmly. Leslie and Destiny look at each other and shrug. "True," Destiny says, "but it's still a good idea. Leslie and I each have warm slippers, the kind with thick soles. We even found Wyatt a pair of moccasins with lining. The cold is nothing to mess around with. Frostbite is real." "Whatever you think is best," I say to Destiny. My experience with winter weather is limited to a few girls' weekends in Bend, where we'd sit in the hot tub while it was snowing. I focus on the second pair of boots. These are more of an insulated high hiking boot, lacing up well past my ankle. They're lined and thick and a perfect fit. "These are good," I say, starting to take them off. "You should take the second pair," Destiny says, reminding me how uncomfortable wet boots can be. "I'll try and find another pair for Liam, too. What size do you need?" After he gives her his size, she takes off on her salvage trip. "You should wear your boots," Leslie says. My parents always had us wear our winter boots when we were going on long car trips. In case we broke down, we'd stay warm. Us? Liam asks. Sadness overwhelms her face. I had a brother. He died over the winter, before all of this. Oh, I'm sorry, Liam says. Me too, I say dumbly. This poor girl has been through way too much. She gives a small nod, then says again, You should wear them. Destiny and I have our boots on. So does Liam. Only because my feet are cold, he says. I didn't know it was a smart thing to do. I guess I should switch over to the insulated hiking boots, I say. I can just leave these behind. I motion to the boots on my feet. I've put many miles on them, and they're starting to break down. After changing my boots, I pop open the hood to stash the second pair, along with the saucers. While we saved space for the saucers, which really take up little room anyway, finding a place for my boots isn't as easy. Do you want me to hold Wyatt? I ask Leslie while we wait for Destiny to return. She hands him to me, then does a few twists to loosen her back. After many minutes of chit-chat, Liam says, Shouldn't she be back by now? I give a nod. I was just thinking that. I'll go look for her, Leslie says, starting to walk away. A weird feeling starts in my toes and travels up to my stomach. No, I say in a harsh whisper. Leslie turns and gives me a strange look. I motion for her to come back to the car. You and Liam stay here, I say, handing her the baby. I'll go find her. Do you know where she might have gone? We moved everything we salvaged into 3 different houses, besides her dad's place. The first one is on the next street over. Do you think the snow boots were in that house? Maybe. We tried to spread things out so not everything was in one home. You know, in case something happened. Okay, I'll start there. Liam, if anything goes wrong, take Leslie and Wyatt back to the house. With wide eyes, he says, I don't know how to drive the car. Then you walk, run, just get out of here. No, Mom, we should stay together. All of us go and look for her. If I can't see you, I won't know if there's a problem. I chew on my thumbnail while I consider what he says. I think he's right, Leslie says as she hands Wyatt to Liam. Let me grab something. She reaches into the car and flips the passenger's seat forward, rummaging around. After a moment, she puts a sling across her body and then tucks Wyatt inside it. Let's go. Shaking my head, I start toward the next street. You two stay back and behind me. I want you to be ready to run. As soon as we near the house on the corner, I hear a noise, something like a scuffle. I quickly turn and put my finger to my lips. I point to the side of the house and then use 2 fingers to motion for Leslie and Liam to move against it. I do the same. Then we carefully move toward the edge of the building. When we're within a few feet, I turn and motion for them to be silent and to stay put. Liam nods. At some point, he took the revolver out of the holster and now has it by his leg. I quickly check to ensure his finger is not on the trigger. I give a nod when I see it properly indexed. Likewise, I'm holding my pistol in the same manner. I put my mouth close to Liam's ear. Do what you need to do to take care of Leslie and Wyatt. He gives me a somber nod in response. I stoop down and continue moving toward the edge of the house. I have no idea what I'm doing. Ben liked action movies, so we'd often watch those together, but that's the extent of my knowledge on maneuvering through a situation like this. I don't even know if there's anything wrong. A guttural scream pierces the air just as I pop my head from behind the house. Less than 20 feet from me, Destiny is stomping on a man's foot. He's holding her from behind, and as he bends into the pain, she punches him where it hurts. His guttural sound returns as he releases her. She scrambles away, falling after a couple of steps. I begin to quickly step toward them as he says, "You're going to pay for that." I immediately stop my forward motion when I see the gun in his hand, trained on her. "Stop moving, or I'll shoot you in the back." He's so focused on Destiny, he has yet to see me, completely in the open, less than 20 feet from him. I move my pistol into position, bracing my elbows and ensuring a strong grip with my left hand. With my heart pounding, I say, "Hey." He starts to spin toward me as I squeeze the trigger. Without waiting to see the result, I squeeze again and again. He's holding his shoulder as he rotates toward me. I shoot again as I watch his gun bounce up, then I immediately hear the report. I shoot him again. A shot from a gun other than my own, followed quickly by a second, sends him to the ground. With tunnel vision and blood swishing through my ears, I take several steps forward. When he twitches, I fire again. "He's done for, Clarice." "Huh? What?" I'm still staring at the man on the ground, his dead eyes staring back at me. Destiny, her own weapon in hand, appears by my side. "You're empty, and he's not getting up again." "I'm empty," I echo, looking at the open slide. I reach in my pocket, where I've taken to carrying the extra magazine, then remove the spent 10-round mag, popping in the fresh 12 rounds. The action seems to jolt me out of my fog. "Destiny, are you okay?" She has blood dripping from her lip and a cut above her eyebrow. She gives me a nod and then looks at the dead man. "I'm not injured. I'm mad he grabbed me. I should have been paying better attention. Thanks for showing up when you did. I couldn't get to my gun with the way he had me held." "Looked like you were putting up a good fight," I say woodenly, also staring at the man. "Do you know him?" "No, must just be a drifter." "You shot him too?" I ask, trying to make sense of what happened. "Yeah," she says without emotion. "I need to get the things I found. I dropped them." "Mom?" Liam calls from the edge of the house. "Stay there. We're okay. You don't... No reason for you to come here." In a low voice, I ask Destiny, "You're sure he's alone?" Yes, he's the only one I've seen, but we should get out of here." I raise my voice. "You two stay against the house. Keep an eye out for anyone else." In a quieter voice, I ask, "What should we do with him?" "Leave him. Just let him rot." I swallow hard before giving a nod. "I'll help you gather the things." "I've got it. You make sure no one sneaks up on us." I position myself so I can watch not only Destiny, but in the direction of the other children. As soon as she has her load, we quickly move back to the hiding spot. "Let's go," I say, urging everyone toward the car. When we're there, Liam goes to open the trunk. "Just get in. We're going back to the house." Within a minute, we're on the main road. I drive much faster than necessary in my haste to get away from the killing place. My hands are shaking on the steering wheel, and I need to go to the bathroom, something awful. Liam is in the back seat with Leslie and the baby, while Destiny is next to me. She's staring out the passenger window. In front of Isabel and Jeff's house, I'm not even at a complete stop when she jumps out. She makes it a few feet before vomiting. "Wait a minute," I say to the others before I go to Destiny. I hold her hair as she continues to empty her stomach. Chapter 31, September 25th. Inside the house, I clean the cut above Destiny's eye. It probably needs a stitch. Yeah. Can you put one of those butterfly things on it? Or use super glue? Let's try the butterfly. I put a couple of them in the first aid kit in my emergency bag. I'll be right back. Liam, I want you to stand watch on the porch while I go to the car. From now on, no one goes anywhere alone. After Destiny is bandaged and cleaned up, I ask, should we stay here for the rest of the day and leave tomorrow? Why? Liam asks. It's still early. Oh, unless, are you and Destiny not okay to go? I'm ready to go, Destiny says firmly. I give her a long look. Physically, she's probably fine, even though she's pale. The cuts weren't much. She'll have some bruises on her arms, maybe her legs too, but he did little damage. If she wouldn't have fought him, I don't know how it would have turned out. If he would have still been holding her and pawing at her, I may not have had a shot. And when he let her go, she got to her gun so she could also fire. I'm utterly amazed she was able to keep her head so well. Her dad must have done a fine job with training. I'm still shaky and probably equally as pale, but I'm ready to leave. I have the girls stay inside with Wyatt as Liam and I go to the car. I stand watch while he puts things away. Destiny found him a second pair of boots and a pair of quilted camouflaged slippers with solid soles, his camp shoes. There's a pair of burnt orange moccasin-looking things for me. There are a few other miscellaneous things, including several pairs of gloves and a pair of mittens. Once everything is tucked in and organized, Liam says, I guess we're ready. Are you doing okay? I ask. I'm really proud of you, Mom. I know you did something awful, but you did it and saved Destiny. I bite my top lip as tears fill my eyes. When your grandpa had to shoot the men that were after us, I was so glad it was him and not me who did it. And I truly wish this weren't something I ever had to do, but... I lift my arms. Sorry this isn't much of a birthday for you. It's okay. Let's get tamales, and then we can have a huge celebration. He gives me a cheeky grin. I step over to him, wrapping him in a hug. Deal. As we once again load up and leave, Destiny acts as navigator, telling me which ways to turn to get us heading in the right direction, but keeping us on small roads. While Liam and I were getting things ready, she fixed her makeup and changed her clothes, borrowing from Isabel's closet. The clothes she was wearing when attacked were left in a heap in the bathtub. While she's not exactly chipper, she's much better than I'd expect. After less than an hour of driving, Leslie says, Can we stop? Wyatt needs to be changed. We have a handful of disposable diapers, but not all in the size Wyatt needs. Destiny and Leslie had been using cloth diapers, dish towels, and anything else they could find for the last several weeks. Washing wasn't a problem, with the creek nearby and the ability to heat water, plus many partial bottles of detergent left behind. I laugh every time I think of the snooty townspeople only taking full containers of stuff. What is up with that? Maybe they thought the FEMA camp would only accept them if they brought proper goods. Who knows? Now that we're on the road, we're using the disposable diapers. We'll go back to washables when we get to Molly's. Mom, how about you teach me how to drive? Liam asks as we're ready to get started again. You sure you're ready? I ask. Now's a good time, Destiny says. It's quiet through here, and the road isn't too bad. The road we'll take next isn't paved. Teaching Liam to drive a standard transmission takes every ounce of my limited patience. I try and remember it's not his fault. I even struggled with it those first few days. but it'd be so much easier for me to just keep driving. Then we'd be making better time at least. After he finally gets going, he's fine, but the sheen of sweat on his upper lip tells me he's a nervous wreck. I look closer at his lip. Does he need a shave? With Liam seeming to do fine, I sit back in the seat and close my eyes, not intending to sleep, but to relax. The day has taken its toll on me. Closing my eyes, I see the dead man, the man I killed, lying on the ground bleeding. I do my best to blank my mind. It feels like I've only just shut my eyes when Liam touches my arm. Mom, we'll need to take a different road soon. I answer, wiping a bit of drool from my mouth. I sit up straight and look around. Where are we? A couple of miles from the turnoff to the dirt road, Destiny says. This is a road you know? I ask, turning to look at her. There's several good places to camp. My dad took us there. The road goes over the mountain and then back down. It comes out near a little town. It's pretty bumpy, but should be fine. As long as there's not too much snow, I say, looking around. What had been patchy snow when we left Isabel and Jeff's place is now more consistent. Oh, there's going to be snow, Leslie says, her voice very matter-of-fact. Destiny nods her agreement. We'll put the chains on if we need them. They're right here, on the floor beneath Wyatt. I look to where she points. They've stacked up every inch of the back floor with things we need to get to quickly. Destiny and Leslie each have their crossbody bags at their feet. On top of the plastic box holding the chains is Wyatt's diaper bag, which includes the fabric carrier Leslie had him in earlier. The larger, more comfortable baby backpack is under the hood with the other fully loaded multi-day backpacks. We're not only using the floor, but also the seat backs. Both the sedan and SUV at the house had little fabric bags that hung around the back headrests. We grabbed those to use in the Frog, filling them with snacks. A partial bag of raisins Leslie and Destiny salvaged, along with the meal replacement bars and drinks from Jeff's store, and other things we wanted easy access to. The shotgun is next to Destiny, already loaded. Liam and I each have a small bag in the front, along with the rifle. If we need to leave the car in a hurry, these bags have our absolute essentials. I reloaded the empty magazine and have it in my pocket, with Bart's 9mm back on my ankle. Finding a waist holster is at the top of my list for salvaging. I'm suddenly kicking myself for not asking Destiny if she knew where one was in her town. Liam has the .357 of Jeff's on his hip. He also made sure both Destiny and Leslie have 2 of the 3 slingshots and steel balls he found. While we were at Jeff and Isabel's, he did quite a bit of practicing with one he deemed his favorite. That one's in his day pack. You need to downshift, I tell Liam. He's already easing off the gas. Hear how it sounds? That's an indicator to move to a lower gear. Okay, he says as he grinds down to 3rd. Oops. Just keep decelerating and downshift again. After a moment, I say, there's a wide spot up ahead. Pull off there. He gets us off the road, killing the engine in the process. Good enough. You'll get better at it. How about I drive? Destiny asks. I'm probably more comfortable if we encounter snow. You haven't driven in snow either, Leslie says. Not true. I drove some last year. I look to Destiny again before asking, how long have you been driving? Almost a year. Humph, Leslie scoffs. She got her license in March. Why'd you wait so long? Liam asks. I didn't wait that long. My birthday was in February. You're only 16? Liam asks. Or do you have to be older than that to drive in Idaho? I'm 16, she answers reluctantly. Discovering she's several years younger than I thought, still a child, I'm extremely glad I listened to Bart and brought them with us. I can't imagine a 16-year-old trying to keep them all alive in today's world. When I thought she was in her early 20s, that was different. She would have at least had some life experiences to lean on. Of course, with the way she kept her head today, she's definitely well beyond her years. Leslie, how old are you? I ask. 12. I'll be 13 on Christmas. At least she's around the same age I thought she was. Your birthday is Christmas Day? Liam asks. That must have been a huge bummer. She shrugs and quietly says, My mom and dad always tried to make it special. I quickly change the subject. I'll drive. But maybe Destiny should sit up front. Just in case I need guidance on what to do, you'll be able to see the road better than from the back. After we swap seats and are on the road again, it's only around the next curve when we take the side road. The road is considerably better than I expected, graveled like the driveway up to Isabel and Jeff's. When I tell Destiny this isn't too bad, she says, just wait. I don't have to wait for very long before the road narrows. As we climb higher and higher up the mountain, the snow on the side of the road increases, and then fresh snow begins falling. We've just finished climbing a hill, and the road has flattened out. I loosen my grip on the wheel to relieve the cramping in my hands. I think this was a bad choice, Liam says. Mom, you should turn around. There's room here. Go back to the other road. That road runs into a town that's bigger than ours, Destiny says. Leslie nods. What if those people are... What if they... Her voice fades away. Is there any other way around the town? I ask. I've slowed the car so we're still moving but barely creeping along. Not that I can think of, Destiny says. Do you want to put the tire chains on? I guess we'd better, I answer with a sigh. I'm not slipping, but it's scaring me. This is a good place, Destiny says. After putting on gloves and hats and then zipping up our coats, Destiny, Liam, and I work at getting the chains on. Because the Bug is rear-wheel drive, the instructions tell us to put the chains on the back. We debated for several minutes on whether the car is front or rear-wheel drive. I finally made a judgment call based on the age of it, determining it should be rear-wheel. I'm not entirely sure, and we may end up having to put them on the front. I hope I'll know right away if we've done it right. With the instructions and Destiny, getting the chains on is less of an ordeal than I anticipated. Don't go too fast, Liam says when we're back in the car and starting to move. The instructions said no faster than 25. 25 would have been lightning fast compared to the 10 I drive for the next 3 hours as we wind our way up the curvy road. Several times, Destiny says it's probably good there's snow because it helped even out the road. The road is a bumpy, bouncy mess, even with the gradually increasing snow. And not only is there snow on the ground, but it's also starting to fall from the sky again. When we finally reach a level spot, I breathe a sigh of relief and let out a small laugh. It's all downhill from here. Chapter 32, September 25th. I let out a breath and grimace as I look at the fuel gauge. Let's take a break and fill up. Leslie, how's the chickens? Okay, I guess. They didn't like a few of the bumps you hit, but since it's pretty dark in the box, they're probably sleeping. With the snow still falling, we each get out and stretch. I take Wyatt out of his car seat and put on a fresh diaper. After he's clean and bundled in a blanket, Destiny walks with him so he too can stretch a bit. I peek in the chicken box and see Little Brown Hen staring back at me. The bottom of the box, lined with newspaper and topped with a few branches, is lightly soiled. It'll be fine, but it'll need a cleaning at the end of the day. Hopefully, by then, we'll be out of the snow and the chickens can stretch their legs too. I drop a portion of oatmeal from Isabel's kitchen into the box. I make each of us sandwiches using the final bits of a jar of peanut butter, also from Isabel's, spread between 2 pancakes. Destiny also has a partial jar of peanut butter that we can use for a future meal. I've already decided, tonight, we're firing up one of the camp stoves and having the rest of the beans from yesterday. We each had a small bowl last night, and they were amazing. Since we don't plan to camp, but rather to drive through the night, we won't be able to set up any snares or traps. With the things I've cooked and the assorted camping meals from Jeff, we'll be more than fine on food in the time it takes to reach Bakerville. Even with the lightly falling snow, the weather isn't terrible. I make Wyatt a bottle, then follow it with a pancake broken into small pieces and soaked with water to resemble something like baby cereal, with his mom, who was nursing him, murdered, and the town cleared of most foods. They've struggled to feed him. In their salvaging, they'd found a few partial containers of powdered baby formula and even powdered milk. They'd used it sparingly while combining it with solid foods. Leslie said, when they found us, they were down to the last of the milk products. According to her, our single container of formula was an answer to their prayers. We've also tried giving him the milkshake packages from Jeff's store. While Liam and I both thought the convenience of those would be wonderful, the texture leaves a lot to be desired. But Wyatt doesn't seem to mind, and happily gobbles it down. After lunch and filling up the car, then reattaching the now empty fuel cans to the top using only the bungee cords, Destiny asks, "You want me to drive down the hill?" "What's the next road like?" "When we get off this Forest Service road, we'll connect with a county road. There's a town not far. I think I know the way around it, using farm roads." "Farm roads?" "You know, roads that people live on." "Oh, okay. So we'll need to stay alert? Those could be good places for ambushes." "Could be," she agrees with a shrug. I think about it for a minute. As the only adult in the group, I should be the one ready to protect them if something happens. But the truth is, Destiny has considerably more experience with the shotgun and has already proven she keeps her head under pressure. And Liam is more comfortable with the rifle than I am. My greatest strength is my driving experience. Mario Andretti. I am not, but I should be able to drive well enough to get us out of a jam. "How about you drive now?" I say. "I'll rest a bit, then I'll drive when we're back in civilization. You or Liam will ride shotgun." She nods. It's probably a good idea. Destiny is almost as white-knuckled driving down the mountain as I was driving up. Thankfully, it's not long until the snow stops falling, and according to Destiny, we're still a ways from the bottom when the road begins to clear up. The eastern-facing slope must have received a dose of warm sun since they last had snow. Taking off the chains is much easier than putting them on. Getting them to properly fit back into the container, not so much. As soon as we reach the bottom of the hill, we take another short break. As agreed, I'm behind the wheel when we resume our travels. Even though there's no snow and the road is smooth and easy, knowing we're entering civilization has me, once again, strongly gripping the steering wheel. I've decided a steady speed, keeping it around 45, is safest. I don't know the area and want to be able to react as needed. Plus, I can always speed up if necessary. Destiny gives directions from the passenger's seat while also paying attention to our surroundings. Liam and Leslie do their part from the back, watching for people. When Leslie says she sees someone near a house, my grip tightens and my heart goes into overdrive. Luckily, nothing happens. Once we're beyond the town, Destiny guides me back toward the main road. I don't really know the area beyond here, she says. We'll need to use the maps. Do you want to find a spot to pull over so we can look at what's ahead? I'm ready for a stretch anyway, Liam says. And Wyatt is starting to fidget, Leslie adds. It's almost 5. I point to the little digital clock stuck on the dash. Let's warm up the beans and eat while we're stopped. This has been a long, stressful day, and we still need to find fuel before it's too dark. I try to keep the disappointment out of my voice. With Destiny's attack and the snow, we've made terrible time. My hopes of reaching Molly's place sometime tomorrow is fading. Our break lasts until 6, giving us all a chance to rest, and the chickens a chance to be out of the box and peck around. During that time, Destiny has mapped out the next bit of our route, again avoiding state highways in favor of small county roads and Forest Service roads when possible. We're going to have a problem around here, she says, pointing to the map. There aren't any good options to avoid Interstate 15. We'll need to cross it. I look at where she's pointing. It's a long way from where we are, and not a problem for today, not even tonight. But we will have to deal with it. She's found a smaller state road, which looks like it goes under the interstate. That should work. Do you have a plan for getting us there? Not a good one. I don't see any obvious ways around these towns. She points to another section of the map. I'll study the wilderness maps. Maybe something will show up on those. These driving maps don't give the best details. I'll drive first, Liam says. Do you want to sit in the back and try to rest? What's the population density on these roads? I ask Destiny. No towns for a while, but I'm not sure about houses. I think there's some vacation cabins in this area. There could be cars stalled on the roads to get gas from. I'd better drive, I tell Liam, then turn to Destiny and ask, how far have we gone? I'm not sure, but we still have a long distance to go, like over 500 miles at least. And that's assuming we don't run into trouble, I think to myself. Destiny was right about the scattered houses. We see several before the sun goes down, but thankfully, no people. It's dusk when I spy a car along the side of the road. I stiffen and say, "Be alert. There's a car up ahead." Abandoned? Liam asks. Destiny pulls up a small pair of binoculars as I slow the bug to a near crawl. I almost forget to shift and catch my mistake before the engine dies. Yeah. I think it's just sitting there, Destiny says. I glance over at her as she's scanning the area. There's no houses or anything around. I pull around the car, stopping about 30 feet in front of it. Liam, get in the driver's seat. Be ready to take off if anything happens. Destiny, you keep an eye out while I get the fuel. The wind has picked up and almost takes my breath away when I step out. What felt like a warm, comfortable temperature when we stopped to eat is now chilly as the sun drops. With a hammer and a roll of duct tape in my right hand, I reach in my left pants pocket for the brass punch. I've been carrying this since we left the semi-truck. Ben made sure each of us had one so we could easily take turns getting fuel. Liam had a punch also, but instead of keeping it in his pocket, it was in his backpack when those guys stole all our stuff. Out of fear of losing my punch, I've added a small toolbox to the car that includes assorted screwdrivers. While I've done this a couple of times, it still makes me nervous. There's a very real chance of causing an explosion. When we were on the bikes, we had a couple of small hammers to use with the punch. The hammer I have now is larger, and even though it worked yesterday when getting gas in town, it's still awkward. I should have thought to have Destiny find me one that's smaller, more suited for the job. Liam is standing by the car, ready to climb into the driver's seat when he says, "What if I have to leave?" "I don't think you'll need to. If something happens, Destiny and I will try and jump in. But be ready just in case. We'll leave the passenger's door open. I'll get the collection container. Then you can get started while I grab down a fuel can," Destiny says. "No," I say, looking around. "I'll get everything ready and you keep watch. I don't want you doing anything but looking for bad guys while I'm under there." She holds the shotgun and looks around while I get the coffee can, water jug, and funnel. Not knowing how much fuel is in the tank is a hindrance. Do I only need one gas can or all three? It's likely I need only the one and will get a small amount. I let out a sigh and walk around to grab the other small can. If there's more than that, I'll have Liam hurry and get the big one off the roof. We really need to figure out a better way. I feel like a sitting duck here. "Okay, we're ready," I tell Destiny as I walk back to the car with all my gear. After arranging everything, I get down on my knees in front of the rear axle on the gas flap side. Ben laughed at me once when I went to the driver's side, automatically assuming that was the side with the tank. In that car, the tank was on the passenger's side. Now I make sure to look where they actually add the fuel. I undo 2 strips of duct tape, attaching one to the frame where I can reach it, just in case I need to stop the flow. It won't completely stop it for any length of time, but it buys me a minute or so until the fuel begins to seep around the tape. Crawling under the car, it takes only a second for me to locate the tank and put the strip of tape in place. With the brass punch and the strip of tape, I hope to avoid a spark. Everything works as it should, and fuel is flowing freely and quickly from the hole. As soon as the coffee can is full, I move the water jug into place. The funnel is already in the gas can spout, and I quickly fill from the one can to the other. The jug is almost full, so I swap them out and continue. The second can is almost full when the flow begins to slow. When it finally stops, I have both cans and the water jug full, and the coffee can is more than half full. "How'd it go?" Destiny asks as I stand up. "It's good." I carefully carry the water jug and funnel toward the bug. When I'm close to it, I say, "Can you have Liam get out? I'll need his help." Liam holds the jug of gas while I climb up and undo the cap on the large fuel can. I have the brilliant idea of leaving it all hooked up and pouring it in. Brilliant if the wind wasn't blowing. Though most of the fuel does end up in the can, some of it blows onto me. I even get a mouthful, causing me to cough and sputter. While I'm filling it up, Liam grabs the second collection container. I climb down when done, deciding I'll never try that shortcut again as I spit gasoline from my mouth. It takes only a couple of minutes to attach the smaller cans, then we're once again on the road. We've only driven a mile or so when Leslie says, "It stinks like gas in here." She's not wrong. It's terrible. I pull over at the next wide spot to remove my sodden gloves. "You should rinse them with water," Destiny says, "then put them in a plastic bag." She reaches into her bag that's sitting by her feet and pulls out both a bottle of water and a plastic zipper bag. After taking care of removing and cleaning the gloves, Destiny hands me a fresh pair from her pack, and we start again. The gasoline aroma's still evident, but not as strong. It's fully dark when Destiny says, "Okay, time to go back into the woods. The road is only a couple of miles ahead." She's had the map on her lap for the last half hour, making sure we don't miss our turn. I grimace at the thought of driving on bumpy, snow-covered roads again. "Can you tell if we'll be going up in elevation?" "Yeah, I think so, but not like the last one. This road skirts around a mountain instead of going over it." Unlike the previous dirt road, which started off as a smooth gravel drive, this one's tiny and bumpy from the beginning. We've gone less than a mile when I say, "I don't like this. What are our other options?" "Drive through a town." "Can we get around it?" I couldn't find any roads that look like they go far enough around to not have a good number of houses on them. "How big is the town?" "I'm not sure. I've heard of it, though, and it's larger than our town." She turns to Leslie and asks if she's been there before. She doesn't think she has. "Okay, I just don't think it's safe to take this road in the dark," I say. "We're going to have to change plans and camp for the night." "You're sure, Mom?" Liam asks, his voice dripping with disappointment. "I'm sure," I answer, my own voice defeated. I find a spot wide enough to pull off and set up camp. With the car parked next to the road, there's a strip of bare ground before the forest begins. Opening the hood, I pull out 2 of the 2-man tents, left out of the pack specifically for this use. I again stare in awe at the storage area. It's unbelievable how much stuff we've crammed in here. While I'm confident Molly won't turn us away, I feel better about bringing things. We have a snack of pancakes and peanut butter, then crawl into bed. Tonight's watch will be held from the bug. It's too cold to not have some sort of shelter. Following the same schedule as last night, I'll have the final watch before we leave. "Take your emergency bags in the tent with you," I say. "If you need to get out in a hurry, grab the bags. If we can't get to the car, head for the woods. Keep hidden until daylight, and then—" I shake my head. "Then we'll do what we can." "We'll take Wyatt in with us," Destiny says. "I guess we'll take the chickens," Liam adds, looking at me. I give him a nod. I let Liam go inside the tent to get ready for bed. He pops back out in sweatpants, a jacket, and his new slippers, allowing me to go inside. "Just let me know when you're in your sleeping bag and I'll come in," he says. I can't stop shivering as I change. I, too, brought my new slippers into the tent. Wanting to get my cold feet warmed up, I put them on and then slide into my bag. I let Liam know I'm ready. "I can't believe how cold it is," he says, zipping up the tent. It's only a few minutes after he crawls into his bag when I hear his rhythmic breathing. I'm exhausted, too, and expect to fall asleep immediately. Instead, the dead man staring at me with his dead eyes makes sleep difficult. I must have dozed off at some point because I awaken with a start when Destiny ruffles the edge of the tent to wake up Liam for his turn. With my heart pounding, I think I'll have trouble falling back to sleep. But the next thing I know, Leslie is waking me for my watch. I didn't even hear Liam return to the tent. Chapter 33, September 26. Even with my coat on and blanket spread over my legs, I'm still freezing during watch. I'm glad Destiny found me the boots. At least my feet are warm. Instead of the hiking ones, I'm wearing the second pair. In some ways, I'm thankful for the cold. It makes staying awake easier. Even so, we'll need to make sure the person on watch is warm or dressed if we have to do the same thing tonight. I let out a sigh. We need to keep driving tonight. If we can do that, we could be at Molly's tomorrow. I use a small flashlight to follow the paths in the atlas that Liam added while he sat with Bart. Thinking of Bart causes my heart to ache. I shake my head and try to focus on the map. The paved road we were driving on earlier was one Liam had marked. This crazy, bumpy road was also. Looking at the atlas, it seems it should be a better road than it is. Usually, goat trails aren't mapped out. Using the map key, I gauged the distance guide to estimate the miles from here to Bakerville as the crow flies. My best guess is around 300. It's twice as far by road, probably farther with all the small side routes we'll need to take. I can't help but feel we're making a mistake. We've made mistakes from the beginning. We should have taken main roads all along. Our plan of staying out of sight hasn't worked very well. My husband and father-in-law are both dead, and we're still a long way from Molly's. I let out a snort. While I've hated the fact we were going there, now I can hardly wait to arrive. Where all I could think about was how crazy she makes me. I no longer care. I'll milk her goats, shovel her stalls, do whatever it takes to keep her farm going. My guard time passes slowly, with my mind often drifting back to the man who tried to take Destiny. I know we did what we had to do, but it still makes me feel a little sick when I think of him, when I think of the deadness in his eyes. When Bart killed those men who were after us, it took several days before he seemed to come to terms with what he'd done. At the time, I thought it odd. They were trying to kill us. Bart did what he had to do. It's the same with the Drifter. He had destiny and planned to... I don't know. But whatever he planned, it wasn't good. I don't know if it was one of my bullets that ended his life, or one of Destiny's, and it doesn't matter. Like with Bart, we did what we had to do. And like Bart, I'm having a hard time with it. When the sky begins to lighten, I climb out of the cold car and fire up the camp stove to start warming water for oatmeal. As the sun rises, I'm amazed at the beauty surrounding me. We're in a well-forested area with a combination of evergreen and deciduous. The broadleaf trees are all in full color, sporting varying shades of yellow leaves. I breathe deeply, taking in the fresh scents of the crisp morning. Breakfast is almost ready when Liam crawls out of his tent. "Hey, Mom," he says, chicken box in hand. "Can they roam around for a little bit?" "Sure, yes. Did you stay warm enough?" "Inside the sleeping bag was fine," he says, as he opens the box and lifts Little Brown out. She gives a squawk before ruffling her feathers. She's starting to lose some of her feathers. Destiny and Leslie both say it's common, that chickens molt every fall, and she may completely stop laying eggs too. Poof. Head's feathers look fine. Destiny says it's because she's still a pullet, and they don't always molt their first year. She hasn't started laying eggs yet either, but my hope is she'll start around the time Little Brown stops. Poof doesn't seem any happier about being woken up than Little Brown did. Both sit in the grass while they wait for more light. Destiny says we have all-weather tents, designed to be warm even in the winter, and that the sleeping bags are good ones too. But taking watch in the car was sure cold, Liam says. "Was it cold when you were in it?" "Yes, very. Come over here by the cook stove. It's giving off a little heat." "Should I wake the girls up first?" "Please. Breakfast is just about ready." Bundled well against the cold, the girls and Wyatt soon join us by the stump I've chosen as a cooking table. Breakfast and packing up take the better part of an hour. It's fully light by the time we're ready to leave. Little Brown Hen and Poofhead both voice their displeasure of being returned to their box. Though we had them in the duffel before finding Isabel and Jeff, we decided to return them to a box. They seem more comfortable with the solidness of cardboard, plus it's easier to keep tidy. Liam takes the time to clean it out and put fresh foliage in. I must admit, I had no idea chickens pooped so much. I'm driving, and Liam's in the passenger's seat. Destiny's behind me, her map already spread out. Not an easy task in the back seat of a VW Bug with a baby in the middle. In the daylight, the road has zero improvement. At least I can see the largest pits and boulders before I drive over them. While the road itself is clear of snow, the potholes are often full of water from where it's melted, and there's still snow in patches on the hillsides. The road quickly narrows, and we have a cliff on one side and a rock wall on the other. Whoever thought it was a good idea to add a road like this? We've gone a few miles when Destiny says, "I think I may have made a mistake." "What do you mean?" I ask, glancing in the rearview mirror. "This is the wrong road," she says. "At least, I think it is. We should have gone a little farther." "How do you know?" Liam asks. "I don't. Not for sure. But this road seems too rough to be on this map, and it isn't curving like the road should, like the road I thought we took should." "Okay," I say. "As soon as the road widens again, I'll turn around. We'll drive back down this awful thing and find the right road." 5 minutes later, with no improvement to the road or a place to turn around, Liam asks, "Can you just back down?" I let out a snort. No way. I can barely drive this road going forward. I wouldn't want to do it backwards. A few minutes later, we go around another curve. Liam yells, "Watch out!" Just as the car bottoms out where the road has sloughed away, leaving a deep ditch. "No, no, no!" I cry as the engine ceases. Wyatt is screaming, apparently startled by the sudden bump. Liam and Leslie are both saying something, but I can't focus on what it is. Please don't let the car be messed up, I think, as I open the door and carefully step out. One look at the tire, flat and leaning out slightly from the body of the car. And I know it's bad. Destiny is out of the car, too. "I'm so sorry, Clarice. I don't know how I made such a big mistake with the road." I give a solemn nod. Maybe it's just a flat and something we can fix. The road is so narrow, there's only about 2 feet between the car and the cliff. "Stay inside," I say to Liam and Leslie. "Try and comfort Wyatt." I shut the door so I can get around. Destiny shuts her door and gets her first good look at the tire. Oh no. I can't help but cry at the damage. The entire front end is down in the ditch, and the passenger's tire is also flat and wonky looking. I suspect if I crawled underneath of it, I'd find the axle broken. I glance at Destiny, who is also in tears. "I'm so sorry," she says again. I lift a hand. "It is what it is. We'll just..." I let out a loud breath. "We'll be on foot." With that, I let my tears overwhelm me as sobs rack my body. Liam is immediately by my side, arms around me. "I told you, stay in the car," I say between sobs. "We'll be okay, Mom. We'll be okay." Liam and I stay with our arms around each other for several minutes. When I finally pull away, I see he's also crying. At some point, Destiny returned to the back seat of the car with Leslie. Both have their heads down. "We can't fix it," I say. "I know. We were smart, Mom. We have stuff to make our walk easier, and maybe we'll find another car as we go." "You think another car will be waiting for us in the woods?" I scoff. He gives a partial shrug. Grandpa said God is full of miracles. He did it once. Maybe he'll do it again. Don't you think God could have kept this from happening? I snap. If he's truly full of miracles, he could have just made it easy for us to get to Molly's. Liam shrugs again. I don't know. Maybe he's testing our faith. I give him a hard look. Through clenched teeth, I say, I have no faith. Then maybe he wants to give you faith. I lift a hand in a halt signal. I can't deal with this right now. Unless your God miraculously transports us from here to Molly's, I'm calling fake. God is fake news. Liam's face falls as he drops his head. I don't think he's fake, Mom. He feels completely real to me. He walks back to the passenger side of the car, opens it, and in a too cheery voice to those inside says, We're on foot. We'd better get organized. As the girls spill out of the car, I admonish them to be careful of the ledge, my tone irritable and snappy. Carefully, probably for fear I'll lash out at her, Destiny asks, Should we go back down the hill and then use the other road? I think we're close to the top, Liam says, looking up at the wall of packed dirt on the passenger's side. If we are, it'd make sense just to finish going up and then head back down. We don't know where this comes out, I say, modulating my voice so it's matter of fact and not cruel. As I look from Destiny to Leslie to Wyatt and finally Liam, I realize I need to pull myself together. This is no place for my whining and crying about how unfair things are. That may have been my normal reaction before our world fell apart, but now everything is about survival. Does it matter? He asks. As long as we head in the general direction, we can correct our course as we go. And now, since we aren't limited to roads, we have more options. I bite my lip, remembering not long ago when we were going across a field and were suddenly under fire. More options aren't always safer. Of course, roads aren't safe either. We were on a road when our dirt bikes were stolen. It's a no-win all the way around. Survival, Clarice. Focus on survival and getting to Bakerville. We need our things, I say. Then let's try and get some miles in today. I reach over to squeeze Liam's arm. He gives me a nod before pulling me into a hug. Getting the hood open, where most of our gear is stored, is near impossible. Liam and I work on it while the girls start unloading things from the roof. I'm just about ready to give up when Liam, with a long screwdriver in one hand and a hammer in the other, is able to undo the latch. He lets out a whoop as it releases. Good job, I exclaim, hugging him close. I didn't think it was going to open. He nods and says, Should we move everything from under the hood to behind the car? Leslie and Destiny already have all the roof stuff there. Then it'll all be in one place and we can see what we have. That'll work. Once it's in one big, overwhelming pile, Liam says, Let's move the multi-day backpacks out. You know, the ones we've already filled and know we're wearing. And we'll need the smaller day packs, Wyatt's baby bag, plus the big duffel, too. We know those have to come with us. After we do that, the pile is still mind-boggling. How in the world did we get so much stuff in this little car? Okay, Liam says, motioning to the smaller pile of bags we know we're taking. These are the things we must take. Should we put them on one of the sleds? Leslie asks. We know we'll each wear one of the multi-day backpacks. Well, 3 of us anyway, since one person will carry Wyatt in his backpack. Liam says. The one not carrying Wyatt can carry one of the crossbody bags, Destiny says. Right. Liam nods. Can everyone handle the large duffel in addition to Wyatt? I think the person carrying Wyatt should not have to pull a sled." He looks around for our thoughts. After we all agree, he says, "Okay, let's see what we're taking from the extras pile." "I'm not sure we should think of any of it as extra," Destiny says. "I know you thought it'd be a nice gift for your friend, but we'll need these things if we're walking." My tears again threaten to make their appearance. My throat feels raw as I say, "We'll take what we can." "This large black backpack is full of food," Liam says, pulling it from the pile. "We definitely want to take it." "We should take extra sleeping bags, too," Leslie says. "When it's cold, we can double them up." "Were you all warm enough last night?" I ask. "Not in the car," Leslie says, "but I was fine inside the tent and the sleeping bag. Wyatt seemed warm enough, too. He's like a little heater tucked inside the bag." "I think we'll put the bag of food on the bottom of the toboggan," Liam says. "Mom, does that sound good?" It sounds smart. I catch his beaming smile before he drops his head to examine the pile. We spend several more minutes organizing and choosing before we start loading the sleds. We put one of the tarps on the bottom of the toboggan, then add the food backpack, topped with the snowshoes, and then smaller items on top. One of the things he adds surprises me, the crowbar from the car. I ask him about it, and he says he thinks it might be useful for getting into houses and cars. I give a nod of agreement. Bart usually used a rock or a stick he found on location. We've popped trunks open with screwdrivers, which we also have on the toboggan, but the crowbar makes sense. When Liam thinks it's as full as it should be, he gives the sled a slight tug to check the weight. "It should be okay," he says. We then fold the tarp around and attach everything to the sled with a couple of bungee cords. We do the same thing on the small green saucer. Unfortunately, the huge tarp has lots of excess fabric, making it not fold neatly. We decide to cut the tarp in half so we can use a portion on each saucer. To keep the edges from fraying, we seal them with the duct tape. Little Brown Hen and Poofhead are riding on top of the red saucer, with their box well secured. We decided the edge of this cliff wasn't a good place to let them stretch their legs, so we'll take a nice break once we reach the top. Hopefully, there will be space for them to peck around. "It looks good," Leslie says. "We just pull the string on the sled?" "We'll add some twine and tie them around our waist. I helped my dad haul a deer out that way, just put it on the game sled and used this string with a special belt attached to get it out." "Good plan," Destiny says. "My dad has done something similar." I look to these children. All have had so much heartache and are now forced into doing what we must do to get through each day. What will life for Wyatt be like? Will he ever be able to simply be a child? Or is his future full of a day-to-day struggle? I can only hope things are better in Bakerville. While we may have to work hard, at least we won't constantly be looking over our shoulders for fear of others. "Is that everything we need?" Leslie asks. Liam shakes his head. "Probably not. It's still a long way to Bakerville. We'll have to salvage along the way. But this is everything we can take with us." There's several moments of silence as each of us look at the pile still on the ground. We've taken all the food, fuel for the 3 backpacker-sized cook stoves, extra sleeping bags, 3 two-man tents along with the small bivvy tent, and several other miscellaneous items. As Liam said, it's not all that we need, but there's no way we can haul anymore. "What should we do with what's left?" Leslie asks. "Put it in the car," I say. "It'll be protected from the elements and animals. Maybe if someone else ends up this way, it'll be useful to them." After we reload everything, I set the car keys on the dash. While I doubt anyone can get this thing moved from here, they'll still be able to start it up. The small digital clock, the one we were so surprised to find still working, catches my eye. Liam, do you have something we can pry the clock off with? It should just be stuck on with some sort of adhesive. After releasing the clock, I shove it in the pocket of my snow pants. Liam asks if I can carry Wyatt first. He thinks dragging the sleds up the hill will be best done by them. They can work together and not worry about the baby. I agree with the plan. With Wyatt, who's fresh from a nap in his car seat while we did all the arranging, in place and the large duffel resting on my hip, it's less than comfortable. Liam drags the toboggan and each girl has a sled. While it's not as cold as it was early this morning, there's still a chill in the air and a breeze making it feel even colder. Even so, an hour and a half later, when we reach the crest of the road, I've shed my heavy coat and am only in a hoodie, the children having done the same. We even stopped and undid Wyatt's snowsuit so he could get a little extra air. We're all thoroughly exhausted after our uphill climb. It's pretty here, Leslie says, looking around. While the mountain reaches high into the sky, the road starts down the eastern slope. The valley below really is breathtaking. Destiny lifts the small binoculars and scans the space. I think I can see the town. Well, maybe. These aren't very powerful, but I'm pretty sure it's over there. With my naked eye, I can't make out anything, which tells me it's a long way to town. That's both good and bad. Good because hopefully we won't run into anyone else. Bad because, well, it's a long walk still. At least each step will get us closer to our destination. Chapter 34, October 26th. It's been a month since we lost the car, a month of walking. Some days, thanks to the weather, we walk very little or not at all. 2 days after we crashed the bug, it started snowing. It snowed steadily for several days, causing us to stay holed up in our tents until the storm passed. With the tents next to each other, as long as the wind wasn't roaring, we'd talk through the thin walls. I decided to take Wyatt in with Liam and me, so the girls, especially Destiny, who was still shook up, could rest. Holding the baby and caring for him helped me come to terms with the killing I did. While I hate that it was necessary, I know I'd do it again if it was needed to keep any of my group safe. Unlike before, the snow hasn't melted away. The temps have dropped to below freezing, and it continues to snow off and on. Some days the snow is light, and the weather, though cold, is relatively mild with the sun shining, allowing us to walk. Other days the wind blows, lowering the temperatures to something unbearable. Out of fear of frostbite, we're incredibly careful to not be out on those blistery days. While I know little about frostbite, I do understand it's something we don't want to risk. When there's adequate cover, we walk parallel to roads. Many times that's not possible, and we again take the Forest Service 2 tracks or other rarely used routes. To help with our continued scheme of staying hidden, or as Bart called it, evade and escape, we have what Destiny calls ghillie suits. One is really just a white coverall set like painters use that we found in the garage of a house we were salvaging. Liam wears that one. A white pillowcase covers Wyatt's backpack, and the second pillowcase was turned into a cover to go over his snowsuit. We were able to find a larger insulated suit, so he's still wearing 2 and seems plenty warm. The girls and I made our ghillie suits out of white sheets we've found. We even wear white hoods, which way too much resemble a certain well-known hate group. Even though we've cut out the faces instead of just the eyes, I still balked at the idea at first. Then I realized we really need to do all we can to remain unseen. After covering our bodies, we found sheeting to cover our sleds and backpacks. It won't fool anyone close up, and maybe not even from a distance considering we're moving across the landscape, but we like to think it helps. The snowshoes have been amazing. Like Destiny said, they keep us above the snow. In the areas where there are bare patches, thanks to sunshine or the wind blowing the snow into drifts, we'll often encounter mud. The snowshoes even help with keeping us from being sucked in completely, though Liam and I do need to be careful. Our snowshoes don't hook on nearly as well as the pairs Destiny and Leslie have, and we've lost one or both on several occasions. As much as we wish we could make huge miles each day, we're averaging less than 10 on the days we hike. The snow and cold slow everything down. Walking has taken a toll on not only our bodies, but our gear. The saucer sleds were not made for the kind of abuse we've given them. Thankfully, we found a heavy-duty game sled, allowing us to double up the saucers, making them sturdier, and still have 3 sleds. And the game sled is much larger, giving us the ability to carry more. Finding extra tarps has been no problem, so our load is well covered to protect from the elements. We're still looking for 2 additional thicker sleds to replace the saucers and toboggan. Most nights, we're camping in our tents. Liam was smart to add the 3rd tent, which we use to stow the extra gear, and as a place we can all gather to get out of the weather. We brought the little bivvy tent also, but have yet to put it up. Cooking in the snow and wind is a huge challenge, but we make it work most nights. Liam sets up his snares every time we stop, but we rarely catch anything. Surprisingly, he and Leslie have each provided a meal using their slingshots. She got a rabbit, and he got a tree squirrel. Poofhead gave us an egg when we were stopped to wait out the snow. We'd found a shed to stay in during the storm. Since then, she's given us an egg every few days, even when traveling. We get a sporadic egg from Little Brown. We've long been out of formula, so the eggs are for Wyatt. I'm starting to worry about him. While most of the time he's good-natured, occasionally he'll start screaming and won't stop. Destiny has some herbal tonic she's been using for him, but we're running low on it. It does seem to help when he starts screaming. She says the ingredients are to help soothe a stomachache or colic. He's a little old for colic, but I can understand the stomachache. We've gone through most of our food. We're salvaging empty houses when we can, with Liam often taking the role of salvager. I clear the houses while he keeps watch. Occasionally, what we find inside will be too gruesome for him to see. Those times, I stay in and salvage what I can, but most of the time, he salvages, and I stand watch. Leslie and Destiny keep Wyatt away in a safe place. We have a list of things we're always looking for. Food, of course, is at the top of the list. It's also the hardest thing to find, since we're rarely the first ones to search a place. Diapers and other things for Wyatt are also something we're always looking for, as are socks, gloves, and other warm items for each of us. And underwear. We all need underwear and other clothing. We don't do laundry while trekking. It'd be too much work. Our clothes are disposable. But the outerwear isn't that big of a deal to keep wearing day in and out. Some other things we're on the lookout for are vitamins, herbs, and any type of medicine. Anything Liam finds in the medical category, he brings out. Sometimes we can't use what he finds, as it'll be heart medicine or something similar. We have a small book from Destiny's mom's things that helps us figure out medicines. If we're not sure of something, we get rid of it. We've also all found sunglasses, which helps cut down on the continual glare from the snow. Even Wyatt has tiny ones. Last night, we found a house to stay the night in. It was completely empty, meaning there were no bodies inside, and well hidden. We hadn't seen any houses for quite some time, and according to our map, we're many miles from the nearest town. It was nice to be out of the elements, but still cold inside. Though the propane cook stove still worked, enabling us to heat water and food and provide a small amount of heat, there wasn't a wood stove or fireplace. We set up the tents to give us little cocoons of warmth. The house had already been looted, so there wasn't much in the way of food or supplies we could use. Still, it was a welcome refuge. This morning I have the last watch. The sun has yet to rise, but the moon is full and bright when a herd of mule deer walk into the yard. After only a moment's hesitation, I slip into my coat and slide on my zip-front boots, then grab the rifle and move to the door. After quietly letting myself out, I crouch-walk to the side of the house where I saw the deer. I'm half shocked they're still there, snacking on bushes and trees. One small spike buck is even pawing at the ground, trying to move enough snow to get to the grass underneath. He's not even 30 feet from me, and he's my target. I lean against the house, using it and my knee as a brace. While I'm somewhat steady, my heart is pounding so hard it's throwing me off. I take a deep breath to soothe myself. I have him in my sights, with the front pin on him. I take another deep breath as he lifts his head. Now or never. I squeeze the trigger and watch him jump. I work the lever to rack in another cartridge. He spins around, takes a few steps, and falls. The rest of the deer run like the wind into the night. I'm breathing hard and trying to get control when the door opens slightly. "Mom," Liam says in a hiss. "Mom." "I'm here. I shot a deer." "Really? Is it dead?" "I think so. It's on the ground. Will you let Destiny and Leslie know what's happening so they don't worry?" I didn't think. I'm sorry. With the rifle at the ready, I start walking toward the deer. I remember reading about a guy who was elk hunting and thought his elk was dead, but he wasn't. The elk jumped up and gored the guy. Then the elk ran away, and the guy died. As I get closer, I can see the deer is obviously dead. A mix of emotions runs through me. This deer will give us food for weeks. In this weather, it may even stay frozen as we walk. Seconds later, Liam and Destiny are both by my side. "Good job," Destiny says. "Do you think the shot? Will someone have heard it?" I don't know," I admit. "Do you think we can use the pulley set up in the shed?" I ask Liam. He and I briefly checked the outbuildings to make sure they were empty. "Yeah, I think that might be what they set it up for." "Let's take it to the shed then. Destiny, have Leslie get Wyatt ready. We'll all go to the shed. Bring the gear too, in case we need to leave in a hurry." "It'll take me just a minute to get everything together," she says, quickly walking away. "He's going to be heavy, Mom, and we'll leave a blood trail and drag marks." "There's nothing we can do about it," I say. I should have thought about that. I shrug. "Hungry?" "Yeah." Liam and I have the deer about halfway to the shed when Destiny comes out towing the toboggan and a pack on her back. She hustles past us, saying, "I'll help you when I'm finished with this." She runs back to the house and quickly reappears with Leslie by her side, carrying Wyatt. They stay in the shed while Destiny makes another trip to the house. "Hold the door open," I say. "I'll get it the rest of the way." Once he's inside, I'm exhausted. "We should have gutted it," Liam says. "Yeah, I'm going to do that other thing, the one your dad was watching videos about." Liam gives me a blank look. You know, where they just cut the legs off. Do you know how? He asks skeptically. No, but I don't really know how to do the regular gutting and cutting up either. I know how to do it, Leslie says. At least I've seen it done. I can help. Destiny pops back in with the final bit of gear and looks at the deer. He's a great one, Clarice. I'm going to see if I can make the trail to the shed a little less obvious. Then I'll stand watch over there. I'll be able to see you guys and see if anyone comes up the driveway. Do you know what to do with the deer? I shake my head. We'll figure it out. Leslie says she thinks she knows what to do. Maybe Leslie and I should take care of the deer. You and Liam can stand watch. I can help, Liam bristles. Okay, help me scuff up the trail and then we'll get started. Clarice, do you want the shotgun or the rifle? Rifle. Did you bring my snow pants out? Yes, on top of the toboggan. Destiny motions to them. Thought you might need them. Eyes shining, she gives me a brilliant smile. The second morning we found ourselves on foot. She gave up her goth look. Since then, her face has been bare of makeup, letting her natural beauty shine. Her black hair, courtesy of a bottle, now sports a good inch of dark blonde roots. I'm also showing roots, gray ones at my temple. That's something new. After getting my snow pants on, I turn to Leslie. Make sure someone is always looking out the window. Keep eyes on me. I'll signal if needed. How long do you think we need to stay out here? I don't know. If someone heard the shot, they may or may not come to investigate. Let's get the deer done and then go from there. After an hour at my perch, Liam comes to relieve me. The deer is about half done, he says. We're not very good at it, so it's a pretty slow process. Are they taking the hide off too? Yeah, as they work on each quarter. There are places to hang them in there, a rack at the back, but I don't think we should leave it out here. It'll freeze. Unless that's what we want. Maybe we should move it into the house? It's cold in there, but probably not as cold. I think I'm going to go through the woods, see if there's any nearby houses farther up the road. You sure, Mom? It'd give me some peace of mind to know the likelihood of someone coming here after hearing the shot. Besides, a walk will do me good. Let me go tell the girls. Wyatt is stretched out on a blanket bed they made him, sound asleep. He looks adorable. The deer looks good, I say. Thanks, Destiny says. Both Leslie and I have watched this done many times, and I've helped, but doing it on our own is something else. We have both the front and back legs off the one side, plus the back strap and the tenderloin are out. There's quite a bit of meat on his neck, so we're taking it too. We still have the other side to do. I'm going to walk through the woods a bit, toward the east, to see if there's any houses nearby. Might help us know if there's an impending threat. Good idea, Destiny says, wiping her hand across her nose and leaving a streak of blood. I walk what I judge to be a mile without seeing any sign of civilization. Feeling somewhat relieved, I hustle back to the children. When I'm close to Liam, I softly say his name. He answers with, "I'm here, Mom." As I walk closer to him, he says, "They've got it done. They're taking the pieces inside and hanging them in the bathroom." Good plan. I'll start getting us some snow to melt. Unlike the running water we had at Isabel and Jeff's, or the solar-powered stock tank at the Delgados, there's no water here. As we've been doing for the last several weeks, when we can't find a stream or river, we melt snow. Melting snow is awful. It takes a large amount of snow to melt into a small amount of water. This snow seems particularly dry and doesn't produce much water at all. It's definitely not my idea of a good time. They found a game sled in the shed, Liam says. It was tucked in a corner behind some other stuff. I don't know how I didn't see it yesterday. We only did a cursory inspection yesterday since it was getting dark. You would have found it in the daylight. It'll be good to have. The toboggan wouldn't have made it much farther. Chapter 35, November 16th. We stayed at the house several days, never having any trouble with people showing up. We cut, cleaned, and cooked the venison. What we didn't immediately eat, we put in the shed so it would freeze solid. We ate like queens and kings those days. Wyatt was happy, and the chickens couldn't get enough of the scraps we'd give them. The backstrap steaks were amazing, as was the tenderloin medallions. We even cooked a couple of the bones down to make broth. That was put in zipper sandwich bags we found in the cabinet, and then set outside to freeze. We've been back on the road for 2 weeks now, and I think we're making much better time than before the deer. We all seem to have more energy and can hike farther each day. We're certainly not setting any records, but if we can keep up this pace, we think we'll be at Molly's house before Christmas. I dare to even hope we can make it by then. What a Christmas gift it would be. As we discussed this, Liam brought up what he believes is the greatest Christmas gift, the birth of Jesus. Then he recited a section from the Bible Bart had me read in those final days. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. For God did not send his Son into the world to condemn the world, but to save the world through him. Each night when we stop, Liam talks a lot about what he's reading in the Bible. Both Destiny and Leslie participate in the conversations, but I'm more hesitant. I've decided it doesn't really bother me that Liam has chosen this path, but it's not something I'm interested in. Could Bart be right, though? Could my dad have made a different decision right before his death? Did my mom truly accept Christ before she passed away? In a way, that feels wrong. Why would God or Jesus, whoever it is that makes the decisions about who goes to heaven or hell, allow someone to say they'll follow them at the last minute, in their last dying breath? Shouldn't they be expected to decide when they're young, like Liam, and can really make a difference? Not just as they are dying? Then I think about the story of the guy on the cross next to Jesus. Not just a guy, a thief. He even said he deserved to be up there. That doesn't sound like he was a good man. My dad, though, he was a good man. He was always helping people and would go out of his way to be a good neighbor and friend. But Jesus told the thief they'd be in heaven together. It's all very confusing. Don't you think, Mom? Liam asks in a low voice while touching my arm. It's obvious he's tried to get my attention before now. We make a point of walking in silence since the area we're going through is more populated than most. I'm surprised I didn't hear him the first time. Sorry? I ask, looking around to get my bearings. We're reaching the top of a hill. We think there's a town down in the valley. Don't you think we should go around it? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry, I was wool gathering. Are we on the right track to miss it? We're only a few feet from the top of the hill when Liam grabs my arm and pulls me down. He turns behind him and motions for the girls to get down and be quiet. They're several feet behind us, staying well back from the game sled Liam has, and the toboggan I'm pulling. A new blue one we've salvaged along the way that's smaller than our old red one. With the addition of the new toboggan, we're now each pulling a sled. Destiny has the baby and the doubled-up saucer sleds, while Leslie has the other heavy-duty game sled. What do you see? I ask in a low voice, right next to Liam's ear. People. One of our greatest fears. I give a nod and say, let's go back down and then go around. Let me see exactly where they are, he says. No, stay down. There's no need to risk being seen. If we don't know where they are, we won't know which way to go around. I motion him to hold still while I try and think. Finally, I lean toward him and say, I'll look. He offers me a tight nod. I quickly release my snowshoes and untie the toboggan, then take the pistol out of my new hip holster I found just a few days ago. The dead lady was still wearing it when I cleared a house. The weapon itself was gone. With a deep breath, I slowly move up the hill toward a scrawny bush near the top. As soon as I can see, I stop moving. Not bothering with the binoculars, I look over the expanse of white. Far down the other side of the hill, almost at the bottom, is a line of people. They're walking across the space instead of coming uphill and toward us. I squint slightly, trying to make out what I'm seeing, and then decide to pull out my field glasses. As soon as I have them in place, it's obvious things are not right. The people in the line are flanked by others walking on the sides and behind. The ones in line aren't dressed for the weather. No coats, hats, or scarves. Their clothes are ratty and well-worn. I don't even think they're wearing shoes. The ones flanking them are fully dressed and carrying guns, directed at the barely dressed people. I look ahead to see where they're going. I don't need to look too far to see a drop-off. Suddenly, it all becomes clear. The undressed are prisoners. As they reach the drop-off, the ones with the guns start motioning to the others to line up with their backs to the cliff. I shake my head in disbelief. They're going to shoot them and let them fall off. They'll be murdered as I watch, and there's nothing I can do about it. Our weapons don't have the range needed to stop them. And how could we? We'd make ourselves sitting ducks. I give a small shake of my head. Whatever's happening there, it's none of our business. Not only is it not our business, but I don't want to see this. And I don't want the children to know what's happening. But I must watch. Watch so we know what the ones with the guns do next. I scoot back down slightly so my head is below the crest. I motion for the others to cover their ears. Liam gives me a quizzical look. Just do it, I mouth. He nods. I look to the girls. With wide eyes, Leslie nods several times, her hands in place. Destiny has taken Wyatt from the backpack and is cradling him. Thankfully, he's asleep. She has one hand over his ear, with his other ear pressed against her chest. She shakes her head slightly, telling me she'll only be able to take care of him. I nod my understanding, and then carefully move back to where I can see, keeping behind the bush and appreciating my white covering and ugly white hood. The prisoners are lined up, and the shooters are in position. I put my hands over my own ears. Even though I'll see it, I don't want to hear it. From our distance and with my earmuffs, I still jump as the shots go off. What I expect to last only seconds seems to go on an eternity as the shooters keep firing. One person finally raises his hand, getting everyone to stop. I'm surprised when I wonder if any of the people who were shot have accepted Jesus. Are they now on their way to heaven? Would I know? Bart had a serene smile as he passed. He looked peaceful and almost joyous. I look intently at the bodies on the ground. I'm too far away to see their faces, only puddles of red staining the snow. The man who stopped the massacre walks from prisoner to prisoner with his handgun at the ready. I jump again when he fires. After he's done, I take my hands down and strain to hear. He's turned slightly away from me. With him in profile, I can see his mouth moving and hear the slight rumble of his voice in the wind, but I can't make out anything he says. After a moment, the others sling their rifles and walk over to him, chucking the people they just murdered off the cliff. With my gloved hand covering my mouth, I watch as the dead are disposed of. As soon as the gruesome job is completed, they turn and start walking back to the south, using the same general trail they arrived on. While there's little chance of being seen, since they're now walking across the field and slightly away from us, I make sure I'm as low as possible, keeping my head down so only my eyes are showing. Hopefully, my white cap will make me look like nothing but a snow-covered rock, should one of them turn this direction and scan the hillside. I let out a small sigh of relief when they're finally out of my view. I scoot back down to where the children are. "What happened?" Liam immediately asks. "Nothing good. I'll tell you about it later. Right now, I'm going over to that small knob." I point to a place in the general direction where I think the shooters may have gone. I want to see if I can tell where they're going. I start putting my snowshoes back on. "What are you going to do?" Destiny asks in a quiet yet fierce voice. I shake my head. "Just watch, see which way they went, and make sure we go a different way. We need to make them pay." I close my eyes and take a deep breath. I don't really know what I witnessed. She starts to speak, but I hold up my hand. I know what happened, but not why it happened. Maybe those people were the aggressors, and this was punishment or something for attacking them. I can't make anyone pay when I don't know what happened. Besides, you guys are my focus. "It's not right," she mutters. "I know. Stay behind the hill. I'll be right back." I move quickly across the hillside. Well, not overly quick since the angle in snow makes movement difficult. Once I reach the spot, I glass the area with the binoculars. It takes only a moment to find the people, still heading in a southerly direction. Scanning ahead, I see houses. Taking the glasses down, I look over the entire area and decide it's a small town. There are strings of smoke making their way from the homes. With the binoculars back in place, I give everything another good look, then look to the north for any obvious threats. After deciding I have the information I need, I make my way back to the children. Like Destiny, I feel like the murderers should pay. Tears sting my eyes as I remember the massacre. Watching that is something I'll never forget. It also gives me more determination to continue being stealthy and avoid all people. When I reach the children, Destiny gives me a hard look. Liam hands me a piece of hardtack and says, "We should eat something before we move on. Have some water, too." The hardtack's made from flour, part of a huge score we found a few days ago, and doesn't provide much nutrition, but it helps keep our bellies full. "They're gone?" Leslie asks after finishing a long drink of water. "Yes, there's a town not far from here. Looks like they're going there." "They shot people?" I give a slow nod. "They did." "Could you tell if the shooters were the bad guys?" Liam asks. "If they are, we should do what Destiny said and make them pay." "I don't know." I shake my head. It doesn't matter. We're not going anywhere near that town. Even if we did know, we couldn't do anything about it. We sit in silence for several minutes before Destiny says, "It's not right." "No," I agree. "It's not right." "But there's nothing we can do, right?" Leslie asks, but it sounds more of a statement. "I mean, We don't have the right kind of guns for going after people, and how many of them were there? I didn't see. Too many, I say. And no, we don't have the right kind of guns. We'll go north for a bit and then start east again. I take out the water I have tucked inside my jacket against my chest to keep from freezing. After I have a long drink, Leslie asks if I want another piece of the hardtack. We still have venison, but we've been making it last as long as possible by eating it only when we stop for the night. While our food is still never enough, we're doing better than we were at one point, especially after a good salvage a few days ago. The flour we found was in a car, along with bags of other groceries. The car appeared to have been in an accident, which must have happened in the early days of the attacks, and was abandoned. We made up our own story as to why it was still there, since we'll never know the truth. They were making a trip to town for groceries after the airplane or bridge attacks. On the way home, a deer darted in front of them and caused them to swerve and go into the ditch. Leslie says it was a woman driving since the seat was slid forward. They called someone to pick them up and planned to go back for the groceries. Why they didn't, we don't know. When we popped the trunk open and found all the food, I started to cry. The produce was long past spoiled, now only frozen bags of slimy liquid. Some of the cans had burst or were bulging from freezing, but we were able to salvage several cans of stewed tomatoes, baked beans, and dozens of cans of soup. All the dry goods were fine: flour, pasta, rice, pinto beans, oatmeal, tea bags, and even coffee, along with a large jug of cooking oil and a slightly smaller jar of olive oil. There were even several tins of tuna in oil that escaped any issues. Currently, tucked in my jacket next to my water bottle, I have a zipper bag, also found in the car, filled with pasta and water. Our cooking is now done sparingly. We've already used all the fuel canisters for the small backpacking stoves we found at Isabel and Jeff's place. We're now using a larger one-burner propane stove with the green 1-pound propane containers found in a garage. We do anything we can to cut down our fuel usage. The pasta will soften throughout the day, and we'll give it a quick warm-up so we can have a hot meal. The last can of tuna will go in the pasta. It'll almost be a delicacy. "Ready?" I ask when my biscuit is halfway gone. Destiny's still angry at me and refuses to meet my eyes as we get ready to go. Once we're on our way, she softens slightly and gives me a slight tilt of her head. As we travel across the side of the hill, I make sure we'll avoid the gully used as a burial ground. About an hour before sundown, we stop and set up our camp. We're sitting in our supply tent eating our supper when Liam asks, "Do you think it'd be safer for us to walk at night? I know we've discussed it before and decided not to, but we're getting to an area with more towns." I've thought about it, but I just don't think we'll be able to see well enough. And even though it's cold during the day, it's miserably cold at night. What about during the full moon? Still cold, Leslie says, giving a shiver. Let's wait until we're closer to the full moon and then decide. Maybe we'll get a warming streak. Destiny and Leslie both say that's common during winters around here. I thought we'd have one already, Destiny says. To have snow on the ground continuously isn't normal. We do have cold winters sometimes, Leslie says. My parents were always talking about the snow they used to get when they were children. And last year was really cold, Destiny says with a nod. But this snow, she gives a shrug. I don't know. Maybe when we get to a lower elevation, it'll decrease. I thought we've been in lower elevations, Liam says with a shrug. The girls both nod their agreement. After several minutes, Destiny asks, "You saw the nuclear bombs? Isn't there a thing about those causing bad winters?" I search my memory, trying to find any recollection of what she's talking about. "I don't know," I finally say. "I've never thought much about nuclear attacks." "Seems my dad mentioned it at some point. We didn't know about actual bombs, just the EMP wiping everything out. But he was talking to Dr. Jewell once and said, 'At least we shouldn't have nuclear winter, if that's really a thing.' I meant to ask him about it, but never did." "Nuclear winter," I say slowly. "That does sound familiar. I think I remember talk about it after Chernobyl, but that wasn't an actual nuclear detonation, like bombs. It was a nuclear reactor and didn't do anything to the weather. At least I don't think it did. I don't know." I shake my head. "The internet would sure come in handy right now," Liam says. "We'd have our answer in a matter of seconds." Chapter 36. November 27th, the day after Thanksgiving. 2 days after the massacre, Wyatt started coughing. At first, I didn't think much of it. We all cough from hiking in the cold. We also always have runny noses. None of us seem at all sick. It's just a part of being in the elements. Within 24 hours, he was running a fever and crying almost constantly. We were in a more populated area and decided to find a house to stay in while we tried to sort out what was wrong with him. When Liam was a baby, he was extremely sick with respiratory syncytial virus, commonly known as RSV. While for most babies and young children the virus is nothing more than a cold, for Liam it resulted in him being hospitalized for 3 days. But RSV is a virus spread through the air in direct contact. We're never around anyone but each other. How would he get a virus? We were nearing Yellowstone Park and would likely not be able to find a good place to stay, other than our tents, once we were inside the boundaries. So I started to look for a house. The first one had a body. While I didn't want us staying there, Liam was able to do a little salvaging and added to our supplies. The second place, which we could see from a distance, had smoke billowing from the chimney, obviously occupied. It wasn't far to the next house. With no smoke, I crept up to it and peered in a window. The room was a bedroom, and it took only a quick glance to see 2 bodies in the bed. It was a death house. We almost skipped salvaging or anything, but I desperately wanted to get Wyatt inside. I thought maybe, if we could get him out of the elements and give him a little extra nourishment, he'd be fine. I decided on a quick trip through the house, having Liam stand guard this time while I did the salvaging. With the cold permeating every inch of the home, there wasn't much of a lingering odor. As I looked through the empty cabinets, I came up with an idea. If we kept the bedroom door shut, we could stay there for at least a night. There was a wood stove in the corner, and it would be dark in a few hours. We could light up a fire and warm the house overnight. Maybe a night out of the cold would be enough to rid Wyatt of his cough. I checked all the rooms, except the one I'd seen from outside, to make sure they were clear. I didn't want to open the tomb, but knew there was no choice. While unlikely, there could have been a living person in there, someone who meant us harm. It was empty except the bodies in the bed. We ended up staying there until this morning, shattering any chance of making it to Bakerville in time for Christmas. While it was too risky to have fires during the day, for fear of people seeing our smoke in a house that had clearly already been looted, we had a fire each night, boiling pots of water to make extra humidity. We also gave Wyatt multivitamins and extra vitamin C crystals, a find from several weeks ago that Destiny called a lifesaver. By the 3rd day, I was starting to wonder if Wyatt needed to be given some of the fish antibiotics. "Why's he drooling so much?" Leslie asked. I took a good look at him and realized she was right. He'd been coughing and gagging incessantly. I wondered, was it from the drool? I reached inside his mouth and rubbed my finger along his gum. Liam never had any trouble with teething and didn't even get his first tooth until he was almost 10 months old. I remember the doctor telling me not to worry at our 6-month checkup. While 6 months was a common age for a baby's first tooth, some get them earlier and some even much later. He went into a long, drawn-out story about one of his patients not getting a tooth until he was over a year. Wyatt is somewhere around 7 months old, so a tooth would make sense. While I didn't feel an actual tooth, there was a hard lump on the bottom. Was all of this over a new tooth? Maybe. Or maybe he was really sick. Erring on the side of caution, when we had our nightly fire, I made a hot pot of water and used a blanket to hold in the steam. The two of us sat in the steam tent for hours. When the steam would begin to lessen, one of the other children would give us a new hot pot. His coughing began to ease off afterward, and he even slept through the night. After that night, his sickness began to improve. Now he's once again happy, smiling, and sporting a new tooth. While at the house, we got 2 eggs from Poofhead and 1 from Little Brown, and Liam supplied us with 3 rabbits and 2 squirrels through a combination of snares and his slingshot, along with catching a wild pigeon in a box trap. We almost ate like royalty. Yesterday, according to the calendars Liam and Leslie keep, was Thanksgiving. Liam surprised us with a second pigeon he'd caught a couple of days before. He cleaned it and kept it frozen until the morning before Thanksgiving. When we started our nighttime fire, he brought it out. We all oohed and awed over it. I left it whole and dredged it in a small amount of flour, then browned it in a dollop of our precious cooking oil before adding previously boiled snow water to simmer the bird. We've been using the olive oil found in the trunk of the car as a tonic, each taking a portion daily to add an extra 100 calories to our meager rations. Once it's gone, we'll use the cooking oil in the same manner. While this house had been well scoured for supplies before we arrived, we still managed to find a few things that were missed. As we've found out during our looting from house to house, people put things in strange places easy to miss. This couple used the tops of their cabinets for storing things out of sight. Or at least one of them did. And my guess is it was the husband. We found 2 boxes of individually packaged brownies made famous by a certain little girl. One box had only 2 packages left, the other was unopened. He had a second stash of fun-size peanut-filled candies underneath the top drawer of a desk in the office. Finding those treats led Leslie and Liam to spend many hours each day looking for other hidey holes, to no avail. Once our pigeon was thoroughly cooked, we removed the meat from the bone and added our final can of stewed tomatoes. We kept it cool all day, then warmed it up once the sun went down and we started our evening fire. Pigeon stew for Thanksgiving. While it's never a meal I would have considered in the past, it was amazing. We had the last of our carefully rationed sweets for dessert. The pigeon bones were cooked overnight, giving us broth for future meals. Today's a beautiful day for walking through the snow. There's no wind, and the sun's shining. There's even a bit of melt going on. Not so much the snow-packed ground risks clearing, but the drip, drip, drip of water falling from the trees provides a nice background noise. Little Brown Hen and Poofhead were less than excited to return to their box. While we were still at the house, Leslie suggested we may want to look for a cage for them. If they can get some light during the day, they may give us eggs more regularly. Destiny said she didn't think it'd matter much because they need a certain amount of daylight to lay regularly, and that just doesn't happen during the winter. She suggested we put one of our battery-operated lanterns in the box with them to provide artificial light. The exchange was rather spirited for a few minutes, while Leslie attempted to make her case, stating they gave more eggs while we were staying in one place than when we traveled. I agreed, but I know nothing about chickens since I've never been around them before staying at the Delgado's place, and only brought these two with me to save them from the people who showed up. While I do love getting the eggs, I've come to think of Little Brown and Poofhead as pets, friends even. And I'm not sure an open cage is a good idea. The box keeps them warm, and since it's dark, they sleep, which also keeps them fairly quiet, a definite plus. I've considered the lantern idea, but I'm not sure we should be using our batteries like that. Wyatt's feeling much better and is jabbering as we walk. It's not a problem with no one around, but if we were to find ourselves in a dangerous situation where we needed to be completely silent, we may have difficulty. And we've been in a more highly populated area for too long as we make our way from Idaho well into Montana. It won't be long now until we reach the edge of Yellowstone National Park. As we walk, I think about the part of the Bible Liam was reading last night. I've stopped fussing about his desire to share what he reads. I often have something else to do during the time and barely pay attention. Last night, I found myself tuning in to what he was saying. I don't know what he was reading about, but the phrase, "be strong and courageous," kept being repeated. As I walk, "strong and courageous" echoes through my head, combining with the dripping from the snow, melt to create a cadence. Am I strong and courageous? Months ago, I was teetering on the edge. Starvation was consuming not only my body, but my mind. I wanted nothing more than to stay at the Delgado's place to try and create the semblance of a normal life. Liam told me I needed to pull myself together, to be fierce. Now, rather than fierce, I think strong and courageous is what I need. Not only did he say to be strong and courageous, but he also said to not be frightened or dismayed, because God would be with me. Strong and courageous? Is that something I can be on my own? Or if I choose to follow God, to accept Jesus, will I have help? As the cadence continues to beat in my head, I realize I need help. No matter how fierce I try to be, I'm still weak. Destiny sidles up next to me, interrupting my thoughts. In a quiet voice, she says, "I think we're being followed." I whip my head around, looking in all directions, seeing nothing. Why's that? There's just, we are. I've caught a glimpse of movement several times. Maybe it's a deer? I ask as we keep trudging through the snow. We spied a town in the distance and have been making a large loop around it, keeping talk to a minimum as we walk, especially after seeing human footprints. The prints were several days old, possibly someone traveling through like us, or maybe one of the townsfolk out hunting. Could that be who's following us? She gives me a look I interpret as me being daft. Deer don't usually follow people. They run away, or at the very least, stand still until we pass them. This has been going on for several minutes. I give a nod. I'll drop back. You and the children go on ahead. Destiny was walking at the back of our group, towing one of the game sleds, with me directly in front of her with the blue toboggan. Leslie is pulling the saucer ahead of me with Wyatt on her back, and Liam's in the lead with the other heavy-duty sled. "Should I tell them?" she asks. "Let me see what's going on. Just keep the usual pace." She tilts her head at me. As she opens her mouth to say more, I lift a hand. I'll see what's going on. She gives me a reluctant nod before moving ahead of me. As we walk, I keep glancing around, as does Destiny. I begin to relax after about 10 minutes, having decided everything is fine. The sound of a twig breaking causes me to turn quickly. I let out a yelp as I'm shoved to the ground. Before I even know what's happening, a wave of pain goes through my shoulder. I'm smacked in the head, knocking me farther into the snow. The pressure on my shoulder lessens as huge teeth quickly come toward me, aiming for my throat. My attacker lets out a short, high cry as his head suddenly springs back, and a black blur connects with it. He lets out another yelp as he's hit again and again. I struggle to make sense of what's happening, the pain in my shoulder engulfing my senses. "Mom, Mom," Liam says as he grabs me near the collar of my coat and yanks me away. I cry out as the pain overwhelms me. I've slid several feet across the snow when the shotgun roars. I'm looking at Liam's face when everything starts to spin. "Go, go," a faraway voice says. Something's cutting into my hip as the voice says, "We need some distance." I'm on my stomach and bounce up, letting out a shriek as my left hip and right shoulder scream in pain. "You're okay, Clarice. We're going to stop in a few minutes." I lift my head to try and see her so I can respond. The pain in my shoulder's intense, and everything goes black. "Mom, I'm going to roll you off the sled and onto your back. Okay? Are you ready?" "Watch her shoulder," one of the girls say. There are hands on my hips, at my knees, on top of my head, and at my elbow. Someone's crying. A baby. The baby is crying. "On 3, the girl says. She starts to count, and I wonder what's going to happen on 3. Suddenly, I'm moving, being rolled from my stomach. "Oh, stop! Stop!" I pant before everything goes dark again. The next time I wake, I'm in a tent with Liam sitting next to me. "What happened?" I ask in a croak. "Oh, you're awake." "Mm-hmm," I say, closing my eyes. "Are you going to tell me?" "What's that, Clarice?" she asks. "Where's Liam?" "I was talking to him," I answer as I try to focus on her face. "What's her name?" "He's getting some rest." I feel my forehead wrinkle. "We were just talking." She nods her head. "I think you might have a concussion. There's a knot on the back of your head. Does it hurt?" I start to shake my head. Just the simple movement sends pain from my head, down through my neck, and into my shoulder. I let out a gasp. "I guess it does. We gave you ibuprofen and one of the pain pills. You can have more in an hour or so," she says, looking at Bart's watch. "Bart's, he's dead." I close my eyes as memories of the last several months wash over me. "Destiny," I ask. "Yes?" Where's my son?" "Sleeping. He has Wyatt with him." "Wyatt. The baby." "Right. Leslie is on watch." "What happened to me?" "Mountain lion. It must have... I thought we were being followed. Do you remember that?" I start to shake my head, then decide against it. "No," I whisper. "I didn't see her until you cried out. I think she might have been teaching her kittens how to hunt." "Her kittens?" I let out a breath. "I need to." Chapter 37, November 28th. I brought you a cup of coffee, babe. The smell is tantalizing, rich and nutty. He's put the French vanilla cream in it. my favorite. I reach my arms lazily above my head to stretch. Ah, my breath is suddenly taken away by pain in my head, shoulder, and various other places. What's wrong with me? You're okay, Mom. You're okay. I'm not. No, something's wrong, Liam. I hurt. Opening my eyes, I look around. I'm in a tent. Where's Ben? Where's the special coffee? I meet Liam's eyes. I was dreaming of my dead husband. I scrunch up my face. What did the girl, Destiny, what did she tell me happened? A cougar attacked me? Yes, a mountain lion. I don't know if a cougar is the same thing. Is it? He scrunches up his face while he searches his memory. When? Yesterday. Do you need some more pain medicine? I hurt. He helps me take 2 little reddish pills, then says, "We have the stronger stuff too, but it's not time for those yet. You can have one in 2 hours if you need it." Things don't make sense. You hit your head. When she knocked you down, she smacked you with her paw and slammed your head into the ground. It's a good thing there was snow on the ground. It was mostly covering the rock you landed on. And my shoulder. She bit you. Oh, is it bad? Bart cut his leg and ended up dying from it. Wouldn't a mountain lion bite be worse than a cut from barbed wire? It's pretty bad. We think a bone might be cracked. But, and this is good, Mom, you were wearing so many layers her teeth didn't cut into you, and she couldn't get to your neck. Destiny thinks that's what she was aiming for. That's how they kill, by breaking the neck. But when she knocked you down, you must have fallen funny, and she clamped onto your shoulder instead. She had just released and was going in again when Destiny hit her. You killed her? Destiny did. We didn't see the kittens until afterward. They should. We think they'll be okay. I bite my top lip as I close my eyes. As Liam gives me details of the attack, things start to come back to me in fuzzy pictures. Was she teaching them how to hunt? Maybe. Leslie and Destiny think so. It makes sense. I close my eyes. I need to sleep some more. When I wake again, Leslie is in the tent with me. I move slightly to become more comfortable, and she looks up from the book she's reading. Hey, Clarice. It's too dark in here to read, I say, my voice hoarse. Yeah, I was just getting ready to stop. It wasn't too bad until a few minutes ago. The sun's going down? It's going to snow. It's only mid-afternoon, but it's definitely getting darker. Where are we? About a quarter mile from, where it happened. Are we far enough from the town? With a sigh, she says, probably not. We were worried someone would show up yesterday after we fired the shots, but they haven't. We're keeping watch. I close my eyes to try and alleviate the pounding in my head before I ask, how's Wyatt? His cough still gone? He's fine. Liam's on watch right now and has Wyatt with him. Destiny is sleeping. A wave of emotion washes over me as I think of these children and the things they've had to do. The tents are good and secure for the storm? Should be fine. We have all 3 tents up, plus the bivy sack thing. The gear's in the bivy. Did it fit? Mostly. We put a few things in the tents, but it's not too bad. Liam will take Wyatt to Destiny when the snow starts. He can bring him in here. I can hold him, on this side. I motion with the arm the mountain lion didn't try and eat. The noise won't bother you? I don't think so. My head isn't pounding like it was. Can you help me get a drink of water? Then go ahead and get him. I'd like them inside before the storm. When Leslie returns with Wyatt, Liam pops his head in. "Hey, Mom, you look a lot better." I give him as large of a smile as I can muster. I feel better. Not nearly as foggy, and my head isn't too bad. "How's your shoulder?" "It hurts. Does everything look good out there?" "Seems okay. This storm's probably going to be a bad one. We'll have to keep watch from inside the tents. Destiny's relieving me in 2 hours. Leslie is going to stay with you and Wyatt until the storm subsides. She'll help you with anything you need. Right, Les?" She gives him a look. "Of course, but don't call me that." With a cheeky grin, he says, "Oh yeah, guess I forgot. Our tents are close together, Mom. Even with the storm, I'll be able to hear you. I'm right there." He points to his left. "Destiny is on the other side of me." "Okay, good. Do you want me to help you go to the bathroom again before the snow starts?" "Again?" I search my mind, trying to remember when I've gone to the bathroom recently. As I focus on it, I have a vague recollection of Liam walking with me earlier this morning, and then Destiny having to help me get my pants down. As I remember this, I wonder when they took my mass number of layers I was wearing off. Right now, I'm wearing flannel pajama bottoms and a tank top. My shoulder is wrapped up with a fabric bandage and held tight to my chest with a triangle sling. Leslie and Liam help me up, and I slip into my easy-on snow boots, tucking the pant legs inside so I don't get them wet. They drape my parka over my shoulders. Liam walks with me, but I make sure he knows I can handle things on my own. I'm partially right. I enlist the aid of a tree to keep from falling over, and getting myself back together takes longer than it should. Once I'm back inside my sleeping bag, Liam goes on to his tent while Leslie and I play with Wyatt. It's not long before the wind kicks up and the snow starts. As the tent flutters, Leslie asks if I'm hungry. "Do you want some of the broth you had earlier?" Like going out to the bathroom, I don't have a ready memory of having broth, but now that she mentions it, I can remember Liam patiently feeding me spoonful after spoonful. "Is it still hot?" "Yeah, we put it in the small thermos we found. It should at least be warm." "Where'd we get broth? Did Liam snare a rabbit?" She drops her eyes, but not before I see something in them. Guilt? Instead of answering, she grabs the thermos and removes the lid. Using it as a cup, she pours in a small amount. I watch as the steam escapes. My stomach responds with a rumble. Wyatt, who must also be hungry, lets out a whoop and a giggle. Leslie laughs and says, "There's enough for you too, little man. We'll each have some, and we've got meat too. Can you sit up a little?" she asks me. I can help. Once I'm up, she hands me the thermos top and then pours more broth in one of our mugs, telling Wyatt, "We'll let this cool a minute for you while we start on the meat." I take a sip of the broth. It's salty and has a flavor I can't quite place. Maybe one of the herbs or spices we've found in our salvaging? I sip on the broth while Leslie takes a small piece of meat and chews it slightly before placing it in Wyatt's mouth. Even with his new tooth, he's far from ready for actual chunks of meat. "Do you want some meat?" Leslie asks me, handing me a piece. "Will you be able to eat it?" "I'll be okay with it," I say. "I have a few more teeth than Wyatt, so you don't need to chew mine first." Leslie laughs. "I didn't mean that." Like the broth, the meat has a strange flavor. "Is this rabbit?" No," she answers, giving Wyatt another pulverized piece. I feel the color drain from my face. "Not my chickens?" "Oh no, of course not. They're in with Destiny. They're fine, Clarice." I let out a slow breath as she says, It's the mountain lion. We didn't want to waste it, and we need the food. Destiny says some people used to eat them before. It's just, well, it doesn't seem right since it's a cat. I swallow the piece of meat, which seems to have doubled in size. She's right. My husband knows people who hunt and eat them too. Destiny said we had to. It wouldn't be right to leave it since it's so hard to find food. They went back for it as soon as we knew you were. As soon as we knew you weren't going to die. We set up just this one tent, and Wyatt and I stayed with you. It was so scary. You were so out of it. But I still know we need the food, and it made sense I was the one to stay with you while they took care of the meat. She pauses for a moment before quickly saying, I didn't want to eat it, but being picky doesn't help us. I do still feel bad, and I feel really bad about her cubs. Or kittens. Destiny said both things are right to call them. Do you think they'll be okay on their own? I don't know, I answer honestly. Just like the time for being picky with our food has passed, so is the time for platitudes. How'd you cook the meat? Open fire. We made the really small double-hole kind. We had to clear out a lot of snow, and then we waited until dark, not just because of smoke, but in hopes it might help prevent people from investigating if they caught the smell of food cooking. Destiny and Liam stayed up all night, cooking and keeping watch. We still have some raw meat left to cook. That was smart. Leslie, I'll tell Liam and Destiny this also, but I'm proud of you. I know this has all been a lot, not just me getting hurt, but the entire trip, and you and Destiny taking care of Wyatt. She gives a partial shrug as she feeds Wyatt another bite. I just hope your friends won't mind us being with you. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. They'll most certainly welcome you. Liam says they have a small farm. They do. Speaking of, have the chickens given any eggs? Not yet. I had them out earlier today when Liam was in with you. Where we cleared the snow for the fire is a good spot for them. There were even some grass shoots. They loved those. Will you put your chickens in with your friends? Put them in with their chickens? I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't know how their farm works. I let out a small laugh. I don't know anything about farms. I lived in Portland until my dad died, and then my mom and I moved to Alto. We didn't have livestock. Will you miss living near the ocean? I might, but with the way things are, I don't know if I'll have time for missing it. Do you think... She pauses as she bites her lip. Can you ask Liam to call me my full name? Oh yes, of course, I answer, trying to keep a straight face. Nicknames can be annoying. Did you have a nickname? I did. My friends called me CC, Clarice Cervelli. I actually really liked it. Did your husband call you CC? No, he usually called me Babe. I feel my cheeks redden as I say it. I also feel my heart break a little. The dream from earlier when he was giving me coffee, it seemed so real. He must have really loved you. I allow the tears to build in my eyes. Marriage isn't always easy, and sometimes, well, the truth is, I wasn't always as loving as I should have been. My husband, Ben, always wanted the best for us. We both worked hard to have a nice house and the things we thought we needed and wanted. But now I see that in some ways we were caught up in it all. I wish we would have concentrated more on being a family than the material stuff. Having a nice house is good. We lived in a very small house, but it was still nice. My mom and dad were always happy and laughing. They made things fun. Even after my brother died, they made sure I knew I was loved, and they showed me they still loved each other. My heart aches as she talks about her family. Did Liam have that kind of loving household? I know the answer. No. He didn't usually see the best in me, as I was continually nagging on Ben. I like how Bart talked about dancing with his wife, Leslie says. My parents danced, right in the kitchen or the living room sometimes. Did you dance? No, never. I wish we would have. Chapter 38, January 9th. The storm raged for days and dumped over a foot of snow on us. The blizzard was quickly followed by a second one. Between the weather and my injuries, it was nearly 2 weeks before we started walking again. While we were hunkered down, Wyatt cut a second tooth, this time with much less difficulty than the first. He also learned how to scoot along on his belly while dragging his legs behind him. While not exactly a crawl, it was impressive. Unfortunately, the size of the tent meant he was going in circles. I'm terribly impressed with his scooting. I've worried, with our diet and life on the road, he might be developmentally behind. But at his age, of somewhere around 8.5 months, scooting seems on target. Our pace is still terribly slow, but at least we put in several miles each day as we walked through the eastern part of Yellowstone National Park. We'd hoped to find cars abandoned in the park, but it seems most people left while they could. However, things changed when we reached Roosevelt Lodge. Surprisingly, the place was full of food, supplies, and various goods. We stayed there for over 3 weeks, thanks to a couple of storms, the holidays, and the plethora of food. We celebrated Christmas, Leslie's birthday, and New Year's at the lodge. During the time we were there, Destiny killed a spike elk, and Liam killed a buck deer. The abundance was wonderful. Giving Christmas gifts was something we made a game of. The general store at Roosevelt Lodge still held its wares. Wyatt was given small stuffed animals and a couple of balls. Liam gave me and each of the other ladies a beautiful blanket scarf. Destiny handed out Yellowstone logo sweatshirts, and Leslie gave new t-shirts. I gave card games and small pocket games to the older children, and an amber necklace that's supposed to help with teething issues to Wyatt. I can't tell you how excited I was to find a stash of those on the shelf. I pocketed 2 more just in case. The gift shop, lodge, kitchen, multiple cabins, and lodge-owned vehicles gave us ample salvaging opportunities. There were even large bags and cans of food still in the kitchen. Like other cans we've found previously, several were bulged or had burst due to the weather, but many were still good, including several canisters of coffee. We indulged on the large containers while stopped and then opened and repacked it into zipper bags, which were abundant at the store, then froze them so we'd have them as we trekked. There was plenty of flour, allowing us to make the flavorless but good-for-traveling hardtack biscuits. A hardtack biscuit dunked in hot coffee isn't bad. There was even powdered creamer and plenty of sugar to dress up the coffee. We left Roosevelt Lodge 6 days ago and have just started today's walk. We expect to see the exit from Yellowstone any time. Last night, we wanted to keep going until the gate came into view, but it didn't happen. Once the sun starts setting, it gets dark fast. Traveling through this section of Yellowstone in the middle of winter, on foot, has been nothing short of amazing. The buffalo and other wildlife are still out. Although it's amazing, it's also nerve-wracking since we're extremely aware of predators. I'm a bit of a wreck after the mountain lion attack and jump at any sound. It's been around 6 weeks since the attack. I'm doing fine physically, though my shoulder still hurts some. And I'm not only concerned about mountain lions, but bears and wolves too. We're taking extra precautions when we set up our camp by wrapping our food in the smaller tarps and hanging them in trees well away from where we sleep. We don't even cook at our camp, choosing to stop and eat and then walk farther before stopping for the night. As I've said, it's nerve-wracking, and these precautions will need to continue for the duration of our journey. Molly's shared many stories of seeing grizzly bear and wolves where they live. One advantage to this section we've been walking is a creek. Yesterday, when we stopped, we found a fast-moving spot void of ice and used a small fishing pole and tackle we picked up at the lodge. Using marshmallow bait, we only caught one fish, but it cooked up wonderfully. What a treat. There it is, Liam says, pointing to the gate in the distance. With the excitement of a goal soon to be reached, we all pick up our pace as we veer off the road. While we've found using the main road to be much easier walking, we've decided our efforts to remain stealthy are smart. We walk between Soda Butte Creek and the road as we exit the park and make our way to the small enclave of Silver Gate. Liam and I have been here before, on a trip to Yellowstone a couple of years ago, and I seem to remember houses scattered along the roadway for many miles. With several feet of snow on the ground, a creek on one side of the road and tall mountains on the other, it's going to be a challenge to avoid people. On the flip side, we're hoping to be able to do some salvaging. We're currently good on food, but we know we have a long journey ahead of us. The walk along the mostly frozen creek is amazing. As the snow crunches and the ice groans, I'm engulfed in the beauty of my surroundings, and it's not much more strenuous than walking the road. We take turns leading since the first person does the trail breaking, which is the hardest work. The snowshoes do a fine job of keeping us on top of the snow. One of my straps broke when the mountain lion pounced on me. Destiny, wise beyond her years, had made a plea for us to look for more snowshoes at each house we'd salvaged. We were only able to find one pair, and they aren't even as good as the ones I had, but I'm now wearing those. We've kept the other pair and have rigged them to use with shoestring, also something we've been on the lookout for, along with replacement snow boots, but I haven't tested them yet. Liam's snowshoes aren't looking too good either. The buckle broke on one, and now he tapes it together. Both duct tape and electrical tape are on our salvage lists. Right now, we have a decent supply of both, hopefully enough to last until we reach Molly's place. If we can continue this pace we've set the last several days, we should reach Bakerville in around 2 weeks. I'm doing my best to tamp down on my excitement, and the children's too. We all know how our plans can easily go awry. We take a small break while switching leaders. I don't think the houses will be much farther, Liam says. We're well past the entrance gate. I think you're right, I say. I'll take Leslie's turn of breaking trail. We'll keep a slow pace and stop as soon as we see anything. Then we'll make a better plan for getting around the houses. Maybe we'll be able to find a high spot where we can see what our options are. They're going to see us, Liam says with a shake of his head. Even with our ghillie suits, there's no way they won't see us. Snow doesn't walk. I give him a shake of my head, knowing what he's going to say next. As expected, he says, I still think going through here at night would make the most sense. For the last several days, he's made a strong argument for taking this section at night. While I agree that it'd help us stay hidden, the moon isn't putting out enough illumination for us to be safe. Let's just see what we're dealing with. Maybe we can stick next to the creek. There's houses along the creek, he says. There isn't any way for us to get around. We need to go at night. I give him a patient smile before asking, "Everyone ready?" I haven't gone far when a house comes into view, or I should say, the remains of a house. At some point in recent history, the house burned down. My guess is it was after the attacks, but before the winter. It's well covered in snow, with only the chimney and a section that didn't collapse poking above the snow cover. "Guess we don't need to worry about this one," Liam says quietly. I give a nod as we keep walking. When we see the next house is in similar shape, Liam says, "This doesn't seem right." I agree it doesn't. We discuss it for a few minutes before deciding there doesn't seem to be an imminent threat. These fires are months old. A terrible feeling settles over me at the third burned-down house. What happened here? As we approach the town of Silver Gate, we have yet to see any evidence of people, only destroyed structures. The town itself also has burned-out buildings. Liam points to a place slightly up the hill that's still standing. There's no smoke from the chimney, but we know from our own experiences that isn't a sure indicator of it being empty. "I'm going to go check it out," I say. "Maybe we can get some answers as to what's happened here." "We don't need answers," Destiny says. "Whatever happened doesn't concern us. We need to get through this section. We still have the next town, right?" "True." "Okay, so let's just stay on target and be alert." I give a nod and start walking. We stay close to the creek as we make our way toward Cook City. Along the way, we see more of the same burned buildings. I suspect if we didn't have several feet of snow on the ground, we might be seeing bodies too. And at this point, I have little hope of Cook City being any different. Something terrible has happened here. A short while later, Liam says, "Mom, we should start looking for a place to camp." "There's a building still standing," Leslie says, pointing to a place near the road. "I think we're at the edge of the town," I say. "I agree," Destiny says. "The rubble's getting closer together." "Let me check it out," I say. "Let me go," Destiny says. "I'll take Liam, with your shoulder." She tilts her head. "Okay," I agree. "Take it slow and easy." She passes Wyatt, who's sleeping in his backpack, off to me. He barely stirs as I put him in place. She starts to put on the pack I was carrying when I say, "Leave it. We'll bring it up with us." "You ready, Liam?" she asks. "Make sure you stay out of sight," I say. "If you see anyone, come right back down. We'll go back and camp near one of the destroyed homes." "We'll be fine, Mom." Liam gives me a thumbs up before turning to leave. As they cautiously and carefully make their way up the incline from the creek to the road, Leslie and I take cover behind trees. Even though all have long ago lost their leaves, the trunks give us a modicum of concealment. I take in a breath when Destiny reaches the top and disappears. Liam is lying prone on the edge of the hill. It's many harrowing and tense minutes before she returns to view. She says something to Liam, and as he stands, she motions for us to join her. It takes Leslie and me many minutes to make our way to the top of the hill. Once we're there, we get a full view of the town, showing most of the houses and buildings as little more than rubble. There are parked cars covered in so many feet of snow, only the tops of them stick out, and some of the smaller vehicles are nothing more than a mound of white. The building Destiny and Liam were sent to check out, while still standing, has all the windows shattered, and the door is hanging by a single hinge. "The animals have moved in," she says. "We won't want to stay in there." "What do you think happened here?" Liam asks, his arm motioning to take in the entire town. They were attacked, I suggest. Or they turned on each other, Destiny says bitterly. Leslie agrees with a nod. Why did they burn everything down? Liam asks. I think even the cars were torched. Some of them, anyway. That doesn't make sense. I agree, I say. And think about how much fuel you used, Destiny. And that was just for one house. She shakes her head. It doesn't make sense. But something happened, and there doesn't seem to be anyone left in this town. I look around at the destruction and agree. There's zero indication anyone is here or has been here recently. Other than the tracks Destiny's snowshoes made as she walked in front of the building and into the road, even the snow is undisturbed. There's a house up on the hillside, Destiny says as she points to it. I scoped it with the binoculars, and the door is still intact. One of the windows has a hole, but it might be livable, at least for tonight. Should we all go up together? Leslie asks. I think we should, Destiny says. Clarice? I use my own binoculars to check the cabin and surrounding area. There are trees between us and them, preventing some of my view, but also giving us concealment as we make our way there. We'll stay together and get closer, then we'll see. I take the lead this time. Halfway to the house, I stop when I see tracks in the snow. I motion for the children to take cover while I move forward with my pistol at the ready. I let out a loud breath of relief when I realize it's animal tracks, specifically a lone buffalo. We've seen so many buffalo tracks in the snow the last several days, so I'm positive that's what I'm looking at. I motion the children to come on ahead. Nearing the cabin, I check an outbuilding first. Once it's proven to be safe, Destiny, Leslie, and Wyatt wait there while Liam and I check the rest of the buildings. The cabin isn't very large, with one big room functioning as the living room, dining room, and kitchen, plus a small bathroom. There's a pile of snow near the window with the hole and wet, soggy leaves at the edges of the snow. The place smells damp and maybe a little moldy. Upstairs is a loft covering half the main space. I take a deep breath before mounting the stairs. Will the bed be empty? My fear of finding a body or two on the bed is unfounded. I take a quick look around the seemingly undisturbed room. My eyes land on the nightstand. There's a picture of a couple. He's huge with an unruly beard and long hair, and she's tiny in comparison to him. She looks remarkably familiar. Is she someone famous? I'm not sure, but I'm struck by how happy they look. Incredibly happy. Back outside, I tell Liam, "Go get the girls. Everything's fine." Inside the cabin, Leslie slides Wyatt and his carrier off, placing it upright on the floor. He's beginning to wake up and will need a diaper change and food. We were able to refill our supply of disposable diapers at the lodge's store, thanks to several packages on the shelves. Before that, we salvaged diapers here and there, but it was never much. We've even used adult diapers and our trusty duct tape to make them fit. But we've mostly been using towels, blankets, even clothing. Washing diapers, like doing any laundry while on the trail, is nearly impossible. While we're still okay on disposables for now, we'll need more before we reach Bakerville. Maybe we'll find some here in Cook City, though I hold out little hope of finding many salvageable goods based on what the town looks like. Are you ready for a bottle? I ask Wyatt in a sing-song voice. There were also 2 containers of baby formula at the lodge store, which he's happily enjoyed as a supplement to our regular meals. He rewards me with a smile while waving a fist at me. I'll use one of our grocery sacks and duct tape to cover the hole in the window, Liam says. Good idea, I agree, moving Wyatt from his carrier to a blanket on the floor. After I take care of changing the baby, Liam has the window patched and says, "I'll try to find some dry wood to start a fire. The sun will go down shortly. I want to check the garage, too." I give him a nod. "Destiny, can you go with him?" She's opening cabinets in the kitchen. "No food. Maybe we can shoot a deer while we're here." "Or a buffalo," Liam says. "A deer or small elk," I say. "A buffalo would be too much. I can't even imagine we'd be able to handle skinning it." "The stovetop doesn't work," Leslie says. "There's no gas, propane." "Liam, can you check the propane tank while you're out there and see if it's empty?" I ask. While they go outside, Leslie continues checking cabinets and drawers. Now redressed, Wyatt promptly rolls over and begins to scoot away. Giving him a minute to move around, I take my chickens from their box. "Look, Wyatt," I say, chicks." Stopping his movement, he spins his body to look at me before saying, "Mama." My heart melts as he reaches for me. "That's right, Wyatt. Come to Mama." Chapter 39, February 9th. "What do you see?" I ask. Hidden behind a group of boulders, we each have our binoculars as we scope the area ahead. "The house at the top of the hill is empty," Destiny says. "What are their names?" Liam turns to me. "They were nice when we met them at Jake and Molly's barbecue." "They were nice," I say. "His name is Evan. Hers is Daisy or something." Liam nods. "I hope they're okay. Some of the windows have been covered with plywood or cardboard. I think something bad happened." "I think you're right," I agree. "I'm pretty sure their house is empty," Liam says, "and there's no smoke coming out of Molly's house either, or the other houses in this neighborhood. I can see the pens they keep their goats in, but they look empty. Same with the chicken coop." We've been scoping the area from the top of this hill for many minutes. Our pace the last several days has been nearly grueling, knowing we were on the final leg of our long journey. We stayed over a week at the cabin in Cook City and were never able to determine exactly what happened there, other than nothing good. While the house we were staying in was free of bodies, we found several in a partially standing restaurant. There were a dozen or so other homes that were not completely destroyed, and we went through all the buildings I felt were safe to enter, based on their degree of destruction, plus cleared all the cars. Notable finds included disposable diapers in assorted sizes, winter gear, a single snowshoe, and both Montana and Wyoming gazetters. A wonderful find. There wasn't any food to speak of. Fortunately, Liam was up early the first morning after we arrived at the cabin and shot a forked horn deer, allowing us to replenish our meat supply. He got us a second deer the following day. We're now well stocked on meat, but cooking them took some time, which was the main reason we stayed in Cook City as long as we did. We were not able to get the propane working to fire up the stove. There wasn't a tank. We think the homeowners, Sandy and Stella Jean Carmichael, according to some mail we found in the desk, had a smaller tank and someone picked it up and took it with them. Maybe the homeowners themselves. Perhaps they were able to leave before whatever happened. I hope so. Just like at the Delgados and Isabel's house, I felt like I got to know the Carmichaels through photos. Not only did they have the framed picture on the nightstand, but there were several photo albums in a storage chest. While I couldn't figure out who Stella Jean looked like right after seeing her picture, Leslie said, "She looks like Dolly Parton." Definitely from years back, but that's who she resembles. We used the wood stove to cook the meat, also drying a good portion of it by hanging it on wire we strung behind the wood stove. Nearly 3 weeks later, we're beginning to run low on meat, and Wyatt has only a dozen or so diapers left. As we stare at the empty houses in front of us, a terrible feeling fills my stomach. At least the houses are still standing, Leslie says. Maybe your friends are just doing what we do and not lighting fires during the day. That's a good point, Destiny says with fake confidence in her voice. I don't see anyone around, Liam says, not even bothering to hide his disappointment. I swallow hard, trying to keep my tears at bay. It's taken us over 7 months to travel halfway across the country, with the hopes of security at the end of our journey. When Ben, Bart, Liam, and I left our home, the last thing I wanted was to go to Bakerville. No, that's not true. Staying with Ben was the last thing I wanted. Asking Molly for help and safety was a close second. To go to her, groveling, seemed beneath me. But now, with the things we've seen, the things that have happened to us, Ben's abduction, Bart's death, then gaining Destiny, Leslie, and Wyatt, and knowing the dangers of this new world, I'll happily beg Molly for protection. Whatever is needed to keep my new family safe, I'll do it. I think about the reading Liam did last night from the Bible. While I don't remember the exact words, the gist was how the Lord watches over foreigners while taking care of the widows and those without fathers, but he doesn't help the wicked. My own wickedness almost overwhelmed me as he read. I'd never thought of myself in that way, but the more I learn about God's ways, the more I understand my failings. My son, Destiny, Leslie, and Wyatt are all fatherless, and God's proven time and time again how he cares for them and helps them. I'm a widow, but I can see how my wicked ways have been part of my downfall. My conceitedness of being so sure I'm always right has led to many poor choices and so many overreactions. The way I treated Ben, not only since we left our house but in the days, months, even years prior, caused us to no longer have a loving husband and wife relationship. We were mere roommates, just going through the motions, with me always critical and ready to berate him at each opportunity and vice versa. We hadn't been happy for years, and me planning to leave Ben for Mark leaves me with much guilt. While I hadn't yet been unfaithful in a physical sense, I was certainly having an emotional affair. It was so nice to have someone who listened to me, who was interested in what I had to say, who made me feel special. It had been a long time since I'd felt that way with Ben. One of those days on the road, after the EMP, I felt an unfamiliar spark. Had we had more time, I think we could have made our way back to each other. No, I didn't deserve God taking care of me as a widow. I was among the wicked. Until recently, anyway. I'm not sure when it happened, but the seeds were planted somewhere along the way as Liam would read to us and lead us in prayer. Perhaps even back to when Bart would do the same thing. Maybe it was the time he had me read to him from his Bible, but at some time during all of that, I started listening and hearing. Somewhere along the way, I realized my need to turn from my wickedness, a wickedness the Bible says we all have, and turn toward God by way of his Son, Jesus. I don't know if I've actually done that, if I'm truly a Christian. But even today, with the disappointment of arriving in Bakerville to seemingly empty homes, I'm not distraught. I'm sad and don't know what will happen next, but I feel, no, I believe, God has a plan for us. It may not be the plan I'd choose, but he's placed a feeling of peace and comfort in my heart. Liam, Will you lead us in prayer before we continue on? I ask. With a small smile, he gives me a nod. He knows I've changed. We don't talk about it, but he knows I listen when he reads and prays. This is the first time I've verbally requested he pray, but other times he's seemed to know when we need it, when I want him to. Heavenly Father, we're thankful for your help and protection as we've made our way to Molly and Jake's. We ask you to continue these blessings right now. He sucks in a deep breath. I don't know what we'll find. I'll admit, I'm scared. Scared the safety we've been after won't exist. Please help us with whatever comes next. Amen. Thank you, Liam, I say, wiping a tear from my eye. When I look at his fallen face, I pull him close, whispering how much I love him and how proud I am of him. After hugging Liam, I move on to Leslie and then Destiny. Help me get Wyatt off my back, please. I'm going to take the lead, and I want Leslie to carry him. Destiny helps me get Wyatt off before we pass him on to Leslie. I play with him for a minute and elicit a quiet laugh from him. I tell him how much I love him before getting him ready to go. Okay, I say. Whatever we find, we'll figure this out. With God's help, we'll come up with our next plans. Everyone be alert. We're not home yet. It's about half a mile down the hill to the first home where Evan and his wife live. The closer we get, the more obvious it is that the house is abandoned. The snow, which has decreased in quantity since we've reached a lower elevation, has been disturbed recently, but only by deer tracks. At least that's a good sign. We'll be able to replenish our meat supply. From their house, it's almost another mile to Molly's, but at least it's mostly downhill and not strenuous. While I'm still underweight, I've developed some serious leg muscles from walking through the deep snow. With less snow, walking is almost easy. Liam has sprouted up a good inch in height and is lean and sinewy. Leslie, who by her own admission was plump before the attacks, has the body of an athlete, as does Destiny. Wyatt isn't as chubby as I think he should be at close to 10 months old, but he still seems on target developmentally. He sits on his own and can pull himself to a standing position with help, a new trick he learned while we were in Cook City. I don't think he's ready to walk, and with the tight quarters of our tents, he doesn't really have the space to learn. The beauty of the area is amazing. When we visited Molly and Jake before, it was during the summer months, when the aridness of the land left much to be desired as far as beauty. The mountains were nice, but covered in snow, they're breathtaking. Of course, I've had enough of snow and mountains after walking through them for the last several months. Even so, I can see the appeal of living here. We cross a bridge over a small creek. Even though it's mostly frozen, there are a few spots where the water's still moving. Maybe we can catch a fish again, Liam says. Maybe so, I agree. And remember, they have ponds. At least one of them is stocked with fish. Remember Molly talking about it when she was at our place? That's right. Can we fish those in the winter? He wrinkles his face. Won't they be frozen over? And wouldn't the fish die? I asked Molly that once. She said the pond is very deep, so it doesn't freeze all the way. And they have some kind of... something, I don't remember what, but something that keeps the water moving. But I don't really know. We'll have to see. I don't say that I suspect, with no one there to take care of things, which is how it looks from a distance. The pond is probably frozen solid, and the fish are all dead. Past the creek, we're starting to get a good view of the Caldwell's homestead. As Liam already pointed out, there's no livestock. We would see or hear them by now, and the silence of the area is almost deafening. Continuing past the other homes, also showing snow undisturbed by humans, I find myself continuing Liam's prayer. Please, Lord, please guide us. Give me strength to endure whatever we find. While I've made a point of declaring my dislike for Molly the last several years, please don't let me find her dead. As we begin the final slight incline to reach their house, I glance up the gully and locate the bunkhouse we stayed in last time we were here. Like all the other houses around, it appears vacant. "Why don't you guys stay here?" I say. "I'll go ahead and check things out." "I think we should go together," Liam says. I give him a slight shake of my head. We don't know what we'll find. Molly is someone you've known your entire life. I give a shrug. He nods. And Malcolm, even though he can be annoying, is a friend. I understand what you're saying, Mom. But how about we wait at the edge of their shop? "I'll go in with you," Destiny says. Just like always, no one goes anywhere alone. Reaching Molly and Jake's driveway, I'm surprised to find the driveway gate open. I would have expected it to be locked to help discourage people entering the yard. The fence along the road is still fully intact, and the thorny berry bushes, which Molly told Ben are not only for food, but for a layer of security, are wilted with the winter. Again, there's no sign of humans in the snow, but plenty evidence of deer and rabbits. From here, a second bunkhouse, which Molly and Jake had purchased shortly before our last visit, and a third, much smaller cabin I've never seen before, are both fully visible and empty. I know the large shop has a studio apartment attached to it, and as we walk closer, I see it's also undisturbed. With no sign of people, the feeling of dread in the pit of my stomach increases. Another Bible verse Liam read at some time in the past comes to me. "Do not fear, for I am with you." I give a visible nod. "Let's go, Destiny. Liam, Leslie, we'll be back shortly." We walk around to the south side of the house. There's a gate into the yard with rock columns on either side. On previous visits, hanging above the gate was a wooden sign that read, "Welcome." It's not there. I cautiously open the gate and peek into the backyard. Empty. I'm surprised to see a new sunroom added to the house. It spans most of the south side and leaves just the large window in their living room visible, which looks out over the mountains in the distance. The new entrance is now via the sunroom. "Should we knock?" Destiny asks. I almost laugh. We've broken into dozens of houses in the past few months and have never once considered knocking. Even so, I give a firm rap on the sunroom door. When there's no response, I try again. "Let's go around and check the windows and other doors. This room is new since I was last here. We can't really see in very well." There's an entrance at the back of the house, which goes into the master bedroom. The decking stretches across the room, which has a large window. Molly made a point of telling me before how the west-facing window helps warm the room up on a winter evening. Right now, the heavy curtains are in place, preventing me from looking in. I try the door. It's locked. I knock before we move on. There's a patio door on the west side. Like the other window, this door is curtained and locked, and my banging receives no response. On the east side of the house is the final door that goes into a mudroom. There's only a small window there, also curtained, and the door is locked. "I guess it's empty," Destiny says. I knock at this door just to make sure before saying, "I think this is the best window to break for entry. I don't know if I can get in it all the way, but I should be able to reach in and unlock the door. Let's find a rock. They should have plenty of them since this is a rocky area. We should have been practicing lockpicking skills, Destiny says. I don't like ruining your friend's window. Yeah, you know what? Let me go get the crowbar. It'll be easier than searching for something. Liam and Leslie, still on the other side of the shop with Wyatt, both ask what's happening as soon as they see me. No one's home. We haven't made it inside yet. I should have taken the crowbar with me to begin with. I undo the top of the tarp on the blue toboggan to retrieve it. Look over there, Mom. Liam points to the tree line in the distance. Someone has a fire going. I narrow my eyes slightly, trying to make things out in the white of the snow. I end up having to remove my sunglasses and put the binoculars to my eyes to see what he sees. Not just one, I finally say. It looks like several houses have smoke coming from the chimneys, but I can't see the actual homes from here, just the curls of smoke. What do you think that means? Liam asks. I bite my lip before shaking my head. I'm not sure. Let me get inside and see if we can figure out where Molly and her family have gone. I'll be back shortly. I tell Destiny about the smoke, and she takes a minute to scan the tree line, too. Is that a river? She asks. Maybe. Yes, I remember a river over there somewhere, but I can't make out any houses. Can you? No, they're too low and are behind the hill. Maybe if we went to the edge of the butte, we could see them. We can do that later. Let's check the house first. It takes only a minute to break out the window and clear it enough for me to reach in and unlock the door somewhat safely. It's a long stretch, and I need to have Destiny give me a boost. Entering the mudroom, we find it cleared out and empty of coats, boots, and everything else. A small room off the mudroom, which they use as a pantry, is also empty. Even their freezer's gone. The door entering the main house turns easily, having been left unlocked. I step in and cautiously sniff the air. It's stale, but doesn't give any indication of death. Of course, with the freezing temps, we've rarely been alerted by the odor lately. Like the mudroom, the main house is void of most things. The dining room to the right still has the table and chairs, and the living room on the left has a couch, but no easy chairs. Not much furniture, Destiny says. No, definitely less than last time I was here. Let's check the bedroom. Separating the living space from the master bedroom is a wood stove with a brick surround. It's some kind of special setup that's supposed to help heat the house by warming the brick. I reach out and touch the cold brick on my way by. Behind the brick wall is an office, which still has a desk, but none of the furniture I remember. We're then led into the master bedroom. I take a deep breath before pushing the door open. It's empty. Even the bed's gone. What's that? Destiny asks, pointing to a metal drum molded inside a section of plaster and attached to a long bench. Another wood stove. It's ugly, but Molly says it gives off amazing heat. The closet has a few clothing items that, on first glance, all appear to be summer wear. The master bath is cleared of any personal items. We continue through the house, checking the guest room and bath on the main floor. We then go upstairs and find Malcolm's room. Like the master bedroom, his room is missing everything but a few clothes in the closet. The upstairs bathroom has a few motel-size bottles of shampoo under the sink, but nothing else. And what used to be an open to the downstairs loft is now closed off, but bare. What about the basement? Destiny asks. Oh, I think it's just storage, but we should check it. Good idea. Where's the stairs? In a weird place, off the master bedroom. She nods, apparently not thinking that's an odd place to have stairs going to the basement. Destiny turns on her flashlight as we make our way down the stairs, expecting to find a narrow, almost rustic staircase. I'm surprised to find it extra wide and covered in finished wood. At the bottom of the stairs, instead of a storage room, is a game room with a coffee table and a bar-height table and chairs. Destiny moves the light around while we get a good view of the space. The polished concrete floor has tape on it, likely used to hold area rugs in place to keep them from moving around. "Fun coffee table," she says, pointing with the flashlight to the table with a foosball game built into it. A door on the left leads to a bedroom, with the only bed in the house still in place and another one of the ugly wood stove contraptions. A second door off the family room opens to a half bath. Destiny steps in and opens the door leading out of the bathroom and into a room with just a tub and shower combination. "Huh," she says, opening yet another door into a second half bath. "Good idea. 2 half baths sharing a shower space." Leading out of the bathroom, we finally find the storage area I expected. Yet it's not what I'd anticipated. There's empty shelving and cabinets covering every wall. There are also 2 rooms with hasp locks on them missing the padlocks. I open the first room on the right to find more shelves filling the entire space, all empty. Standing in the back corner, nestled where 2 shelving units meet, are several rugs wrapped in plastic. "Guess we found the rugs from the family room," Destiny says. "Guess so," I agree as we move to the second room. "Check this out," Destiny says. "I think it's a reloading room. They probably had guns over here too." She gestures to the racks on the wall. The room is quite like Ben's gun room at home. Molly never said anything about this. I've never been down here, but it seems it might be something like that. "They didn't leave much behind," she says. "Where do you think they went?" I have no idea. They never really said anything, but I always got the impression the things they were doing were so they could live here forever. At least we didn't find them here. "Yeah. Should we get the others?" "Yes. Then we'll figure out what our next plans are." I don't mention the wave of disappointment coursing through me, not only because Jake, Molly, and Malcolm are gone, but because Ben's not here. Even though I'm positive he's dead, there must have been a small piece of me holding out hope he'd be here when we got here. Chapter 40. February 11th. "What is it?" I ask, jolting up from my bed on the floor. "I'm not sure," Liam says. "It sounds like gunfire. I can't really see much, but I think it's coming from the houses." The houses with the chimneys belching out smoke. After not finding Molly or Jake here, and the rest of their neighborhood also seemingly gone, we talked about those living on the river. Are they friendly? Or are they responsible for the disappearances? Destiny and Leslie are also awake now, sitting on the bed in the toasty, warm basement bedroom. "We'll be right up. Wait for us at the door at the top of the stairs," I say, clicking on a lantern. "Leslie, you stay with Wyatt. We'll be right back." "Should we get dressed, in case we need to leave?" Destiny and I meet each other's eyes, and she gives a slight nod. "Good idea," I say. "Get everything ready." Destiny and I struggle into our multiple layers of warm clothing as Leslie starts shoving things in bags. We've left our emergency packs intact, but there's miscellaneous things lying around. "Move upstairs as soon as you're ready," I tell Leslie. "Wait in the master bedroom for us. The snowshoes are at the top of the stairs. If you have to get out..." I bite my lip, thinking about what to tell her. "If you have to get out, take Wyatt to the trees at the back of the property. Biting her lip and visibly shaking, she nods her head. We're going to be okay. I give her a small smile. Please, God, make it so. Keep my children safe from harm. Liam, looking nervous at the top of the stairs, asks, You ready? Where's your snowshoes? Outside. They were wet. Okay. I'll put mine on outside, too. Destiny, you stay here. I'll go with Liam to see what we can figure out. Take your binoculars, Destiny says. They might be useful, even with the limited light. As soon as we step outside, I hear a far-off shot. See? Liam asks. What do you think is happening? I shake my head as I work on my snowshoe. Liam's no longer wearing the one with the broken strap. He now has the single snowshoe we found in Cook City on one foot and his original, unbroken one on the other. They aren't the same style or even the same size, but he makes it work. With my light aiming low to the ground, I say, Let's move to the edge of the hilltop. That way, we're closer to the houses. We spent a lot of time yesterday exploring Molly and Jake's land. Liam and I even went to the edge of the butte, but we made sure to stay hidden. From the edge, we could see at least half a dozen homes spread along the river. The shooting continues as we walk, coming in long strings and then pausing before there's more. There must be dozens of people shooting. Once we reach approximately the same spot we were at yesterday, Liam says, I wish we could see something. The words are no sooner out of his mouth when I see a flash of light, almost like a quick fire, then two more immediately following. The sound of the shots reaches my ears in 3 rapid sequences. A second or so later, there's another flash, this time seeming to come from inside a house. Do you think we're safe here? Liam asks. I don't know what's happening there. I don't know. But as far as we do know, they have no idea we're here. We stay for many minutes as the shooting continues. I try to blank my mind and not think about what's happening down there, about the number of people being killed. Liam reaches for my hand. Pray with me, Mom. I give his hand a squeeze as he begins his petitions, asking God to bring his people to him and ease their suffering. When Liam's finished, I tell him to go back to the house. I'll stay here. I want him to keep watch from the upstairs, focusing on the east and north directions, especially watching the way we approach the house from the wilderness area. Destiny should stay at the back, watching the western hillside. My view is southerly. Can you see the road okay from here? He asks, motioning to the gravel road leading up the hill to Jake and Molly's. Good enough, I answer. I should be able to see if anyone is coming up it. Even though I'm bundled well against the cold, I shiver as I sit alone in the frigidness of the early morning. The shooting soon becomes sporadic. As the sun begins to rise, the gunfire slows to a rare discharge. With the increased visibility, I realize I'm not in the same spot as yesterday where we spied on the houses. Where I'm at now isn't as hidden. I carefully move closer to the mountain, snuggling in next to a boulder. Once in place, I scope the houses with my binoculars. From this distance, things aren't crisp, but I can see people moving around. They seem to be rounding up cattle and horses. I stay nestled against the boulder until mid-morning, when the last of the raiders, that's how I've come to think of them as, I watch them take everything from the community, start to leave. As the sun comes up, it's easier to see what's happening. I expected to see bodies strewn about, but there's very few. There were a few late shots, finishing the job, I guess, and some of those seemed to be outside. But I think the people were slaughtered while in their homes, even in their beds. I know we should go down and look for survivors, but I just don't know if I can see people so freshly murdered. I let out a breath as the last of them move out, taking the livestock with them. While I watch them leave, I think about yesterday. As we spent the day exploring, we were trying to determine where Jake and Molly might have gone. Was it like Cook City? I don't think so, since there were people living just fine on the river, at least until a short while ago. Unless it was a similar event to what happened to Destiny and Leslie, where the townspeople turned on each other. Could that have happened? As we went through the Caldwell's house and then each of the outbuildings, we didn't find any answers. It wasn't until we found keys to the bunkhouse and other guest homes in a basement drawer that we found a slight clue. In the studio apartment attached to the shop was a note, written simply to Son. It started with how happy the parents were the son and his family had made it, and then it went on to say they should make themselves at home until spring. Most of the community has gone to a place to ride out the winter, but they'd be back in time to start the planting. There's plenty of wild game, the note went on to say, and necessary items have been stashed for their use. Then it gave a clue as to where to find these necessary items. The clue made little sense to me, but the next section piqued my interest. Those in the community who didn't want to go to the hiding place are living along the river. The son was encouraged to contact them in a safe manner. They have lookouts stationed in a variety of places, and he should go down waving a bandana or other flag to get their attention. Once he tells them who his brother is, there should be no problem. "Who do you think wrote the letter?" Liam asked. "I don't know," I answered. "My guess would be the brother is Jake. That makes sense anyway. But I don't know anything about his family or if his parents even lived nearby." We decided the recommendation was good, and we, too, should introduce ourselves to the people living along the river. Our plan was for me to leave this morning at daylight. Of course, that's no longer an option. I let out a long breath. Where would Jake and Molly go? Why not stay here? They worked so hard putting this place together and seemed to have everything they needed to be self-sufficient. Obviously, they took the goats, chickens, and other livestock with them. The pond, which I expected to be a frozen-over mess, wasn't at all bad. Something using solar power, based on the small panel we found, is keeping the water moving in the middle of the pond during the daylight. There are several little white balls, possibly ping-pong balls, floating in the clear area. The water is moving enough so the ice is completely gone in places and thin in others. We're going to see if we can figure out a way to melt some of the ice along the edge to help with getting water. Making water from snow is a long process, so something easier will be welcome. Yesterday, Liam and I took a garden wagon we found in an outbuilding to the creek we crossed over on the way here and filled 2 5-gallon buckets. It was wonderful to be able to heat the water to boiling and end up with almost the same amount we started with. While the stream is fine, having water closer will be much better. When the raiders are out of sight, I wait another 10 minutes and then start my walk back toward the house. Destiny, who's waiting on the back deck, gives a small wave as I walk toward her. When I'm close enough, she asks, "Is it over?" They're gone. I want to get something to eat and rest a bit, then I'm going down there. "I'll go with you," she says without hesitation. "We'll talk about it later," I say, knowing I won't have her with me. While I might let her go along and keep watch, I don't want her seeing that. "How's everything here?" "Okay." Liam is sleeping. Leslie took over his watch from upstairs. We have everything packed to go except the chickens. They're in the master bathroom. I thought I'd put them in the pen for a while, if you think it's okay. Should be. We'll need to keep watch, of course. Is Wyatt good? He's with Leslie, probably about ready for a nap. You could take him with you when you rest. We have the south-facing curtains open to let in the sunshine. It really warms the house up nicely. And did you know if we open the window that opens into the sunroom, heat comes in from there? Really? I didn't realize that. She's right about the large window. Plenty of heat comes in, enough to warm the house while the sun is up. Not so warm we can go without our layers or our stocking hats, but it's definitely comfortable. Is the master bedroom staying warm? I asked Destiny. Yeah, I've let the fires go out, but both bedrooms are fine. The day we arrived, we fired up the weird wood stove in the basement and the main one in the living room as soon as the sun went down. Surprisingly, both not only warmed the rooms while they were lit, but the heat was retained long after the sun came up and we let the fires go out. The brick surrounding the main stove and the rock bench around the basement one were both warm all day and radiated heat. Last night, we lit the stove in Molly's room to increase the main floor's warmth during the day. After lunch, I wake Liam and let him know I'm going to nap. He groggily gets to his feet so he can keep watch with the girls. I realize we've been incredibly lucky. No, not lucky. Blessed. We've been blessed only the four of us have been able to keep watch for all these months. Admittedly, there were times when our watch was done from the tent, and it truthfully wasn't an actual watch, just one person awake and listening for anything out of the ordinary. Last night was the first time we've been in near danger at night. And even during the day, we've managed to use our motto of staying hidden to keep safe. Now we're finally where we've been trying to reach, and I feel the danger more than ever. Will the raiders stay away now that they've murdered and stolen? Or will we be targeted next? As much as I don't want to do it, I realize I need to go down there now. Not after a nap, but immediately in case someone is injured. Do I leave the children here? Or should I bring them along and find someplace safe for them to stay? Deciding to go, I start to scoot out of the sleeping bag when Leslie appears at the door. Hurry! There's people coming up the road on horses. Where are they? I ask, grabbing a sleepy Wyatt. And how many? I only saw 2. They were just coming over the hill when I saw them. Liam is outside. Destiny went after him, and I came for you. No one is watching them now? I came to get you, she says again as I hand off Wyatt. We need to hurry. My outerwear, wet from sitting in the snow for hours, is hanging in the bathroom. I quickly move into the small room, leaving the door open as I tell Leslie to see where they are, but to stay hidden and get ready to leave the house. With a nod, she grabs the diaper bag and Wyatt's snowsuit. Pulse pounding and hands shaking, I struggle to get into my wet snow pants. As she makes it to the top of the stairs, I call out, "Stay out of sight." With my fumbling, it seems to take forever before I'm somewhat dressed. I grab my heavy, damp jacket and bound up the stairs, stopping near the door where I left my boots. The snowshoes are also there, but I leave them for now. Leslie is peering out the east window, her body behind the wall. Wyatt is on a blanket next to her, sound asleep. Thank you, Lord, for that. Where are they? I ask, also keeping my body behind the wall while I look out. Since I've been in the basement, it's started to lightly snow, but our visibility is still good. At the driveway, I think they're trying to say they're friendly, They have a white flag. She doesn't point out how they are armed. Everyone is in this world. It'd be stupid not to be. I take quick notice of the leather scabbards holding rifles, and I'm sure they have sidearms also. Liam and Destiny? I think they're next to the shop. I saw movement there right before you came in here. Just then, the French door by the dining area opens, and Liam and Destiny step in. I look to Leslie. She shrugs and says, I guess I was wrong. I really did think I saw someone. Where did you come from? I ask Liam. I was back by the chicken coop playing with our hens when Destiny came out. I didn't see the people, but we can hear them talking. The chickens? I ask. We locked them in, Destiny says. We didn't have their box with us and didn't want them to squawk. What are we doing? They have a white flag up. Look, Leslie cries. There is movement by the shop. See? I look to where she's pointing, but see nothing. At that same moment, I hear a very faint, "Hello, in the house," called out from one of the guys on horseback. What should we do? Liam asks. Go to the upstairs window. Take the rifle and keep them covered. Give Leslie your handgun. As Liam does my bidding, I turn to Destiny. You have the shotgun. I'm going to talk to them. I want you to be ready at the window we broke out yesterday. We covered it with plastic and duct tape from our supplies, which will be fine for her to see out of and can easily be ripped down as needed. Can't we just ignore them? Leslie asks. They know we're here, I say. We've left tracks everywhere. I want you to be ready to go to the trees with Wyatt. But in the meantime, you're watching for anyone else to appear, okay? The cowboy repeats his plea, calling out to us in the house. If I see someone, Leslie asks, let us know. Liam? I holler so he can hear me from upstairs. Yeah, I'm here. I can see the two guys. I don't see anyone else coming up the hill. You're going to need to check all the windows. Make sure there isn't anyone coming from a different direction. As I talk, I fully realize the concerns Bart and Ben had with us trying to provide our own security. It's too hard with such a small group. We can't be in all places at once. In barely a whisper, I say, Please, God, please help us through this. Amen, Destiny says. I turn to her and nod. Let's go. Leslie, Liam, if things go bad, take Wyatt and get out. I slip into the mudroom with Destiny right behind me, closing the door to the main house. Destiny quickly gets into position, ripping a hole into the plastic. Ready? She says. Okay, I'm going to open the door, but I'll keep my body back. I have my handgun at the ready, but know both the shotgun and handgun have limited range. Liam, with the rifle, has a farther range, but with open sights, his accuracy may suffer. With the door barely open, I lower my voice as much as I'm able to and yell out, "Go away!" We're not a threat, the cowboy yells back. We saw... He clears his throat loud enough for me to hear him. We saw what happened. Our friends are supposed to be here in Bakerville. We're trying to find them. A second voice says, We know Pete Fairbanks, your neighbor. We're going up there next, but wanted to check in with you. Go on to Pete's then, I say, forgetting to lower my voice this time. I clamp my hands over my mouth as soon as I realize what I've done. Sure we will, cowboy number 1 yells back. We were just checking to make sure you folks were okay, after what happened down by the river. And we'd like to find our friends, cowboy number 2 interjects. How about instead of moving on to Pete's, a new commanding voice calls out, you get down off those horses and move on over here. Who is that? Destiny asks, fear filling her question. I don't. I start to answer and then shake my head. Are they trying to help us? Shh, I caution as one of the cowboys says, Hey, we don't want any trouble. We've had a rough few months and are just looking for our friends. We've all had a rough few months, buddy, the new voice says. Get off the horses one at a time. I want to see your hands while you do it. I strain to look over Destiny and out the plastic window, trying to see the speaker. I can't control the tears welling up in my eyes. The cowboys look at each other. One of them gives a shake of his head as he says, We're doing what you ask. We really don't want any trouble. He slides down off his horse. Once on the ground, he keeps the horse's rein in one hand and the other out to his side, well away from his body. Go ahead, Donnie, he says to the other guy. Fine, Donnie huffs, then joins the first cowboy on the ground. As soon as they're both down, the voice says, Toss your sidearms, be smart about it. Seconds after the rifles are on the ground, Destiny says, There. She points to a person stepping out from the far side of the garage. It's a woman, holding a rifle of her own as she walks toward the cowboys. She kicks the handguns farther from their reach. The man with her, still out of our view, says, She'll take your horses so we can get a better look at you. We're not here to cause you trouble, Not Donnie says. I've decided he's the nicer of the two. Either way, you've got a whole load of guns pointing at you, so be smart. She takes the reins without trouble, moving both horses far to the side. I'm straining to get a better look at her, but can only see a slight glimpse of her profile. All right, now lift your coats and turn so we can see all the way around your belt. You know what? How about you just take those coats off? It's cold out here, man, Donnie says gruffly. No kidding. Let's get this done and we can all go inside. Maybe even have a nice hot cup of coffee. You've got coffee? Donnie asks, perking up considerably. Take your coats off, the man orders. I jump when the door into the main house opens. Mom, Liam says in a hiss. Liam, you need to be on watch. Did you see who that is? The lady? It's Leanne. Is it? How could it be? Leanne and her family were taken with Ben. I bite my lip to try and keep my emotions under control. Doesn't matter. Right now, you have to stay on watch. But, Mom, if she's here, Dad has to be here too. I think that's him talking. It doesn't sound like her brother. Destiny looks to each of us before saying, I'll go. You two stay here. She hands Liam the shotgun and grabs the rifle. She reaches out and squeezes my hand before leaving. With my pounding heart and overwrought emotions, I'm having trouble focusing. I give her a weak nod as she goes. Liam and I watch as the men in the yard first remove their coats and then are instructed to take off their boots and show their ankles. There's plenty of grumbling. He doesn't stop there, having them remove their insulated pants and twirl around. If it wasn't such a serious situation, I might almost find it comical. Finally satisfied, the man, who I'm now almost certain is my husband, tells them to sit down and put their hands over their head. With the snow falling slightly harder, I wait to see what will happen next. Okay, guys, he says. Now tell me again why you're here. Donnie says something I don't quite catch, but the other puts a hand on his shoulder and says, We made a plan with our friends to meet in Bakerville. It took us longer to get here than we expected, but here we are. We barely missed being butchered along with the rest of the people. And why are you here at this house? That is what I want to know. I know Pete Fairbanks, Donnie says. He's your neighbor right up the road there. We came to make sure he's okay and to make contact with anyone who might know where our friends are. We found a few people we knew among the dead, but several were missing. Do you know Sheriff Jason Spieth? Or Harry English? Why are you looking for them? Because we agreed to meet here, Donnie says, clearly exasperated. Look, man, it's snowing and cold. How about you send someone to Pete's place? He'll vouch for us. At that moment, the man steps out where I can see him. He's walking with a limp, and his scraggly hair is skimming his shoulders. He's in profile, but even so, there's no doubt. Ben. Mom, Liam says, his voice barely a whisper. He's alive. I wrap my arm around my son. He's alive. Chapter 41, February 11th. Jake? Molly? Ben hollers toward the house. It's Ben Ferguson. Send out your army. I could use a hand with these guys, and bring something to tie them up with. Ah, come on, man, Donnie grumbles. That's not necessary. Liam starts to move. Wait, I say, my heart pounding in my ears. We need to be smart about this. Those guys need to think there's a whole house full of people here, guns trained on them. I quickly move back to the door leading inside, and, loud enough for both girls to hear, say, Leslie, grab some of those zip ties out of the backpack. Is everything good upstairs? No changes, Destiny says. Still just those guys and whoever is at the side of the house. Okay, I say, accepting the stack of nylon cables from Leslie and shoving them into my coat pocket. We're going out. Be ready for anything. Destiny, yell out the window if you see anyone approaching. Back beside Liam, I say, let's go. Walk purposefully. I'll do the talking. He nods, eyes with a sheen of tears and a happy smile on his face. Touching his hand, I say, I'm happy too, but we still have to be serious. Anything could happen. He clears his throat and straightens his shoulders. I'm ready, he says, his voice cracking between youthhood and adult. I yell out the door. Jake has everyone in their stations, Ben. He's sending 2 of us out to assist you. The others will fire if I give the signal. Ben turns slightly toward me. I suck in a breath at my first full look of his face. He has a scar running from his left eye down toward his chin, and his features, round and healthy before, are now angular and skeletal. But the look on his face melts me to the core. A smile covers his face, reminding me of the man I married. His eyes glance from me to Liam, and he gives a slight nod. He coughs before saying, Good enough? Liam's face again cracks into a smile before he catches himself, once again turning serious. He handles the shotgun like an expert, keeping it in the low, ready position. I have my handgun by my thigh. As I step off the porch, Ben says, You have something to secure them with? Zip ties. Perfect. Let's take care of their hands, but leave their feet free until we get them moved. Man, Donnie whines. One at a time. Stand up and put your hands behind your back. Ben says, You go first. He points to not Donnie, who responds with a nod. Step over here, I say, not wanting to get too close to the 2 of them together. Liam, you shoot the other one if he moves. In a louder voice, I say, Jake, shoot the whiny one if he moves. Hey, Donnie says, I'm not whiny. Yes, you are, not Donnie says in a low voice. You're making this harder than it needs to be. Yeah, Liam says, listen to your friend. He's not my friend, Donnie spits out. He's my brother. I holster my sidearm and secure the brother's arms behind his back, then move on to take care of Donnie. Let's bring them into the shop, I say. Good idea, Ben agrees. Turning to Liam, I ask, do you have the keys? He nods his answer as the brother asks, can you put our horses up? Bring them inside too, I say, not really knowing what we should do with them, but it's as good a choice as anything. Open the garage doors to take them in, the brother says. That will be fine for now, but I'd rather not have them on cement for too long. Liam, go ahead and do as he suggests, I say. Then grab a couple of those kitchen chairs from the loft space. Within a few minutes, horses and humans are inside the garage. Leanne called her children to come from around the building, and they're also inside. Sadie is pushing a utility cart. Under the wheels are skis. That has to be Ben's handiwork. I give them a small wave. Sebastian enthusiastically waves back, but Sadie lowers her eyes. The gauntness of their features almost breaks my heart. Is this what my children also look like? If possible, Leanne looks even worse than the children, or Ben. Leanne's brother didn't come in. He must be keeping watch outside. That's good. I use more of the zip ties and secure their legs together. Should we connect them to the chair? Liam asks Ben. Let's just finish our chat and then we'll see, Ben says. But first... With a crooked smile, thanks to his new scar, he opens his arms wide. Liam sets down his shotgun and moves into them. I give them time alone. I want to be in his arms too, but it's been so long and things were so rough between us. And I thought he was dead. When he releases Liam, he looks at me with a slight tilt of his head. I give a nod and step into his embrace, feeling myself melt as he holds me. When he finally releases me, he asks in a husky voice, "Where's Dad?" I swallow hard, then in a rush say, "We lost him. He got an infection. I'm so sorry, Ben." Ben's smile evaporates and his shoulders sag. "When?" he asks, his voice cracking. "September," Liam whispers. I glance to Leanne. "You're all still together?" Ben nods. "Yeah, there was some trouble." "How'd you know?" I ask. "Know what?" "Know we needed you? You got here right at the perfect time." I don't know. Providence, I guess. We were coming up the road when I heard them call out to the house. I took off toward here. Leanne and the children followed. Where's Jake? Maybe he knows where the guys these two are looking for might be. I motion with my head that we should move farther from the captives. "Liam?" I say. "Yeah, I'll keep my gun on them." In the corner of the garage, eyes still on the brothers, I quietly say, "Jake's not here. They're all gone. We found a note someone wrote saying they were hiding out for the winter." "Hiding where?" "I don't know," I answer, shaking my head. "What's this about dead people?" he asks in a normal tone. "You don't know, man?" Donnie calls out. "Could you not hear the shooting?" "We heard it," I say, then turn back to Ben. "Something happened shortly before daylight this morning. I don't know exactly what, but I think the people living on the river were killed." "Murdered," Donnie says. "It was Richard Majors and his crew. They killed them all." "Who's Richard Majors?" Ben asks as we step back toward the others. "I don't know," I answer, while Not Donnie says, "He took over Prospect. Didn't you hear about it?" "Look," Ben says, impatience brimming to the top. "I'm not from around here, so how about you start at the beginning and tell me what's going on? Start with your name." He points to Not Donnie. "Jerry McCullough." He tilts his head. "And this is my brother, Donnie." I'd shake your hand, Donnie says, but I'm a little tied up at the moment. Cool it, Donnie, Jerry says. We'd probably do the same thing. Humph. And why are you here? Ben asks. Jerry takes his time telling us about the terrible things that happened during the summer in nearby Prospect. When Ben and I visited before, we went into Prospect for dinner, and it seemed like a nice town. Jerry paints a picture of a community pulling together after the attacks, and when the EMP hit, changing life forever for all of us, the town's mayor did all he could to save lives. But a few weeks later, the mayor and many others were killed in what sounds like a coup. The person responsible declared himself the new mayor and was executing anyone in opposition. Jerry and Donnie, along with the county sheriff and a handful of others, barely escaped the town alive. They were holed up at a ranch outside of town and made plans to conquer Richard Majors, the self-appointed mayor who sounds more like a dictator, and his minions. Jerry and Donnie went south to Cody to try and find help, agreeing Bakerville, where the owner of the ranch had a friend living, would be the fallback in case it was needed. Unfortunately, Cody's in the middle of their own troubles, Jerry says. Ha! They're just scared, Donnie scoffs. They made a big deal about how sending people to Prospect and trying to defeat Majors would leave them short-handed if trouble happened in Cody. Even people we thought we could count on didn't want to leave their families. Which does make sense, Jerry says. They're under threat from Meeteetse. Or they think they are, Donnie says. I don't think it's near the threat we've got in Prospect. We tried to convince them that Richard Majors won't stop with Prospector County. He intends to rule over the entire region. Like a warlord? Liam asks. Donnie shrugs while Jerry says, maybe. I don't think he's quite right in the head. Hasn't been for years. Nothing would surprise me about him. Anyway, we couldn't get the help we needed in Cody. We went down to Powell, where we have a few friends. Turns out they're just as yellow-bellied as the others, Donnie says. None of them had heard about the things Majors is doing, but they had heard about the trouble in Meeteetse and said they couldn't risk it. What's going on in Meeteetse? Ben asks, looking as confused as I feel. Some derelicts took over the town, Donnie shrugs. There's only a handful of them, though, not the group Majors has, and he's adding to his army? I offer. Sure, yeah, that works. He's adding to his army every day. He's starving the people, so they think they have no choice but to join him or die. And he's not just starving the adults, but the kids, too. He's even adding young ones, like your boy there, to his legions. Mark my words, Cody is going to be sorry they didn't help us nip this in the bud. We think they've combined forces with an entity that infested Wesley, too, Jerry says. Who's Wesley? I ask. Not who, what, Jerry says. It's a little town east of here. Early in the attacks, even before the EMP, a bunch of criminals were causing trouble. Really bad guys, Donnie says. The sheriff thought he had it nipped in the bud, but it seems he didn't end it all. It was a mess. Still is a mess. Jerry nods. We finally realized we're on our own. We went back to our hideout ranch, but everyone was gone. Not just gone, Donnie adds. The place was leveled. The ranches around it, too. We saw something like that, Liam says. What do you mean? Ben asks. Cook City. Someone burned the town down. There were only a few houses not destroyed. Really? Jerry asks with a shake of his head. Cook City? Well, I'll be, Donnie says. They tell you what happened. There was no one there, I say. We found bodies, but no one living. We don't know what happened. Jerry and Donnie are both quiet for several moments before Donnie says, I never would have expected it. This kind of stuff shouldn't be happening here. Big cities have these kind of troubles, not places like this, places where you know your neighbors should be safe. It doesn't surprise me, Leanne says quietly. You wouldn't believe some of the things we've seen. The entire country has gone mad. I look to Ben, who gives a small nod before saying, We can talk about that later. He looks to the brothers. What I want to know is, why are you two here today? After we found the ranch destroyed, we came here to meet up with everyone, just like we'd agreed, Jerry says. We camped out of town last night in the foothills, heard the shooting, and started watching to see what was going on. After Majors's people left. Wait, I say, holding up my hand. This Majors guy that took over, you're saying he killed the people here? That's right, Donnie says. How do you know? We recognized a few of the people, Jerry says. We grew up in Prospect, so we know who lives there, the good and the bad. Hey, how about you go and ask Pete Fairbanks about me? Donnie says. Then you can untie us and we can get that cup of coffee you promised. Do you really have coffee? Jerry asks. I can almost see his mouth watering. Sorry, no. Ben shakes his head. He reaches for my hand before asking Donnie, Where does Pete live? Next house up the way, on the left. Ben shakes his head. Their house is empty. All the houses in this neighborhood are. Leanne and I checked each on our way here. They're probably with Jake and Molly, Liam says. Tell me more about the note you mentioned, Ben says. Not much to tell, I say. It was cryptic, written from a father to a son, telling him to make himself at home and that he's left some things he'll need. They'll be back in the spring. I think it may have been written by Jake's dad. Why didn't it just tell him where to go to find them? Donnie asks. I shrug my shoulders and shake my head while Ben says, Smart not to. If the wrong people got the note, it could be bad. The wrong people. I swallow the lump in my throat. How did you escape your capture? He holds up a hand. Later. I want to hear about how you got here too, but let's figure things out with old Donnie and Jerry first. Good idea, Donnie says gruffly. Are you two related? Jerry asks. She's my wife, Ben says. Jerry nods. I'm glad you two found each other again. Sorry about your dad. We've all lost people, Donnie says roughly, though I don't think he means it as a dig, especially when he continues with, Never thought I'd see the kind of death and destruction we've experienced in the last several months. It's true, Jerry says. While Cody seemed to be almost holding its head above water, we know it's a struggle. I can't really blame them, especially when we heard about the troubles in surrounding towns. It's a mess out there for sure. Where did you folks come from? Oregon, Liam says. Oregon? Donnie's eyes go wide. Didn't they get nuked? Yeah, Ben says slowly. There was a detonation. We don't really know much about it. We weren't near it and only saw it from a distance. You didn't get radiation poisoning? Not that I know of. Ben shrugs. My hair was already falling out before all this, and I haven't noticed it being any worse. Leanne lets out a coarse laugh. So, about the note? Ben says to me. Did it say anything helpful? No, just they were going someplace safe for the winter, and they'll be back in the spring. Oh, and to make contact with the community members who didn't want to leave. I guess those are the ones living on the river that... I finish with a tilt of my head. The ones Majors's people murdered, Donnie says. Yeah, Gabe Griffin was among the dead. Several others that I know from here, too. Didn't see Pete, though, or Sheriff Spieth. Harry English. Milena wasn't there either, Jerry says quietly. I don't know any of those people, I say. Do you know Jake and Molly Caldwell? Nope, sorry, Donnie says. Wait a minute, Jerry says, looking thoughtful. Who was the guy that helped stop Bill Vanderberg's pawn shop from being robbed? You remember his story about it? How Glenn was so nervous he peed himself? Wasn't his name Jake Caldwell? Got me, Donnie says. Bill was a good guy. Too bad Majors murdered him. After another 10 minutes of getting nowhere with talking to Donnie and Jerry, and both beginning to shiver regularly, Ben says, What should we do with them? We can't let them freeze to death, I say. Better let them get dressed. We should take them inside, Liam says. Keep them tied up, but at least keep them warm. Even if you don't have coffee, Donnie says, maybe we can have a different warm drink? Can we take care of our horses first? Jerry asks. I'll handle them, Leanne says. Sadie, Sebastian, each of you hold a rein. She turns to Donnie. Do you have what we need in your saddlebags? Yeah, everything is there. There are a few hay cubes they can have. Usually we're scraping snow so they can eat. It's been pretty slim pickings, but Majors's people did leave a few bales of hay behind. We should go back for those. There's hay in the chicken coop, Liam says. Grass hay? Leanne asks. I don't know, just hay. He shrugs. I'll look at it. Ben, can Liam help me? She asks, after hefting the saddle off one of the horses. I bristle when she asks Ben instead of me. Ben, however, looks to me and says, If Liam helps us get them inside, can you and I handle them from there? My heart does a flip-flop at him, including me in this. Several months ago, before we were separated, he would have made the decision on his own, and I would have internally, or possibly externally, raged about it for hours. Leslie and Destiny can help us too. It won't be a problem for Liam to give Leanne a hand. Who? Ben asks. You'll see, I say with a smile. Liam, grab Little Brown and Poofhead, please. They've been out there long enough. Who? Ben asks again. My chickens. I shrug. Your chickens. Okay, that's new. I giggle like a schoolgirl before saying, Wait until you see what else is new. Chapter 42. February 11th. Liam and I keep our guns trained on the brothers while Ben helps them back into their jackets and boots. When we're ready to go inside the house, Liam says to Leanne, I'll be right back to help you. Do you want me to bring a bale of the hay I found? Can you carry it? She asks. I think so. There's a garden wagon in the shed. I could use that. Be careful with what you feed my horse, Donnie growls. I'm not an idiot, Leanne says in response, as she continues to use a brush on the horse, patting it as she goes. Good to know, Donnie sneers. Enough, Jerry says. You've watched her with Gordy. She knows what she's doing. Thank you, miss. Thank you for caring for our horses. Leanne gives Jerry a nod before turning her eyes to Donnie. If she's expecting an apology from him, she's mistaken. All she gets is a harumph. The snow is coming down even harder as I lead the way into the house, making sure to look up to the window where I expect to see Destiny. When I do, I give her a nod and motion for her to go downstairs. At the interior door leading to the main house from the mudroom, I open it slightly and say, Leslie, Destiny, it's me. Everything's okay. Destiny is within view of the door, handgun by her thigh, as she says, "We're ready." I step in and quickly look for Leslie and Wyatt. Destiny motions with her head to tell me they're beyond the brick wall of the wood stove. I give a nod. Once everyone is inside, I say, "Ben, this is Destiny. Destiny, my husband. Liam's dad." "Good to meet you," she says. "Bart was sure you'd be here waiting for us. You're only a couple of days late." "Is that right?" Ben asks, keeping his voice even. I know he's broken-hearted over losing Bart, but he'll put on a false front for now. Ben's always been able to compartmentalize things until the right time for letting loose. "Where should we put these gentlemen?" "I'll grab chairs from the dining room," Liam says. After we have Jerry and Donnie once again secured, this time in the middle of the kitchen, Liam goes out the door by the dining room. He pops back in a couple of minutes later with my little chickens. "Where do you want them?" he asks. "Master bathroom," I answer. I catch a small smile crossing Ben's face. "Chickens, huh? Did Molly and Jake leave them behind?" "No, I found them in Idaho." "Idaho?" Donnie asks. "You brought them from Idaho? You do know we have chickens in Wyoming, right?" "Yes, thanks for that," I say. "Are you always so unpleasant?" "Only when I'm forced to strip in a snowstorm." He gives an exaggerated shiver. I shake my head and start to remove my boots. It's warm enough in here that we usually take our jackets and boots off but leave our sweaters and hats on. I give Ben an awkward smile. "Did you want to take off your boots?" I ask him. "Better not," he says. "They've been on for days. It wouldn't be pleasant." "Couldn't be any worse than Jerry's," Donnie says with a laugh. "Every night when we bed down, I'm looking for a gas mask." "Right back at you, brother," Jerry says. Destiny gives a small laugh. I roll my eyes, but I admit it was funny. I'm feeling confident these guys are exactly who they say they are. Well, mostly confident. Not enough to untie them. Although Ben leaves his boots on, he does take off his jacket. It's then I can see he's little more than skin and bones. The middle-aged gut he'd been working on is long gone, and even though he's still wearing several layers, it's obvious he's emaciated. He looks like I did those many months ago when I was such a wreck. As I remove my own jacket, I calmly say, "Leslie, you and Wyatt can come out." Ben raises his eyebrows at me. "More new friends?" As Leslie comes into view carrying Wyatt, I reach for Wyatt as he calls for me. Smiling, I say, "Destiny, Leslie, and Wyatt are more than friends. We're family." Ben's eyebrows shoot fully up to the edge of his stocking cap. "A baby? And he calls you Mama?" I lift one shoulder in response. "Like I said, we're a family." At my request, Destiny puts on some water to boil. Ben may not have any coffee, but we do. "You do?" 3 excited voices ask at once. I want to ask Ben about his journey, but not in front of the children. There's no reason to remind them of their own terrible days in the past. From the little Leanne said, they had a much more difficult time reaching Bakerville than we did. Instead of talking about either of our trips, Ben moves over to where I'm holding Wyatt and says, "He's a cute one. How old?" "Around 10 months. We don't know his exact birth date, but Destiny and Leslie think he was born in April." "We're going to celebrate on April 15th, Leslie says quietly. "That was my brother's birthday." I can't keep the silly grin off my face. Even though I'm overwhelmed and even slightly nervous about being with Ben again, I can't help but smile. He's alive. He's here. The water has yet to boil when Liam, Leanne, and her children come in. Her brother's still not with them. At this point, I'm wondering if he's keeping watch or, like Bart, if he's not with them because he died. It's getting pretty cold out there, and it's snowing harder, Sebastian says, giving me a shy smile. Nice to see you again, Mrs. Ferguson. Ben said you'd be here. Nice to see you too, Sebastian, I say. You too, Sadie. Sadie gives a solemn nod as Donnie asks, My horse okay? The horses are fine, Leanne says. We can leave them in the garage tonight. We'll just want to make sure and get them off the concrete for several hours tomorrow. It looks like there's some pens out back that'll work. No loafing sheds or anything I can see, though. I guess they didn't have horses. They had goats, Liam says, taking off his boots. He motions for Sebastian and Sadie to do the same. They look to their mom, who gives a small nod. The hay was okay, Leanne says. Grass hay. I need to take some water out to them. Liam stops mid-boot and slides his foot back in. I'll help you. We have boiled water we got out of the creek yesterday. How much do they need? Not much, Jerry says. Just a small amount now and more later. Liam grabs a big pot we found in the garage that's already filled with water. I half expected the water to work here since Molly and Jake have a solar system that runs their well. When it didn't, we quickly discovered why. The solar system is gone. We assume they took it with them wherever they went. The coffee is ready when Liam and Leanne return. We have sugar and powdered cream, I say. Almost like a restaurant, Jerry says with a smile that twitches his mustache and lights up his eyes. Ben unbinds their hands from behind their backs and attaches one of their hands to their chairs. I'm glad zip ties are something we have an abundance of since we've already used several just in the last hour. How is it you have coffee? Donnie asks, slurping from his cup. We stayed at Roosevelt Lodge in Yellowstone, I say. It was like they just locked up and left. The kitchen was still full. The general store was full. It was crazy. We had coffee before that, too, Liam says. We found a wrecked car with groceries in the trunk. Sounds like you had some better experiences than we did, Leanne says quietly. Do you have food? The children haven't eaten today. Oh, I raise my hand to my mouth. I'm so sorry. I should have asked that first. Yes, of course. We'll take care of it, Destiny says, motioning to Leslie. I snared a rabbit this morning, Liam says. Let me finish cleaning it and we can put it on the stovetop. Ought to use that fancy shotgun of yours and kill some of the chuckers, Donnie says. They're all over the field down the way. Tasty little birds. Geese, too, Jerry says. We planned on trying for a couple after talking to Pete. We might do that, I say. We were trying to stay quiet until we were able to properly meet the people living on the river. I guess that's no longer necessary. You're sure there were no survivors? I planned to go down and see. You don't want to go down there, ma'am, Jerry says solemnly. It's not. He shakes his head. Should we move to the table? Destiny asks, holding a cutting board in her hands with chunks of meat from one of the deer we harvested in Cook City, and the hardtack biscuits made out of a combination of flour and cornmeal we found in Roosevelt Lodge. Finding those supplies at Roosevelt was most definitely a blessing, but none of it will last forever. We loaded up as much as we could bring with us, but we've also consumed a good amount. In fact, what we have more of than anything is coffee. While it seems a luxury, it's not something that will provide much nutrition. Maybe my chickens will give us the occasional egg now that we've stopped. And like the brothers said, we can hunt more than just deer and elk. What about us? Donnie asks. We'll help you move, chair and all, Ben says. You can eat with one hand just like you had your coffee. As everyone gathers around the table, Liam says, I'd like to pray before we eat. You would? Ben asks, looking to me. I give a nod of agreement and say, Ben, would you like to thank God for not only the food, but everything? Leanne gives a snort as Ben says, I'll let Liam do it if he'd like. Before I bow my head, I notice Leanne and Sadie both stare off into space. Leanne, who I found so terribly annoying in those days we were together with her Christian rhetoric, seems to have had a change of heart. Of course, in these past few months, so have I. I wonder if her change came on suddenly, or, like me, developed slowly over time. I'm so lost in my thoughts of Leanne. I barely listen as Liam fervently thanks God for bringing his dad and Leanne's family safely to Bakerville. Leanne snorts again, and Ben clears his throat. After Liam's amen, Jerry says, It's good to hear a young man like you so on fire for God. Liam smiles as he says, My grandpa told me about him, even gave me the Bible my grandma gave him before she died. We've been reading while we made our way here. You have? Ben asks Liam, but looks to me. We have, I say with a light shrug. And you think that has helped you get here? Leanne asks skeptically. Because my guess is the only way you got here, looking as healthy as you do, is luck. Pure and simple luck. But let me tell you, not all of us were as lucky as you. We certainly didn't find coffee, not even flour. She holds up her biscuit. I glance from Leanne to Sebastian. He's keeping his eyes down while he works on his meat, taking tiny bites. Sadie's doing the same thing. I thought you were a Christian, Liam asks Leanne. She rolls her eyes before shaking her head. I'm a Christian, Sebastian says. Mom's not now. Not after Uncle Wes died when we tried to escape. Ah, well, that explains why her brother isn't here. Sadie's like Mom now, Sebastian continues. But me, I remember when my dad left us, and Grandma said we can't always know what God's plans are. I think it's like that now, too. Your grandma is dead, too, Leanne says harshly. Murdered. The neighbors here, too, right? With everything we've seen and experienced? No thanks. The room is silent for several minutes as everyone eats. I'm not hungry, having just eaten before I laid down, but I do give Wyatt a couple bites while I sip on my coffee. I choose not to bring up the difficulties we had getting here. No matter what Liam and I went through, I won't even attempt to one-up Leanne. More than anything, I feel bad for her. When we first met her, she was determined and at peace. She was adamant God would help them get home. To see her now, not only as a physical shell of her former self, but also a spiritual shell, is sad. Could this happen to me? Will I turn my back on God when things get tough? Bart did in some ways. After Jessa died, he stopped going to church and, like Leanne, seemed a shell of his former self. The months before he died, he gained a new intensity, a fire. Right now, I don't have a fire. It's more of a smolder. But it's there, and I want it to stay there, to increase even. I wish Molly were here. She'd help me fan the flames. After an uncomfortable lunch, Ben asks how we pass the time without needing to walk all day. We've only been here 2 days, Liam says. We spent yesterday exploring. Anything exciting? No food, if that's what you mean, Destiny says. They must have taken everything with them. That doesn't sound like Molly, Ben says, scratching at his beard. Seems she would have left something behind in case it was needed, like the hay. I don't know much about chickens, anything really. But is it normal to have bales of hay in chicken coops? Maybe if you were trying to hide them, Jerry offers. Exactly. Like the note said, there's things stashed somewhere. They probably buried it, Donnie says. You know, like an underground cache. Could be, Ben agrees with a nod. How would we find it? We wouldn't. Not with all this snow. Maybe if the ground were bare, we could see where the soil had been disturbed. If there's nothing pressing to do, Leanne says, I'd like to take the kids and lie down. Of course, I say. We've been using the downstairs bedroom. Do you... I hesitate a moment before pressing on, for fear of upsetting her again. Do you have sleeping bags? She gives me a look I interpret as duh before saying, we were able to get camping gear and winter clothes from our home. My mom and stepdad were murdered, and all the food and most everything else was stolen, but they didn't touch those things. Probably because it was still summer. Finding things to use now is almost impossible. For us, at least. I nod my agreement. We found a single snowshoe. We took it because one of Liam's was about done for. We ended up needing it. Are your things still in the cart? Ben asks as she stands from the table. Leanne gives him a warm smile, warmer than I think she should be sharing with my husband, before saying, yes, I only brought in the bags. He gives her a nod. I'll grab them. Liam, is there water for washing up? Sure, Dad. We'll need to get more, but there's enough to use a washcloth. There's already some in the downstairs bathroom. I'll show you, I say. One of the things we did yesterday was put the area rugs back in the family room to give us a cushion for more sleeping space. We've been sharing the bed in the basement, or as Destiny says her dad would call it, hot racking. But when more than one person is sleeping, the floor is needed. I offer them the bedroom, which Leanne gratefully accepts. And you can use the bathroom. The water isn't hot, but it won't be too bad. And the toilet flushes if you send a little water down the bowl. We try and go as long between flushes as we can, since getting water is a hassle. Thank you, Leanne says. I'm sorry I've been so cross. It's a disappointment not to have, she gives a shrug, more. Ben said your friends would be here and that they were prepared for anything. I guess they weren't as prepared as he thought since they had to leave. Nodding, I say, I'm not sure why they chose to leave, but like Ben, I thought we'd be rescued. I guess that's the right word. Rescued from what? She scoffs. You don't seem the worse for wear. You aren't even any skinnier than when I first met you, and the children look healthy. We've been blessed for the later part of our trip. That's true. Has Ben told you he lost a couple of toes? She gives me a look I can't quite interpret. No, we haven't discussed much. I feel like a heel for not asking him about his health. Is that why he's limping? Yep, she says, almost gloating. He found the children and me a safe place to stay while he went looking for food. A storm came in and he got lost. He had a hole in his boot and frost bit his 3 toes. They never healed. Someone with a little medical training and a big heart removed them. I'm sure he and I will talk about things later, I say, attempting to give her a smile. Do you have everything you need for now? Humph, not even close, she says, before turning her back on me. Chapter 43, February 14th. The last several days have been stressful. Leanne alternates between pleasant and disagreeable, almost to the point of hateful. Sadly, I see much of myself in her with the uptightness and reacting, even overreacting, to every little thing. She seems to snap at me most of all, but also her children and my children. Even little Wyatt hasn't fully escaped her wrath. Ben, however, is apparently immune. Instead of harsh words, she speaks calmly and gives him shy smiles. To his credit, Ben seems completely oblivious to her attention, treating her more like a sister than anything. He and I being together again is different. We're taking our time and getting to know each other again. Our marriage was in dire straits before the world fell apart. At the time, I didn't care. I was more than happy to be done with it and start anew, ready to run away with my business partner, Mark. Those few days we were on the road, making our way to Wyoming, we started to connect again. But then he was taken from me, and I was sure he was dead. Bart knew all along Ben was alive, and he insisted we'd be together again. And we are. The love I feel for Ben is there, but the months have changed both of us in many ways. Ben's had many physical changes, but also internal. He suffers from nightmares every time he sleeps, which isn't often. Insomnia plagues him. I asked about the frostbite and the scar on his face. While he shared pretty much the same story as Leanne regarding losing his toes, he was very vague about the scar, saying he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He's not the same as he was, but his love for Liam, and for me, is still evident. And I notice he treats Sebastian and Sadie as his own too. I imagine what he feels for them is like the love I have for Destiny, Leslie, and Wyatt. Even though he's not comfortable giving details about some of the things he went through while we were apart, there's other things he's comfortable sharing. Where I thought Ben was dead, he said he knew Liam and I would be here when he got to Bakerville. Admittedly, he expected us to have arrived many months ago since we still had the dirt bikes when he was kidnapped. The kidnapping made little sense. Why the people even took them, other than to raid our camp for the few provisions we had, was never clear. And it soon became evident they were planning to kill them. Ben, Leanne, and her brother Wes devised a plan for escape. Wes was shot in the process. He was still with them when they escaped, but died later. With her brother dead, Ben didn't feel he could leave Leanne on her own to get home, especially with 2 children. It took them over a month before they got to her mom and stepdad's home to find them murdered and the house pillaged. The nearby neighbors suffered the same fate. With nowhere for Leanne and her children to go, Ben convinced them to come to Bakerville. I'd already heard a few of the details about their terrible trip from Leanne, but Ben filled in the blanks, often glossing over the worst parts. I don't know if he'll ever be ready to share those worst parts, or if I'll ever be ready to hear about them. Brothers Jerry and Donnie are still with us. They're essentially our prisoners. At night, we lock them in the basement room with all the shelves. With the bundle of keys we found were a couple of padlocks to use on the hasp. Donnie grumbled a lot about being locked in, saying they'd be dead if the house caught on fire. During the day, we keep them secured to a chair, now using rope instead of wasting the zip ties. I half suspect they'd have little trouble getting loose if they put their minds to it. Donnie, always gruff and annoying, puts up a continual fuss. Jerry keeps reminding him they'd do the same thing. He also tells us they're not a threat and would be happy to lend a hand toward hunting, gathering water, and security. In fact, at this very moment, they're in the kitchen, strapped to their chairs, as Donnie talks about geese. Come on, man. Now that you've figured out how to work the oven, can you imagine how tasty a roasted goose would be? Figuring out how to work the oven part of the range was exciting. While the children and I had been able to use the stovetop without any trouble, we figured the oven wouldn't work. None of the other places we'd stayed at had a functioning oven, even with the gas working. Ben was the one who said he was certain Molly made a big deal about their range being battery-operated with an oven that works, even without the batteries installed, simply by striking a match. The batteries had been removed, but as Ben expected, he was still able to light the pilot and fire it up. I'm surprised Molly and Jake didn't take the range with them. They took most of the furniture, the solar systems from the house, garage, and bunkhouse, and even the hot water heater. Why not the range? I'm truly thankful they left it, but it is a bit of a mystery. Ben lets out a sigh. I did hear the geese go over earlier. Maybe Clarice and I will go try to find them. I give him a smile, liking the sounds of that. All the children, except the baby who's napping, are outside right now. Liam spent some time clearing paths around the house, and the kids are using them for playing. They took my chickens with them. While playing is a rather loose term, since they've been cautioned to stay quiet, they seem to be having fun. I checked on them a few minutes ago, and all 5, plus Little Brown and Poofhead, are in the chicken pen. Leanne is upstairs on watch. Soon, Liam will take her place, so I'm glad he's having a little fun and almost acting like a kid for the moment. Humph, Donnie exclaims. Have you ever hunted geese before? Ben shakes his head. Not really. I've gone duck hunting a few times, but didn't enjoy it. I'm a big game hunter. The deer you got the day before yesterday was great, Jerry says with a nod. Much appreciated, but I'm with Donnie on this. Let us help you. We'll go down to the field and see what we can come home with. Have you ever had goose jerky? The deer version pales in comparison. Which field? I ask, walking toward the large south-facing window. That one right down there, Donnie says. There were geese in it when we came up here. Should have taken the time to whack a couple. Then, maybe if we'd come bearing gifts, things would be different. Ben lets out a laugh as I grab the binoculars we've placed on a shelf. Even though the kids and I had made a point of always being ready to leave at a moment's notice, with Ben here, we're a little laxer. We still have our smaller packs with essentials ready to go, but we've taken many things out to use. It's much easier than packing and unpacking multiple times a day. Watch is still a challenge, but adding Leanne and Ben to the rotation helps. I thought Sadie should be old enough to take a turn since she's the same age as Leslie, but both Leanne and Ben have asked that she be given more days to rest from their journey. Admittedly, she needs it. All of them are looking better just from being off the trail and having regular food, even if it isn't exciting food since it's mainly just meat with small amounts of grains and veggies we have left. Unfortunately, we only have a few more days' worth of the staples we found at Roosevelt. Then we'll be existing completely on the meat we hunt. Liam and Ben tried fishing the creek yesterday, but didn't even get a bite. Rabbits, though abundant, are terribly lean. Geese are a good idea. Where are they? I ask, looking through the binoculars over the field. Should be there, Donnie answers. Do you see dark specks? I take the binoculars down and catch a glimpse of movement when I do. Was it a goose? I put the glasses back up, looking more toward the tree line where the river is. Scanning the entire area, I decide I do see birds flying. Maybe they're geese. I look back toward the field and this time see the dark specks. Some of them are even moving. I'm smiling when I take the field glasses from my eyes. Again, I see movement. I look out over the yard to where Molly and Jake's fence begins. That's when my heart skips several beats, and I quickly move from the window. Ben, I cry. Someone's here. Your kids are outside, Jerry says. Let me go after them. Ben puts up a hand. Leanne, what do you see? He calls upstairs as he squat walks to the window, staying out of view. Leanne? He calls again as he reaches the window. What? Huh? She asks groggily. People, I say, none too calmly. They're at the edge of the property by the road. Wait a minute, Ben says slowly. Hand me the binoculars, Clarice. As Ben takes the binoculars and quickly puts them into position, Leanne calls out, I see them. One's waving a bandana. Hot diggity, Ben cries out, sounding exactly like his dad. Take a look, Clarice. It's Jake. Jake? I ask, squinting as I try to see. Are you sure? I think so, yes. He has a beard, but you look. He thrusts the binoculars toward me. I focus on the one waving the bandana. It could be Jake. Next to him, with binoculars trained on us, is another guy. Maybe it's one of the neighbors we met during our last visit, but I can't be sure. Molly isn't with them. If I saw her, I'd know for sure. I don't know. It could be. Leanne, you see anyone else? Ben asks. I thought I saw movement, but I don't have a good view. If they're farther down the hill, I wouldn't be able to see them. No one else is within view. I'm going after the children, I say. Untie us so we can help, Donnie says. Not yet, Ben answers, still looking out the window as I move toward the door off the dining room. I'm halfway there when it opens and the children come falling in. Someone's here, Liam says hurriedly. Where do you want me? You saw them? Ben asks, not taking his eyes from the window. Sebastian did. I saw them, Sebastian says, nodding vigorously. Liam, come over here, Ben says. Stay low, but I want you to look out the window and tell me what you see. Destiny, I say. Go to the back door. Leslie, wake Wyatt and get him ready to go. All the emergency packs are still loaded, right? Right, Leslie says as they both run to do my bidding. Wyatt is on a blanket bed on the floor of Molly's former office. We've been keeping the emergency bags in the office, so letting him nap there makes sense. Sadie, Sebastian, it might be best if you stay with Leslie. I say loud enough for Leanne to hear so she can contradict me if she wishes. Is that... Liam starts and then stops. Dad, I think it's Jake. Do you think it's him? Mom, did you see? I stop moving as Donnie says, Great, your friend is here. Maybe he'll let us go. You're sure? I ask. Wyatt lets out a cry from his room. Leslie is shushing him. Pretty sure, yeah, Liam says. I think so. So, no, he's not sure. Ben, what should we do? Leanne, do you see them from upstairs? I have them, she answers. Liam, you go to the side of the house with your rifle. Clarice, we'll go out the sunroom and to the fence. The rock column is where I want you, okay? I nod my agreement as I slip into my coat. You've already sent Destiny to the back porch. Will she know what to do? She'll know, I say. Leslie. We're hurrying, she answers. What are you doing? I ask Ben. I'm going to talk to them. We'll go out together. Hurry, Liam. Leanne, be ready. You're just going to leave us here? Donnie asks. If the shooting starts, we'll be sitting ducks. Leslie, if things go bad, untie the brothers, I say. Ben meets my eyes and says, We're going to be okay. He squeezes my hand, then hands me the binoculars. I slip them over my neck before we open the door from the main house into the sunroom. Instead of flinging it wide, Ben moves it just enough for us to slip through. Once we're down the few steps and on the paver-lined ground, Ben says, "Keep low. If it's not Jake but someone hostile, I don't think they'd have a shot at us with the fence in the way, but let's not risk it." "You really think it's Jake?" "I hope so." Within a few seconds, we're out of the sunroom and at the fence. "Stay against this," Ben reminds me, touching the rock column part of the fence. "Can you see any better from here?" he asks, motioning to the binoculars. Putting them up, I scan the men. No improvement. He's next to me, also hugging the rocks as he shakes his head. "Okay, here goes nothing." He opens the gate and yells in a very loud, very commanding voice, "State your business." There's a faint reply, but I can't quite make it out. "Did you get that?" Ben asks me. "No." I lift my stocking hat slightly to free an ear. "Ask again." He clears his throat, then says, "Repeat why you are here." A smile spreads across my face as the faint voice this time reaches my exposed ear. It's him. At least he says it is. "What did he say?" Ben asks. He said, "This is Jake Caldwell. That's all." Ben lets out a breath. "Run to the door, yell in, and tell Leanne not to shoot them. I'm going to ask them to come closer." "You think she'd shoot first?" Hard telling. I shake my head but quickly move back to the house, continuing to keep myself low. At the door, I open it enough to yell in. When Leanne responds, I deliver the message. She answers with a snort. Donnie again suggests he and Jerry be untied. I shut the door without response. We're going to have to do something with those two, but not until this is over. Please, Lord, please let it be Jake. When I'm back by the column, Ben says, "Here we go." He raises his voice and says, "Jake, you and only you start walking up the road." I lean out slightly so I can get a glimpse of what's happening. Jake, if it really is him, is talking with the guy next to him. The other guy has his binoculars down and is shaking his head. Jake moves out of sight for a moment, then quickly reappears on the road. He's holding his hands near his side, but away from his body. He's about halfway up the road when Ben says, "It's him, right?" I train the binoculars on him. I just don't know. He's the right height, but he's thin. We're all thin, though. Just then, Jake turns his bearded face in my direction. He lifts his hand and gives a smile. I put the glasses down and yell, "What's your wife's favorite food?" He pauses. She likes everything. Almost everything anyway. Okay, that didn't go so well. I try again. What does she eat every time she goes to the coast? Oh, that. She eats oysters. It's him, Ben says. Yeah, I say, tears running down my face. Chapter 44, February 14th. There are many more minutes of confusion as it becomes obvious Jake has not only one friend with him, but several. And horses, too. Jake leads his horse, as do the rest of the adults. Some of the horses have children in the saddles. As the entourage approaches, Ben keeps watch as I touch base with my children and let Leanne know what's happening. Her response is, "It's not like I'm blind." We don't think anything is awry, but Ben asked if you could stay where you are for the time being. Should I send Sadie and Sebastian up with you? Keep them with you, she answers. I don't need the distraction. Ready to let us loose? Donnie asks. Ignoring him, I go into the office where Leslie and Leanne's children are sitting, patiently waiting. What do you want us to do? Leslie asks. I think everything is okay, but just hang tight for now. I'm going to have Destiny move to a different spot. Destiny, on the far southern side of the back deck, looks toward me when I open the door. She gives me a smile and asks, "So, that's your friend?" "Yes, and we think everything is fine, but I'd like you to stay out of sight until we're sure. Let's move you to the far side of the garage where Ben was when Jerry and Donnie arrived the other day." She narrows her eyes before nodding. "I know," I say. "I'm sure we're fine, but things are not always what they seem these days." "Where's Liam?" she asks as we step inside the house. "Up front." We go through the kitchen, where Donnie again makes his plea for release, and out the dining room door. Liam, as expected, is on the front corner of the house. "Everything's good now," he says with a smile. I let out a loud breath. "I think you're right." "Do you think they're back already? You know, from wherever the note said they were spending the winter?" "I don't know why they're here today. I guess we'll find out soon enough. Your dad wants you to stay ready, just in case. I'm going to go out and meet them. Destiny and Leanne, along with your dad and you, will back me up." "Why you?" "It makes sense." I don't tell him Ben and I had a brief discussion about it, in which he wanted to be the one to go meet them, but I put my foot down. I'm in better health, and am able to move quickly if needed. With his limp from losing his toes, he's not nearly as agile. Turns out our precautions were unnecessary. Jake greets me not only with a huge smile, but opening his arms for a hug. I hesitate a few beats before accepting. "I can't believe you're here," Jake says. "Your family?" he asks cautiously. "Ben and Liam are here. I shrug, just being cautious. I raise my voice and say, "Ben? Liam? Come over. You too, Destiny." Always smart. Jake doesn't ask me about Bart, and I don't volunteer the info yet. Every time I say the words out loud, say he's dead, the pain opens anew. "You remember my neighbor Evan?" Jake pats him on the shoulder. "Evan, hi," I greet him with a smile. "And you met Noah Hammer at the barbecue we had last time you visited." He hooks his thumb in the direction of a young man. "Boy, that seems like a lifetime ago." "Ma'am," Noah says, tilting his hat. "Hello. I do remember the barbecue and meeting your friends, and it was a lifetime ago. This is Pete, Dusty, and Dax, and the children, well, we'll get proper introductions later. They've had a tough couple of days." I start to ask why, but with the way Jake shakes his head, I decide to leave it for now. When Ben and Liam appear, Jake says his hellos and then repeats the introductions. Destiny is hanging back slightly. I introduce her, but don't take the time to share everyone else's names. "We have more people inside," I say. "Well, let's head on in," Evan answers. "We'll take care of the horses if you want to take the kids inside," one of the men I've just met says, taking the rein from Evan while another takes Jake's horse. "Noah, Pete, can you help?" "There's 2 horses in the garage," I say, as Noah and Pete agree to help. "We had them out earlier, and they'll go out again shortly. We'll put them in there to unsaddle them, then put them out in one of the pens in the back. Sound good, Jake?" the man asks. "Yep, same as last time. Whatever you need to do with them." "One of the people with us, Leanne, she loves horses. She can help with Jerry's and Donnie's," I say. I turn and look up at the window where I expect to see Leanne. She's there, with a determined look covering her face. I motion to her to come down. While she's been less than friendly with me, she does enjoy spending time with the horses. Maybe she'll want to help with these. She doesn't give a wave or anything, but does disappear from the window. As we walk toward the mudroom entrance, Leanne comes out. "Did you need me?" she asks. "This is Leanne," I say to Jake and Evan. After they give their greetings, I say, "I thought you might want to be with the horses when they take care of the ones they brought." "Yeah, good idea. The children are still in the back room. You can send mine out to help." Once we're inside the house, Evan looks at Jerry and Donnie. With his hand on his sidearm, he asks, "What do we have here?" "A kidnapping," Donnie says gruffly. "Is that right?" "Not exactly," Jerry answers. "We're being held against our will," Donnie cries. "What else would you call it?" "I'm Jerry McCullough. This is my brother, Donnie. We were in the wrong place at the wrong time. They're just being cautious." "Ha! They know we're not a threat. They're just wielding power while they can." "And that is why we're still tied up," Jerry says. "My brother doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut." Ben lets out a laugh, then says, "Truth be told, they just convinced me to let them loose so we could go goose hunting." "We did?" Donnie acts shocked. "That's why we're here, to goose hunt," Jake says. "But then His eyes dart to the children. "We found some trouble." "We saw the trouble," Jerry says. "Not a place to take your kids," Donnie says. "Hey, Ben, how about undoing us?" "These aren't our children," Evan says evenly. "And let's hold off on anything until you explain what you know about the trouble." Clarice," Jake says, "would it be possible for the children to get a bath?" "Yes, sure. I'll take care of it," Destiny says, returning from the office with the others. "Leslie, I'll take Wyatt if you can warm some water. Liam, can you help her? Bring it downstairs when you have it." She smiles brightly at the oldest boy. "I'm Destiny. You want to come with me?" "Can I play with your baby?" the tallest girl asks. "Sure. Wyatt loves to be played with." "Sadie, Sebastian, your mom said you could go out and help with the new horses." While Sadie's face lights up, Sebastian seems disappointed. He nods anyway as they go for their coats and boots. We wait until all the children, including Leslie and Liam with pots of warm water, leave the room. "Now tell us what you know," Evan demands. The brothers share the same story Ben and I have heard dozens of times. Jake and Evan share a look when they tell how they were sent to Cody for help. "So, I suppose the people who lived at the ranch outside of Prospect would know you? They'd vouch for you?" Evan asks. "Of course they would," Donnie says. "So would Pete Fairbanks. We were heading to his place when we stopped here to make sure everyone was okay." Evan and Jake share a look before Jake asks, "How do you know Pete?" "Met him at a trapper thing he did. He had me and my girlfriend at the time over for dinner." "Pete," I think to myself, "isn't one of the guys with the horses named Pete?" Ben catches my eye and gives a slight nod. We've no sooner exchanged our silent communication when I hear boots at the door and a knock. It pops open slightly and one of the cowboys walks in. "We're getting the horses tended. Leanne said you have water?" "Some," I say. "We just sent the children down to clean up. We might have to get more." He steps farther into the house and glances into the kitchen, where his eyes briefly rest on Jerry and Donnie. "Hey, Dax," Jerry says. "What's going on here?" Dax asks. "You know them?" Evan asks. "Of course. They escaped from Prospect with Grant and Shelby. They went to Cody for help, but then—" "See?" Donnie says triumphantly. "I told you." After clearing up that Donnie and Jerry are who they've been saying they are, they're let loose. Jake and his group planned to spend a few days goose hunting on the river and fields, but finding the massacre changed their plans. The children with them are the only survivors of the slaughter, having survived by being in an unexpected place for a rare sleepover. The oldest, Chandler, hid the younger children and kept watch with only a BB gun for protection. They've been alone since then. Jerry felt terrible they hadn't done a better search and found the children when they went through the houses. Now, instead of hunting, Jake and his friends are heading back to their winter refuge to warn those there about what Evan believes to be an imminent attack. With Donnie and Jerry confirming the belief that the murders were the work of the bad guys from Prospect, Evan is adamant they get home and make plans for defense. "Why'd you leave here?" I asked Jake. "You and Molly. You've done so much over the years." "That's a long story. There's plenty of time for those details." "You planning on leaving tonight?" Donnie asks. "Because if not, we really ought to go after those geese." As they're discussing whether they should still goose hunt or not, those caring for the horses come in. Leanne, her cheeks rosy from the cold, has a smile on her face. Pete and Dusty, surprised to see the brothers whom they know, get caught up on the story of how they are here, with Donnie making plenty of cutting remarks about being held captive. I notice a small smile pass between Donnie and Leanne when she says, "I'm glad to see you untied. You're taller than you seem while sitting." Chapter 45, February 15th. This morning has been a whirlwind. They did end up goose hunting last night, deciding there was no reason to go home empty-handed. I stayed with the children while Leanne and Ben went with Jake's group and the brothers. They returned at dark with over 24 geese. Most went again this morning, right at daylight, bagging a dozen more. While they were hunting yesterday evening, the children and I packed up. Jake briefly explained that to join the Bakerville community, we had to know residents. When he said he'd sponsor us, Ben made sure that would include Leanne and her children, plus my new children, Destiny, Leslie, and Wyatt. Jake said absolutely, and that there'd be other things. Like all of us would be expected to join the work groups to help the community succeed. Our biggest challenge now will be getting to the ski lodge they're staying at. With Jake's group and the brothers on horseback, it's only a short half-day trip. But the rest of us are on foot, with Ben's group not yet recovered from their harrowing journey. My children and I are feeling strong, and even though it'll take us at least 2 days to make the uphill trip, I'm confident we can do it. After discussing my concerns with Jake, he and Evan come up with a plan. Jake will walk with us and let Leanne and her daughter have his horse. Evan, who is concerned about the marauders, wants to get back as quickly as possible to start planning defense, but he'll send more horses back for us. When Jerry hears the plans, he offers to walk with us so Ben and Sebastian can have the second horse. In the end, Ben insisted on walking. Leanne and Sebastian are on Jerry's horse, while Sadie rides the old horse Jake was on. The horse riders are all well prepared and brought along backpacks with snowshoes strapped to them, allowing Jake and Jerry to join us without issue. Wyatt is on my back as we start our trek. He's playing with my hair and singing a song only he knows the words to. Every once in a while, his favorite word, mama, comes through loud and clear. Destiny, Leslie, and Liam have their packs. Liam is pushing the ski cart Ben made. Jake and Jerry are pulling our black sleds. We left the toboggan and saucer sleds behind, along with a few things Jake said we wouldn't need. Little Brown Hen and Poofhead are in their box, riding on the sled Jerry is pulling. Before leaving, Jake pulls us all into a circle and asks for God's blessing on our trip to the winter refuge. "Are you ready?" Ben asks, giving me a grin that takes me back 20 years and melts my heart. "I'm ready," I answer as he reaches for my hand.
This has been Havoc Peaks, a Havoc in Wyoming story by Millie Copper. This production is available for purchase at killercozies.com. Be sure to hit the subscribe button to never miss a new story. Learn more about Millie Copper's books at milliecopper.com.